Moonlight. Love chapters, where love howls with the moon. Werewolves, passion, and darkness. Open your chapter. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Chapter 1. On the Air. We've got Beth from Tampa. Hi, Beth. Hi, Kitty. Thanks for taking my call. My pleasure. I've always wondered, do you think Dracula might still be out there? I blinked at the mic. Dracula? As in the Dracula from the novel.
Yeah.
He was so powerful. I just don't buy that Van Helsing and company really finished him off. I kept it polite. Beth, Dracula is a fictional character. It's just a story. But you talk about real vampires and werewolves every week. Don't you think Stoker based Dracula on someone real? He might have. Maybe he met a vampire and turned the encounter into fiction. But if that vampire's still around, he's probably lying low out of embarrassment. Even if there was a real person behind the myth, the book's plot is pure invention. Dracula isn't really about vampires, it's about sex, religion, imperialism, and weirdly, office technology. The heroes win not with swords, but with typewriters and filing skills. Mina basically saves the day with data entry. It's the original techno-thriller. That sounds like a stretch. Have you actually read the book? No, but I've seen all the movies, she said brightly. I groaned. Which one's your favorite? The one with Keanu Reeves. Of course. I cut her off. Next caller, you're on. Hey, Kitty. First-time caller, long-time fan. Welcome aboard. What's on your mind? Well, I was wondering how much overlap there is between lycanthropes and the furry community. The call screen said lycanthropes and alternative lifestyles. Vague, but accurate. You know, I've done this show nearly a year and no one's mentioned furries until now. So thanks for destroying my last shred of dignity. You don't have to be rude. Look, they're totally different. Lycanthropy is a medical condition. Being a furry is a preference. Though sure, some overlap could exist. When people call asking how to become a werewolf, maybe they're furries too. But I don't ask guests about their costume habits.
Fair.
But say someone believes they were born to be another species, like how some people feel they were born the wrong gender. Doesn't that make sense in a way?
No.
Do you believe you were born to be a different species? He sighed. One of those deep, confessional breaths that usually led somewhere strange. My audience love this stuff. I keep dreaming I'm an alpaca. Come again. An alpaca. In the Andes. There's an ancient Incan city nearby. The grass tastes amazing.
Right.
Definitely not from National Geographic. That's fascinating. Ever met a were alpaca? I held back a laugh.
No.
All were creatures I've heard of are predators. Alpacas don't exactly fit the profile.
Oh.
Do you think I might have been one in a past life? Maybe. I don't know. I hope you find answers. And hey, traveling sounds like a great idea. After that, who knew where the show could go next? Next caller. What's your story? Hi, Kitty. I think I have a problem. His voice was tired, usually a sign the problem was real. I'm listening. It started when this werewolf and vampire moved to town. They're a couple. 2 guys?
Yeah.
And the issue is? Well, not them exactly. But then a vampire hunter came after the vamp, hired by the vamp's ex-human servant. The servant didn't tag along? No. He left her for the werewolf. Oh, this was getting good. Then the werewolf's ex, his alpha mate, showed up, said wolves mate for life. But he didn't want her, so he hired the same hunter to go after her.
Wait.
This hunter's name wasn't Cormac, was it? No.
Good.
One less mess for me to clean up. Just making sure. The story somehow kept getting worse. Every time I thought we'd finally untangled the last thread in this supernatural soap opera, the caller added another twist. Eventually, I got a word in. So, where do you fit into all of this? He sighed, loud and weary. I'm the human servant to the local vampire master. They send me around with their messages. Tell them to leave town. Tell your master we're not going anywhere. Tell the hunter we'll pay him to drop the job. Tell him I'll kill myself if he doesn't come back to me. It never ends. And all I really want to know is, Maybe he just needed to vent. That was part of my job, too. Maybe, just maybe, he wouldn't ask me to untangle the whole mess. Fingers crossed. Yeah. Why can't everyone just get along? Of course.
One of those nights.
That, my friend, is the million-dollar question. You know what? Forget them. They're all being selfish and dragging you into the middle of it. Let them pass around their own messages for a change. I can't do that. Yes, you can. They need a wake-up call. This is getting ridiculous. Well, yeah, I've told them that, but what? I guess I'm just used to doing what I'm told. Then maybe it's time to start saying no. And when they're shocked, tell them it's for their own good. You've basically been enabling all this petty drama, haven't you? Maybe. Because if they actually had to speak to each other, maybe they'd start solving their problems instead of turning you into a go-between. Or tear each other apart. They're not exactly human, remember? I took a steadying breath, trying not to sound too exasperated. Maybe I'm the only one in this world who feels this way, but supernatural or not, bad behavior is still bad behavior. Giving in to your inner monster isn't an excuse. Stand up for yourself, okay? Oh, okay, he said, though he didn't sound entirely sure. Call me back and tell me how it goes. Thanks, Kitty. From the booth, the producer gave me the signal, pointing to his watch, then drawing a finger across his throat. Message received. I leaned toward the mic. Looks like that's all the time we have for this week, folks. Thanks for keeping me company. Join me next time on the Midnight Hour, when I'll be talking to the lead singer of punk metal band Plague of Locusts, who claims their bass player is possessed by a demon, and that's the secret of their success. I'm Kitty Norville, voice of the night. The on-air sign dimmed. The show's outro played, complete with a recorded wolf howl. My wolf howl. I took off the headset and ruffled my blonde hair, trying to unsquish it. The producer's name was Jim something. I didn't bother remembering. Next week I'd be in another city, another station, working with a new team. I'd spent most of the year broadcasting out of Denver, until about a month ago, when I left. Or got run out. Depends who you ask. Instead of settling somewhere new, I hit the road. It kept me from making enemies in any one place, and it made me harder to track. As far as my audience knew, I could be anywhere. Tonight I was in Flagstaff. I leaned on the doorway to the control room and gave Jim a grateful smile. He looked like he was barely out of college, maybe an intern or junior associate.
Poor guy was sweating.
Midnight talk shows didn't usually bring in this many callers. He handed me a phone receiver. Hi, Matt. Matt had run the board back when I was still in Denver. These days, he coached the local teams. I couldn't have kept doing the show without him. Hey, Kitty. That's a wrap. Was it all right? Sounded great. You always say that. I replied, a little whiny. What can I say? You're consistent. I think that's a compliment. Tomorrow's a full moon, right? You gonna be okay?
It was sweet of him to ask.
But I didn't like talking about it with outsiders. Yeah, I've scoped out a good spot. Take care of yourself, Kitty. Thanks. I finished up at the station and headed back to my hotel. Hung the do not disturb sign. Locked the door. Tried to sleep. Unsuccessfully. Night shifts had turned me nocturnal. I didn't usually sleep until dawn, and with no one in my life to meet for lunch or check in with, there was no real reason to wake before noon. Just me, the road, and the show once a week. A forest once a month. Lonely. Tomorrow night was already spoken for. Full moons always were. A couple of days earlier, I'd found a trailhead at the end of a dirt road, buried deep in a state park. No chance of real wolves this far south, so my only concern was whether any local werewolves had already claimed the area. I'd walked the grounds, sniffed the air, made myself known. Nothing unusual. No strange scents, just deer. Foxes, rabbits. Good hunting. I'd have it to myself. A few hours before midnight, I parked the car where no one from the road would spot it. No clues, no visitors. The last thing I needed was for the police or anyone else to stumble across me, especially if I was dangerous. I'd done this before. This was my second full moon alone, my second as a rogue. The first time had been quiet mostly. I'd only woken early, shaking in the cold and crying, confused by why I was naked and alone in the woods. That never happened when I had a pack to bring me back.
My stomach felt like ice.
This would never feel normal. I used to belong. I used to have people I trusted, people who kept me safe. Wolves aren't meant to be alone. You'll be okay. You can handle this. I sat in the car, clenching the steering wheel, eyes squeezed shut to hold back tears. The voice in my head had become a companion, like a conscience. It reminded me I wasn't crazy, encouraged me when I doubted, kept me grounded. It sounded like my best friend, TJ. He died protecting me 6 weeks ago today. Our alpha had killed him. I left Denver, so I wouldn't be next. His loss was still surreal. At first, I thought I was coping. That was denial, they say. Then I saw a couple on a motorcycle, no helmets, her blonde hair flying in the wind, arms wrapped around his leather jacket. Just like TJ and me. I had to pull off the highway, crying so hard I couldn't see. After that, I felt like I was sleepwalking. I was living someone else's life. And this was my new reality. Whether I liked it or not, I had to adapt. I used to have an apartment, a pack, a best friend. That was gone. I locked the car, pocketed the keys, and walked into the woods, off the trail, into the dark. The air was crisp, the scents sharp. The moon was rising, flooding the forest with silver. I could feel it. My skin prickled. Inside me, the wolf stirred. I controlled my breathing.
Not yet.
I'd shift on my terms. The forest gleamed. Shadows danced. Leaves rustled with life. I ignored it all, stripped off my t-shirt, and felt the moonlight kiss my skin. I stashed my clothes in a hollow between a tree and a rock, big enough to curl up in come morning. Then I backed away naked, every nerve humming. I can do this. I'll be safe. I counted down from 5. By the time I reached 1, it came out as a howl. Chapter 2. The rabbit gave a single shriek before falling silent. Blood filled my mouth, scorching like fire. This was life. Pure, wild joy, a rush of ecstasy beneath the silver moonlight. Underscore 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 underscore. If becoming a wolf was like getting drunk, waking up afterward was definitely like nursing the worst hangover of your life. I was sprawled in a bed of damp earth and fallen leaves, naked, aching with loneliness for the pack. We always used to wake up together, tangled in a heap, TJ always at my back. At least this time, I remembered how I got here. With a groan, I rolled over, stretched, then stumbled to my clothes. I dusted off the dirt and leaves and got dressed. The sky had gone that pre-dawn shade of gray, and I wanted to be long gone before the sun rose. I made it to the car just as the first early morning hikers pulled into the trailhead. I must have looked like hell. Hair a mess, shirt wrinkled and untucked, sneakers dangling from one hand. They stared. I glared back, climbed into the car, and drove to the hotel to scrub the night off in a hot shower. By noon, I was heading west on I-40. It felt like the right direction for now. I figured I'd wind up in LA. That sounded like an adventure. The desert between Flagstaff and Los Angeles didn't exactly deliver on that promise. I burned through every CD in my collection while passing through miles of nothing, where even the radio refused to reach. Which made it even weirder when my cell phone rang. Reception? Out here? I popped in my earpiece and answered. Hello? Kitty, it's Ben. I groaned. Ben O'Farrell, my lawyer. Sharp as a scalpel, with a slightly sketchy edge. He'd agreed to represent me, which said a lot. Nice to hear from you too. It's not personal, Ben, but you never call with good news. Well, brace yourself. You've been subpoenaed by the Senate. Trust Ben to skip the pleasantries. Come again. A special Senate Oversight Committee would like your testimony regarding the Center for the Study of Paranatural Biology. They seem to think you're an expert. My brain hit a hard stop. Senate? Subpoena? Hearings? Like McCarthy-era witch hunts? Like Iran-Contra? Kitty, how bad is this, Ben? Are we talking crisis bad? Relax. It's not that dramatic. Senate hearings are just how they gather information. Since they're clueless about paranatural biology, they're holding a series of hearings to educate themselves. It made sense. Kind of. Ben made it sound like a routine bureaucratic errand, but my stomach still churned. What am I supposed to do? You're going to DC. You'll sit in front of a panel of senators and answer their questions. DC was across the country. Could I drive there in time? Would I need to fly? What the hell was I going to wear? Did they give you the questions ahead of time, like a pop quiz from hell? Surely, I wasn't expected to do this alone. Ben, you're coming with me. Panic flickered in his voice. That's not necessary. They're just asking questions. You don't need a lawyer. Please? Think of it as a vacation. I'll put it on the expense account. I don't have the time. Ben, let's be real. What are the odds I'll make it through the hearing without saying something dumb? Do you want to be there to stop it, or fly in after the fact to bail me out when I get held in contempt of Congress? His sigh was long and pained. When you're right, you're right. Thank you. Really? So, when do we need to be there? We've got a couple of weeks. Plenty of time.
Good.
Except I was currently going in the wrong direction. So, I've got time to get there from Barstow. What the hell are you doing in Barstow? Driving. He made a grumbling noise and hung up.
Well,
I was going to Washington, D.C. Underscore, 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 underscore. Lately, my life seemed to happen over the phone. Days would go by without a real, face-to-face conversation beyond. No, I don't want fries with that. I was turning into one of those people who forget they're still wearing their Bluetooth earpiece. It just stayed there. I made it to LA, recorded a couple shows, interviewed the band. No visible demonic possessions, though their set sounded like something out of a death metal exorcism. I almost wished I had been out of my body for that. That left me about a week to get across the country. On the road, I finally called Dr. Paul Fleming, head of the Center for the Study of Paranatural Biology, the one at the heart of this Senate circus. Until recently, it had been a top-secret operation studying creatures like me. But a month ago, Fleming held a press conference and outed the entire paranormal community. He'd been feeding me anonymous calls and vague hints for months. Then, bam, he goes public and I find out about it on the radio. Classy. I had his number now, but he never answered. Straight to voicemail every time. I was determined to keep calling until he either gave in or filed for a restraining order. This time, the phone rang longer than usual, and then someone picked up. Hello. I nearly veered off the road. Dr. Fleming?
a pause.
Kitty Norville. How nice to hear from you. His tone was all polite charm, like this was a casual catch-up call, not a confrontation long overdue. I need to talk to you, I said. You left me in the dark for months, teasing me with cryptic calls and no real information. Then you blow the lid off everything without warning, and now I'm getting hauled in front of Congress. I mean, I love a good scandal, but what exactly are you trying to accomplish? He said, simply, I want the center to keep its funding.
Aha.
Finally, a straight answer. I could picture it now. The center's funding had probably been tucked away in some black ops budget. Then some ambitious congressman noticed the money trail and asked questions. Or maybe Fleming wanted the discovery all along. The Senate hearings gave him a stage. But a heads up would have been nice. So, all you have to do is make the center look good? No, he corrected. It has to look useful. Useful and good aren't the same. I could respect that kind of honesty. I heard you've been called to testify, he added. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. Oh, don't be. I'm kind of looking forward to it. But I'd like to talk to you before the hearings. Get your full side of the story. There's not much to tell. Humor me. I'm curious. I paused, then went in for the pitch. What if you came on my show? Tell your story to the public. Build some support. I'm not sure that's a wise move. Good thing I was driving across the flattest part of Texas. No sudden turns required. He had my full attention. This may be your best chance to make your case in public. Don't underestimate how much public opinion can matter. You're persuasive. I try. He was quiet for a beat. Call me again when you get to DC, he said. That wasn't a no. I'd take it as a win. You'll answer this time? No more voicemail dodgeball. I'll answer. Thank you. I did the math. Our next broadcast was Friday, just 4 days away. If I left now, I could make it to DC in time. I might even be able to get Fleming on the show before the hearings kicked off. Time to make another call, this time to Matt. Matt, can you see if we can arrange to do this week's show out of Washington, D.C.? Underscore 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 underscore. I hadn't left my hometown in years, let alone driven across the country. I'd grown used to the comfort, the safety. Letting my packmates, my alpha, take care of everything had been easy. Too easy. But once the show began, that comfortable little world started feeling suffocating. In the wild, wolves moved up the hierarchy by testing limits, challenging those above them. If they won, they rose. Eventually, they challenged the alpha. And if they beat them, they became the alpha. I tried a challenge. I couldn't lead. So I left. I've been drifting ever since. A lone wolf. And honestly, it wasn't the worst thing. I fueled up on coffee, wired but awake, and kept driving. Before Denver, I'd never done this, driven for hours alone, until the road hummed beneath the tires and the landscape became a blur.
But there was something freeing about it.
I didn't answer to anyone. I stopped when I wanted, ate what I wanted. No one corrected my directions. I even played tourist along the way. I pulled over for random bronze plaques and followed highway signs to strange roadside landmarks, Civil War sites, oversized plaster animals. It got me thinking, maybe after the hearings, I could turn the show into a traveling act, broadcasting from a different state capital every week. Maybe even get the producers to spring for Hawaii. That'd be something. Matt managed to set things up with a radio station in Arlington, Virginia. I rolled in Friday around noon, cutting it close since we aired live that night. Luckily, Fleming had agreed to appear. The station was a squat, brick building from the 50s, tucked into a leafy office park. Its steel call letters hung proudly above the door. Inside, it looked like most public radio spots, cluttered but earnest, manned by people who cared more about content than dying ficus plants in the corners. At the front desk, a receptionist was deep into a personal call when I approached. I tried smiling, a friendly, hopefully non-threatening expression, despite still feeling the road's vibration in my bones. She raised a finger. Wait a sec. I don't care what he told you, Grace. He's cheating. Yes, you do know it. Who works past 11 every night. Insurance salesmen don't have graveyard shifts, Grace. Fine. Don't believe me, but when you find someone else's black lace panties in his glove box, don't come crying to me. Could be worse. I could be hosting a talk show about that kind of drama. She hung up and flashed a syrupy smile, like nothing had happened. What can I do for you? I held out a paper with a name scribbled on it. I'm here to see Liz Morgan. She might be at lunch. 1 second. She started buzzing different rooms. Nothing. I was about to suggest I wait in my car. I'll check. She paused mid-call and glanced up. Can I get your name? Kitty Norville. I'm scheduled to do a show here tonight. Her brows lifted. Recognition. She relayed the name, still watching me. Yes, says she's Kitty Norville, okay. Sending her back. She replaced the phone. Wes, the assistant manager, will meet you. Last door on the right. She kept watching me as I walked off. Hard not to stare when someone claims, on national radio, that they're a werewolf. Most people figured I was either mentally unwell, lying, or running a wild publicity stunt. Either way, worth a second look. At the last door, open wide, I found two desks claiming shared territory. One was piled with papers and an unfinished solitaire game. Its occupant jumped up the moment he saw me, grinning, hand extended before I could flinch. Kitty Norville? No way. I'm a huge fan. I'm Wes Brady. It's awesome to have you here. Hi, I said, letting him shake my hand. Thanks for hosting us on such short notice. Totally. Come on in, grab a seat. What I really needed was to meet the engineer, scope out the studio, then check into a hotel, grab a shower, and some food. Wes wanted to talk. He dragged a chair over, clearly eager. So, I've always wondered. Here it comes. Where do you come up with this stuff? Excuse me? Your show. Are the callers actors? Do you coach them? Is it scripted? How many writers do you have? At first we all thought it was a gag. But a whole year? It's amazing. I could have slammed my head against a wall. Leaning in, I gave him a conspiratorial look. He leaned closer too, wide-eyed. Why don't you stick around tonight and find out? No little hint. Now where's the fun in that? I stood. It's been great, but I should really get moving. Oh, wait. I can show you around if you'd like. Is he bothering you? A woman stood in the doorway. Rumpled navy suit, short moused hair, arms folded. You must be Liz Morgan, I said, grateful. I'm Kitty Norville. My colleague should have been in touch. Yes, nice to meet you. Her handshake was calm and professional. Wes, that marketing report? Almost done. Be ready in an hour. Yes, ma'am. Wes scrambled to shut down his solitaire game. Liz gave me exactly the tour I needed, answered every question. Even smiled when I asked, Wes is a little excitable, huh? You should see him off his meds. She even recommended a decent nearby motel. Thanks again, I said. Stations willing to take a chance on my show are hard to come by. She shook her head, smiling wryly. Kitty, we're 5 miles from DC, trust me. Nothing you do will top what I've already seen come out of there. I wasn't so sure. If she was right, I was about to be in way over my head. Underscore 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 underscore. A few hours before the show, I returned to wait for Dr. Paul Fleming. I paced. Ivy, the receptionist, had gone home, but not before offering a full catalog of reasons Fleming might never show. Traffic, the Beltway, metro issues. I tried not to panic. Guests missed appearances before. That's why we had phone lines. Someone always called in to say something outrageous on air. Liz and Wes stayed to watch. I kept pacing, channeling the wolf's restlessness. It gave her something to do, and kept me calm. 15 minutes to airtime, the glass doors creaked open and a man peeked in. Dr. Fleming? He nodded and stepped inside. Relief washed over me. I'm Kitty. Thanks for coming. He wasn't what I'd imagined. His voice had suggested someone slick and composed, a seasoned DC insider in a tailored suit. Instead, he looked like a weary professor. Corduroy blazer, brown slacks, shaggy hair, and pale skin with tired eyes. Maybe mid-40s. In the steady voice I remembered from our calls, he said, You're not what I expected. I blinked. What did you expect? Someone older, I think. More experienced. I couldn't tell if that was meant as a compliment or just a neutral observation. You don't have to be old to have experience, doctor. And honestly, what did he even know about it? Come on back, I'll show you the studio. I introduced him to everyone, doing my best to help him feel comfortable. He seemed on edge, casting quick glances around, eyeing the staff like he was mentally cataloging them for future reference. I wasn't sure if that was his academic brain at work or some leftover habit from working with the government. He moved stiffly, like he was waiting for the chair I offered him to collapse. Maybe this was him being relaxed. I showed him the mic and headphones, grabbed my own headset, and sank into my chair. Finally, home turf. The sound guy gave us the countdown through the glass, and the familiar opening chords of Bad Moon Rising by Creedence Clearwater Revival kicked in. No matter what station I broadcasted from, this moment always felt right.
I had the mic.
I was in control. As long as the on-air light was lit, I ran the show. At least, until something inevitably went sideways. Usually, though, I could get through the intro without disaster. Good evening. You're listening to The Midnight Hour, the show that isn't afraid of the dark or the creatures who live there. I'm Kitty Norville, your charming host. My guest tonight is Dr. Paul Fleming. A little over a month ago, Dr. Fleming held a press conference announcing the scientific recognition of beings most of us thought were myth. Vampires, werewolves, people like me. He holds an MD from Columbia, a PhD in epidemiology from Johns Hopkins, and for the past 5 years has led the Center for the Study of Paranatural Biology. Welcome, Dr. Fleming. Thank you, he said, sounding calm enough, though he perched on the edge of his seat like he might bolt at any second. Dr. Fleming, the Center for the Study of Paranatural Biology. Would it be accurate to say this is a government-funded initiative dedicated to studying what you've referred to as alternative forms of human life? Vampires, werewolves, and the like. In the broadest sense, yes. The nature of our research hasn't always been clearly spelled out. You couldn't exactly write "need funding to study werewolves" in your proposal, huh? He gave a tiny, strained smile. No. So, we're talking about a secret government project, then? I wouldn't put it quite like that. I'm not into conspiracy theories. Our findings have always been publicly available. In the most obscure journals possible, I said. No press, no public attention, even though you were sitting on potentially explosive research. Weren't you tempted to announce your findings earlier? It's not that simple. We had to be ready. Data in hand, some idea of how the public might respond. If we jumped the gun, we could have been dismissed as crackpots. So for you, this has always been a scientific pursuit? Of course. The only proper way to approach something like this is with a scientific method. Personally, I had a soft spot for postmodern literary theory, but whatever worked. What made you want to seriously study something most people chalk up to folklore? Most legends begin with a grain of truth, and some of those grains endure even under scrutiny. Take King Arthur. How many serious historians and archaeologists have chased that story? Vampire and shapeshifter myths exist all over the globe. I was always struck by their similarities. I wanted to dig into what might be underneath them. I read once that vampire legends could have come from burial superstitions, like when a decomposing corpse bloats and leaks blood from the mouth. People assumed it had been feeding. And werewolves, some theories say they stem from diseases that cause excessive hair growth or psychological conditions that lead to violent, animalistic episodes. Science usually finds rational explanations. What made you believe there was something more behind these stories? I was fishing for a personal story. Maybe he'd had a childhood run-in with a werewolf in the woods or something. I've always loved a good mystery, he said. But there are plenty of mysteries out there. Why not focus on curing cancer? Or inventing a chocolate ice cream-only diet that actually works? Maybe I just wanted to be a pioneer. So why now? Why go public with your work when you did? He shrugged, clearly uncomfortable, hands fidgeting, shifting in his seat. I might have been getting under his skin, or maybe the chair was just uncomfortable. In an ideal world, we'd have published everything in a major journal first. But things don't always go to plan. Congress started poking around, asking questions. Once that happens, it's out of your hands. I wanted to be clear that we had nothing to hide. Could have fooled me, but I held my tongue. Alienating him now wouldn't help. What's your ultimate goal with the center? To expand human knowledge. What else is science for? Truth-seeking.
Exactly.
That's what it's all about. In my experience, people have strong feelings about this stuff. Either they believe in vampires and think they're evil, or they dismiss them completely. Where does that emotional reaction fit into your work? We only deal in facts. What we can prove, measure, and document. So, if I ask what you believe, I believe I'm studying diseases that can be quantified. He was starting to sound like a looped recording. I should have expected that. Fleming had always been evasive.
Idé så der deeper.
What was it like the first time you looked a werewolf in the eye? That made him finally look directly at me. Until then, he'd mostly stared at the mic, like most first-timers. But now he turned, meeting my gaze, really studying me, like he was seeing me for the first time, or reassessing something he thought he already knew. Like I was data, another sample to analyze. His eyes were sharp, probing. He smelled completely human, just faint sweat and wool from his blazer. Not even a whiff of the supernatural. But suddenly, I had the urge to growl. I don't see how that's relevant, he said. I know it's not exactly relevant, but this show's meant to be entertaining.
I'm curious.
Let's get to something concrete. When was the first time you looked a werewolf in the eyes? I'd say it was around 15 years ago. That was before your work with the Center for the Study of Paranatural Biology?
Yes.
At the time, I was doing a pathology residency in New York. We'd received an unusual blood sample from a car crash victim. The ER report was horrific: shattered ribs, collapsed lungs, internal bleeding. No way the man should have survived. But he did. Somehow, they managed to stabilize him. My job was to run toxicology, check for alcohol, drugs. I didn't find any of that, but his white blood cell count was bizarre, especially with no signs of infection or illness. I went to the ICU the next day to collect another sample, but he wasn't there. He'd already been transferred out. Just 2 days after the crash, he was sitting up, breathing on his own, like he'd walked away with a mild concussion. I remember staring at his chart, then looking up at him, completely stunned.
He smiled at me.
Almost like he was in on a joke, only he understood. It felt like a challenge, like he wanted me to figure out the truth. I didn't realize what he was back then, but I'll never forget that look. He wasn't surprised to be alive. It was like he knew something I didn't. That moment made me realize that, for all my training and knowledge, there were things in this world I didn't begin to understand. And when you saw that look again, the challenge, the assertion of dominance, like what I just gave you recognized it. Exactly. Did you ever learn more about him? Did he ever tell you what he really was?
No.
He discharged himself the very next day. No insurance, so there was no way to track him. Though I doubt he thought he needed medical care at all.
I'd seen werewolves die.
Only silver poisoning, beheading, or ripping the heart out did the trick. You wanted to understand how he survived, how he healed so fast. Of course. And is that where your research ended? You once mentioned the possibility of a cure. Any scientist studying a disease dreams of finding its cure. But we barely understand what we're dealing with. A cure might be possible someday, but I'd rather not give anyone false hope. How close are you to even understanding them? I've heard everything from viral mutations to medieval humors. That's the thing. These conditions don't behave like diseases. Yes, they spread, and yes, they transform the body. But instead of weakening the host, they enhance them. Vampirism, for example, grants near immortality with surprisingly few downsides. Drinking blood didn't strike me as a minor side effect.
He went on.
Unlocking how that transformation works could be a scientific breakthrough. You're thinking about medical applications. He hesitated again, folding his hands like he was trying to contain his excitement. Like I said, I don't want to get ahead of myself. We've barely scratched the surface. That was probably all I was going to get out of him. All right, let's open the phone lines. Anyone have a question for the good doctor? His eyes went wide, like I'd just pulled a gun on him. Did he really think I wouldn't take calls? Shaking his head, he said, I'd rather not take questions from the audience. I am the audience, I said. You've been answering my questions. Not like this, he muttered. He removed his headset and pushed back his chair.
I'm sorry.
Liz, Wes, and the sound guy stared helplessly through the booth window as he squared his shoulders and bolted from the studio. Doctor, wait. I stood, ready to chase after him. Who the hell walks out on a live broadcast? The cord from my headset yanked me back. The show, I couldn't just abandon it.
Damn.
I sank back into my chair and scrambled to fill the dead air. Apologies, folks. It looks like Dr. Fleming had an unexpected emergency and won't be taking questions. But I'm still here, and ready to take your calls. Let's go to Brinsey from Portland. Underscore 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 underscore. The Senate hearings were set for Monday, but I arrived in DC Saturday evening. My hotel was just a short walk from the Capitol and close to several tourist sites. I'd never been to the city before, so I figured I might as well make a trip out of it. I wanted to see the Smithsonian, damn it. It was tough to keep my eyes on the road without sneaking peeks for the Lincoln Memorial. I'd looked at a map. It had to be close. The setting sun bathed everything in a hazy, smoggy orange. I'd have to wait till tomorrow to sightsee. Traffic slowed ahead. A jam on a Saturday? Ivy hadn't been exaggerating. Then I saw the flashing red and blue lights. An accident? The cars crawled to a stop. No reason to get impatient. I wasn't in a rush. I hit scan on the radio, hoping for a decent tune. Tapped my fingers on the steering wheel. Orange cones squeezed 3 lanes into one. Up ahead, a barricade. Police cruisers lined the shoulder. For officers with flashlights, checked plates, and talked to drivers. A checkpoint. Not shocking for this part of town, I guess. I hadn't heard about a terror alert. Figures. If something serious was happening, the public would be the last to know. My turn came to pass through the checkpoint. 2 uniformed officers approached, one on each side of the car, sweeping their flashlights across the license plates, the inside of the vehicle, and finally me. I rolled down the window. Can I see some identification? I fished around in my backpack for a moment before producing my driver's license. I offered it with a polite smile. "Ma'am, please pull over to the side of the road," he said, gesturing to a spot just past the barricade. He kept my ID. My stomach flipped. I guess that happens to everyone when the police pull them over, regardless of guilt. And as far as I knew, I hadn't done anything wrong. Is there a problem, officer? It was the most stereotypical thing I could have said, straight out of a bad movie. Only guilty people said that. Just pull over. We'll be with you shortly. I watched as they dismantled the barricade, moved the cones, and started getting traffic moving again. The roadblock had done its job. I had this sinking feeling I was what they'd been waiting for. But no, surely not just for me. I didn't exactly scream, "National security threat." Something else had to be going on. I reached for my phone and pulled up Ben's number. My finger hovered over the call button while I kept an eye on the road. A black sedan heading in the opposite direction suddenly flipped a U-turn over the median, crossed 3 lanes, and smoothly pulled up in front of me. The driver handled it like a pro, no screeching tires, not even a wobble. 2 men stepped out, one from each side. They wore dark suits and plain ties, clean cut and forgettable, but solid, broad shoulders. Straight posture, serious demeanor.
Great.
Real-life men in black. This couldn't be real. One of the officers handed the sedan's driver my license, nodding toward me. I sank a little in my seat, as if I could disappear into the upholstery.
I should have called Ben.
But I didn't. I wanted to see where this was headed. It had to be some kind of misunderstanding. The 2 agents walked toward me. Or maybe they were just walking normally, calm and collected, but they felt like predators closing in. The wolf in me bristled. She wanted to snarl. She also wanted to bolt. I still had the keys. I could have driven off. But so could they. I stayed put. Had to let the human side take the lead for once. Thinking before acting. TJ would have approved. Maybe even tossed me a compliment and a pat on the head. That thought settled me a little. They stopped at my window and looked me over. I inhaled deeply, trying to get a read.
Human.
Definitely human. Warm-blooded. No trace of undead. No werewolf scent either. None of that wild musk. But still, something about them set me on edge. They gave off a chill that made my skin crawl. I tightened my grip on the wheel. Stared back at the driver, refusing to flinch. He looked away first. Then he handed me my license. "Ms. Norville? Alette, mistress of the city, would like to extend her hospitality. Would you please step out of the vehicle?" I blinked at him, completely thrown. A rush of adrenaline drained from my limbs, leaving me shaky and annoyed in its wake. Mistress of the city? As in a vampire? I asked. Then I understood what I'd sensed about them. Not vampires themselves, but they carried the scent. Human servants who spent far too much time in vampire company. Their skin was too pale, like they'd started to lose touch with sunlight.
Yes.
She's pleased to have you visiting her city and is eager to meet you. Her city? This is the nation's capital. And she's claiming it. I muttered. But then, what else would a vampire do? He exhaled slowly, carefully reining in his reaction. Clearly under orders to be courteous. Will you accept her hospitality? Why would I? She's concerned for your safety. You're unfamiliar with the local dynamics. You're unprotected. She wants to ensure you're safe. How did she know I was even here? He just said, it's her city. I had to wonder what she hoped to gain from protecting me. Vampires didn't offer shelter out of goodwill. There had to be a catch. And whatever danger she was hinting at, it meant there was a dominant werewolf in town who wouldn't take kindly to an outsider on his turf. Right now, a hostile alpha was way more worrying than a polite vampire. All right, I said. If you'll come with me, I'll drive you to her. What about my car? I loved my car. It had taken me across the country. And my hotel? We've canceled your reservation. Tom will drive your car to the residence. We'll keep it safe while you're here. Free parking in DC, Ms. Norville. Not something to turn down lightly. Actually, it sounded more like something you weren't allowed to turn down. I slipped my phone back into my bag and stepped out of the car. The second agent, Tom, slid behind the wheel the second I cleared the door. I gave my hatchback one last longing glance, like I might never see it again. Then I let myself be guided to the waiting sedan. I said, just so we're clear, the city's vampire mistress has the DC cops in her pocket, or at least enough of them in her pocket that she can order a roadblock on one of the major arteries, just to find one person. It would appear so, he said. She could have just called me, you know. He glanced sidelong at me, and I rolled my eyes. This was a vampire we were talking about. It was all about theatrics. At least as a passenger, I could look for recognizable landmarks a little more safely. After making sure Tom was following us with my car, I leaned over the dashboard and peered out the windshield, searching. The other guy's Tom. What's your name? I asked. After a pause, he said, Bradley. Tom and Bradley. Didn't sound very sinister and men in blackish. So, Bradley, where's the Washington Monument? We're going the wrong way to see it. I sat back and sighed, not bothering to contain my disappointment. How frustrating to be so close to a major national landmark and not see anything. Bradley glanced at me. Sounding amused, he said, Give me a couple minutes and I'll swing back that way. He flicked on the blinker and made a sharp right turn. Wait, was he being nice to me? Back in Colorado, I could see. The sky was big and I could look west and always see the mountains. I always knew where they were, where I was. I needed landmarks. Here and pretty much everywhere I'd been back east, I felt vaguely claustrophobic. Thick trees grew everywhere and blocked the horizon. Even in autumn, with their leaves dried and falling, they formed walls and I could only see the sky by looking up, not out. We turned a corner, and Bradley said amiably, in tour guide fashion, We now approach the famous Washington Mall. And on your right, the Washington Monument. I pressed my face to the window. My gut gave a little jump, like it did when I saw someone famous. It was just like the pictures, but bigger. The towering obelisk was all lit up, and the lights gave it an orange cast. In the center of the vast swath of lawn that was the mall, it stood alone in the dark. Wow. I watched it until we turned another corner and left it behind. I kept track of our route. We ended up driving the opposite direction, back toward the freeway, but we veered off and continued farther west until we came to a quiet row of townhomes in the area Bradley said was Georgetown. Even in the dark, I could tell it was nice and old. Tree-lined streets held rows of brick houses, with slatted shutters and window planters, painted doors, and fancy wrought iron fences out front. Georgetown University was nearby. Bradley turned into an alley, then into a cobbled driveway wide enough to hold several cars. My car was already there. I didn't get much of a sense of what I'd gotten myself into until we entered the townhouse, up a set of steps and through a back door. That surprised me. Most vampires, even the heads of families and cities, made their homes underground. It reduced the chance of them or any of their retainers suffering sunshine-related accidents. But Bradley and Tom led me into the house, through a hall, and to a parlor. This vampire held court in a room with windows, covered with heavy brocade drapes, but windows nonetheless. The place managed to look cluttered and opulent at the same time, crammed with furniture, chaise lounges and wingback chairs, mahogany sideboard tables and coffee tables, some with lace runners, others with lamps, both electric and oil. Curio cabinets held china collections, and a silver tea service was on display on the mantel above the fireplace. Persian rugs softened the hardwood floor. All the lamps were lit, but softly, so the room had a warm, honey-like glow. Scattered among the other decorations were pictures, small portraits, a few black and white photographs. Faces stared out of them all. I wondered who they were. The decor didn't surprise me. Vampires lived for hundreds of years. They tended to carry their valuable collections with them. If the room reminded me of a Victorian parlor, it was probably because it was the real deal, as was its occupant. A woman set a book down on a table and stood from an armchair that sat nearly hidden toward the back of the parlor, near a set of bookshelves. She was pale, cold, dead. No heartbeat. I couldn't guess her actual age, of course. She looked about 30, in her prime and haughty. Her brunette hair was drawn back into a knot at the nape of her neck. Her face was round, the lines of her lips hard, her gaze dark and steady. She wore a wine-colored dress suit with a short, tailored jacket and a calf-length, flowing skirt, a feminine-looking outfit that brought to mind Ingrid Bergman or Grace Kelly. I decided she wasn't Victorian. She was older, much older. She had a gaze that looked across centuries with disdain. The present was only ever a stepping-off point for the really old ones. The oldest vampire I'd ever met was probably around 300 years old. I couldn't be sure. It was rude to ask, but I bet this woman was older. I had planned on being brazen. If she could disrupt my life, I could be snotty about it. But for once, I kept my mouth shut. "Catherine Norville?" she said, an inquiring tilt to her head. She had a wonderfully melodic British accent. Kitty.
Yeah.
Emilette. Welcome to my city. I still wanted to argue my thing, but this woman had me cowed into silence. I didn't like the feeling. "Bradley, Tom, any problems?" "None, ma'am," Bradley said. "Thank you, that will be all." The two men actually bowed, smartly from the waist like trained butlers or footmen in a fairy tale. I stared after them as they left through the doorway to another part of the house. "I do hope they treated you well."
Yeah.
"Well, except for the whole getting stopped at a police roadblock thing. That was a little nerve-wracking." And this wasn't? I didn't think I could escape from her even with my claws out. What did she want with me, really? I won't apologize for that. It was necessary. "Why?" I said. "I host a call-in radio show. My phone number is public knowledge. You could have called. I couldn't let you say no." I started pacing, which required maneuvering around an expensive-looking armchair to find a straight, clear path along the edge of a rug. Alette watched me. She was elegant and regal, and I couldn't help but feel like she was indulging me this little outburst. "You know, if you try to keep me here against my will, I've got people I can call. I don't have to put up with this." "Catherine, Kitty, if you'll please have a seat, we might discuss this in a civilized manner. I fear you're currently in danger of reverting to your other nature." Pacing was a wolf thing. I'd been stalking back and forth, my gaze locked on her, like an animal in a cage. Obediently, I stopped and took a place on the chair she indicated. I took a deep breath and settled down. She sat nearby, at the edge of the sofa. "I have a little better control of myself than that," I said sullenly. "No doubt. But I am aware that I've placed you in strange surroundings and a possibly dangerous situation. I'd best not aggravate you, Carefully maintaining a calm to match hers, I said, "Why did you bring me here?" Sitting with her ankles crossed, one hand resting on the arm of the sofa, she was no less poised and dignified than standing. She might have been a duchess or something, one of those proud noblewomen in a Gainsborough portrait, draped in silk and diamonds, calmly superior. She gave an annoyed frown. The werewolves here are wild and ungoverned. They might see you as easy prey, or an easy target to challenge and dominate. There is no alpha to control them. You'll have enough on your mind while you're here. I didn't think you'd want to worry about that as well. Got that right. But I was betting there was more to it. From what I gathered from stories, throughout history werewolves had either been vampire servants or rivals. At best they came to uneasy truces when they lived near each other. I had never seen what it looked like when there wasn't a truce. Sometimes I felt so ignorant. My old pack, my old alpha, hadn't taught me much about the wider world. With them, I'd learned how to cower. Then I'd learned how to take care of myself. What else? I said. What do you get out of it? She smiled for the first time, a thin and enigmatic expression. My dear girl, this Senate hearing will be the first time in centuries that one of our kind, vampire or lycanthrope, has been summoned before a nation's government in any official capacity. You seem to have made yourself an authority on the subject. I shook my head, wanting to laugh. I've never claimed to be an authority. Nevertheless, many people turn to you. And now, so is the government. And when you speak before the Senate, you will, however indirectly, be speaking on my behalf as well. I didn't want that kind of authority. I didn't want that responsibility. Before I could deny it, she continued, I've brought you here to take the measure of you, to learn whose interests you serve, whose interests you will be serving when you speak before the Senate committee. Which web of political entanglements was I caught up in, she meant. She wanted to know who was pulling my strings, because in her world, everybody had strings. She wasn't going to believe me when I told her. I serve my own interests, I said. I left my pack. I don't have any other associations. I'm not sure I have friends anymore. There's just me and my show, ratings, and the bottom line. That's it. I was sure she didn't believe me. She narrowed her gaze, maintaining a vaguely amused demeanor. Like she didn't care what I said, because she'd figure out the truth eventually. She had time. I suppose, she said finally, that makes you less corruptible than many. True capitalists are extraordinarily predictable. But I've listened to your show, and there's more to you than that. If you've listened to my show, then you know me. Because that's all it is. I parlayed my big mouth into a career. That's all. You may very well be right. I looked away, because her gaze was on me, searching, looking for the layers to peel back. Legends said vampires could entrance you with the power of their gazes. That was how they lured their prey to them, and why some people were all too happy to bare their necks and veins to them. I wasn't tied to anyone. I wanted to keep it that way. She said, If you are right, and there is nothing more to you than what I see before me, then I would be honored if you would accept my hospitality, which is, if I may be so bold, some of the finest in the city. I would. I knew I would, probably the whole time I'd been here. Maybe because the room was nice and comfortable, and as intimidating as she was, she didn't make my hair stand on end. Her use of the word hospitality seemed to have an old-world meaning behind it. It was more than offering a meal and bed for the night. It was a mark of pride and honor. It was an insult to refuse. Thank you, I said, striving for politeness, though I felt ragged beside her. Alette stood. Automatically, I stood with her, smoothing out my jeans and wondering if I should buy some nicer clothes while I was here. Welcome to Washington, she said and offered her hand, which I shook, a normal gesture that I accepted gratefully, even if her skin was too cold. I've set aside a room on the second floor for you. I do hope you like it. Emma will show you to it. The kitchen is also entirely at your disposal. Tell Emma anything you need and she'll take care of it. A young woman, Emma I presumed, had appeared, called by some signal known only to her and Alette. She was fully human, bright-eyed and eager. Old-world hospitality indeed. Alette had maids. My only request, Kitty, is that you tell me if you plan to leave the house for any reason. I have offered you my protection, and I will see the offer through. That almost sounded like a challenge. Could I get out of here without her knowing? What would she do if I tried? And what if there really were ravening werewolves waiting to find me alone? That was a tough call. All right, I said noncommittally, and Alette gave me a skeptical look. If you'll excuse me, I have other business. Good evening to you. She left Emma and me at the foot of a set of narrow, curving stairs outside the parlor. This way, Emma said, smiling, and gestured up. Sometimes human servants were vampires in training, waiting for their masters to initiate them into true undeadness. Sometimes they were simply servants, although their brand of service usually involved a bit more than dusting the furniture. I looked around the collar of her blouse for telltale scars, signs of old bite marks. I didn't see any, but that didn't mean they weren't there somewhere. We reached the top of the stairs and entered a narrow hallway. More framed photographs and portraits decorated the walls. They represented different times, different eras. The hair, clothing, and demeanors of the people changed from portrait to portrait as we continued. Did Alette have some kind of obsession with collecting these images? Can I ask you a question? Sure, Emma said. She was probably about 19. Hell, she might have been working her way through college. I had to ask, do you know what she is? She smiled wryly and ducked her gaze. My family's worked for her for generations. We followed her here from England 200 years ago. She's been good to us. She opened a door at the end of the hall, then looked at me. You know better than anybody, they aren't all bad. I couldn't argue. My duffel bag had already been brought up to the bedroom. The suite included a full bathroom with brass handles on the sink and shower. Maybe this wasn't such a bad idea. I might even get spoiled. Emma showed me an intercom by the door, a modern amenity in the antique house. Just ring if you need anything. I asked for a sandwich. Then sleep. Sleep was good. Sleeping meant I wasn't wondering where the rest of Alette's vampire clan was hanging out, because human minions could only do so much, and I was pretty sure she didn't rule her empire all by herself. Chapter 3. Alette had asked me to let her know if I planned on going out. Naturally, I did. But by the time I finally woke up, it was already broad daylight, meaning she was likely asleep. So I left a note. Just a quick message scribbled on notebook paper, left on the coffee table in the parlor. Admittedly, it wasn't entirely honest. Tom and Bradley were probably supposed to be my go-to contacts, and I'm sure Alette expected me to notify one of them. She might have even arranged a nice, safe, chauffeured tour of the city. I was just about to open the front door when I heard footsteps hurrying down the stairs behind me. Miss Norville. It was Emma, her brown hair pinned up in a loose bun, dressed in jeans and an oversized sweatshirt that made her look like a college freshman. I backed away from the door, caught red-handed. Call me Kitty, I said quickly. I was just checking the weather. Not a convincing lie, considering the backpack slung over my shoulder. So, Alette has you working Sundays? Oh no, she lets me use the upstairs library to study. It's my last day to catch up on homework before classes start again. I was just headed to the kitchen for a snack.
Wow.
She really was working her way through school. Georgetown, I asked. George Washington, she said, leaning casually on the banister, still smiling helpfully. Have you had breakfast? Want me to make you something? No thanks, I'm good. I was eager to get out, no offense intended. I shifted awkwardly, hoping she'd take the hint. The silence stretched. I wasn't fooling anyone. I'd even convinced myself that if I left my car parked behind the house and used public transit, they'd assume I was still in bed.
Finally, she sighed.
I can't stop you from leaving, but Alette's not going to be happy when she finds out you went out alone. That didn't exactly ease my conscience. You're not going to get in trouble, are you?
No.
Alette doesn't get mad.
Not like that.
But she'll be disappointed. No one liked disappointing Alette. I won't be gone long. I just want to look around a little. I'll be back before she even wakes up. Have fun, Emma said, though her tone made it sound more like an obligation than genuine encouragement. She turned and disappeared into the kitchen. I felt like a jerk, but I left anyway. The metro didn't extend this far out, but a shuttle ran between Georgetown and the nearest metro stations. Within 30 minutes, I was smack in the middle of the National Mall, and I dove into full-on tourist mode. There was no way I could see everything in a single day, probably not even in a week if I tried to cover all the museums. Thankfully, plenty of tour companies were eager to take my money, driving me around and giving me their rehearsed commentary. They even dropped me off at museum entrances. I saw the White House. I crammed in as much as I could all morning and into the afternoon, darting from site to site. And as I moved, I kept a lookout, watching faces, scanning the crowds. But everyone around me was just another tourist, sweaty and grumpy. I wasn't going to find any lycanthropes in that crowd, not that I could sniff one out across the entire mall anyway. Still, I would have loved to spot someone who looked like a friendly werewolf and offer them a coffee to get the local scoop. I was leaving the Museum of American History when my phone rang, making me jump. I'd forgotten it was stuffed in my jeans pocket. I answered. Kitty.
Ben?
Where are you? At the hotel. Where are you? He'd flown in this morning on a red-eye. We had both booked rooms at the same hotel, the one I never actually checked into yesterday. It's a long story. We should meet up. I'm having a late lunch in my room. Can you come over? I'll order you a steak. Make it rare. Thanks. I'll be there in a few minutes. After a few hours walking around, I'd gotten confident enough to navigate solo, and I was proud of getting to the hotel on my own. Always pays to know your exits. The place was only a few blocks from the Capitol, close to the office complex where the hearing was scheduled. Ben had already given me his room number, so I headed straight up and knocked. He opened the door and returned to the table where a room service tray sat, halfway through a steak. That better be going on the expense account, I said as I stepped inside and closed the door. He just grinned. Ben wasn't big on formalities. He wore a wrinkled dress shirt, untucked and half unbuttoned, revealing a plain white undershirt underneath. He was in his 30s, a bit rugged, maybe even weathered. His blonde hair was messy, receding slightly. On the bed, a briefcase sat open, papers and legal documents spilled everywhere. He didn't look like much, but he worked hard. How was the flight? I asked.
Fine.
You look like you've been all over town. I probably looked a mess, sweaty hair sticking to my face. It wasn't quite summer, but it was a warm, humid fall day. I hadn't considered how much walking I'd end up doing. Most people would have thought I was nuts trying to cram in so much in one day. But honestly, I wasn't even tired. Sometimes, being a werewolf has perks. I could run for miles without breaking down. This place is amazing, I said. I ran through the Air and Space Museum to see the Wright Flyer, the Natural History Museum for the Hope Diamond and dinosaurs, then over to the American History Museum for the Star-Spangled Banner. They've even got one of Mr. Rogers' sweaters. He must have had dozens, but still, pretty cool. I swear, this is the most culturally packed square mile in the whole country. I'd basically sprinted through the museums, trying to soak in as much as I could. Who knew if I'd have another free day to explore? Ben gave me a look, a smirk that said he was barely holding back a laugh. What? I asked, pouting. You actually got emotional seeing the Star-Spangled Banner, didn't you? Have you been to Arlington Cemetery yet? Did you see Kennedy's grave? I had gotten misty-eyed, but there was no way I was going to admit it. Not yet. I'm planning to go after the hearings tomorrow. That'll really hit you. Better bring some tissues. I scowled. Do you have to tease me about it? Why not? I didn't realize you were such a softie. So, I'm a softie. Big deal. What does that make you? A lawyer. He didn't even pause before answering. Then, without missing a beat, he switched gears. Do you know who's heading the committee you're going to testify in front of? I didn't. I'd been wrapped up in the show, getting the interview with Fleming and traveling. The rest was Ben's job, right?
No clue.
You're not going to like it. How bad could it be? Who is it? Joseph Duke. I groaned. Senator Duke was a notorious zealot, basically a modern-day witch hunter. And I mean that literally. In a world where most people still thought witches and werewolves were fantasy, he was on a crusade to prove otherwise. He took it as his divine mission to expose us, backed by a loyal religious voter base. He'd even been on my show recently, where he offered to pray for my soul. So, yeah, he probably saw these hearings as his moment of glory. Could be worse, I offered.
Sure.
You could be a communist werewolf, he said, nodding toward the chair across from him. My rare steak was already waiting. I sat down, appetite fading fast. So, what's your story? He asked. I gave him the rundown, trying to downplay the danger. He still gave me that look, that skeptical, are you out of your mind stare. He snorted. The city's master vampire invited you to stay in her home? You realize how creepy that is, right? I know. But honestly, she's not that bad.
Kitty.
She's a vampire. And I'm a snarling werewolf. I see the irony. Look, he said, these hearings are kind of thrown together. I couldn't even get a schedule for the witnesses. I doubt they'll call you tomorrow. I'm betting they'll spend the first couple of days grilling Fleming. We should sit in, get a sense of the atmosphere. See what kind of angle they're working. I nodded. I wanted to hear what Fleming had to say, too. Maybe his answers under pressure would be more revealing than what he gave me. What do we actually know about him? I asked. Just what's been in the media. He's a doctor with a history of fringe research. You probably know more than I do. I've read up on his work and his connection to the center, but personally, nothing. He mentioned doing a residency in New York. Think you could dig into that for me? I'll look into it. He rifled through one of the paper stacks on the bed and handed me a bundle. Here's your mail from the past couple of weeks. A few local invites. Word got around that you were coming. Looks like you ended up on some press-related mailing lists. So people I'd never even met knew I was in town.
Great.
Why would anyone invite me to anything? I asked. Apparently, you have status now. You're trendy.
Ugh.
That might be even worse than being considered an expert. I flipped through the envelopes. Heavy cardstock, cream and pearl gray. One was for a cocktail event hosted by the Colorado representative for my district. Political schmoozing. I set it aside. Another was for a lecture sponsored by the League of Women Voters. Almost caved to my inner feminist on that one. The third was a reception for a new exhibit opening at the Hirshhorn, the Smithsonian's Modern Art Museum. Dress code. Formal. It sounded glamorous. Artsy. Better than spending another night holed up at Alette's. Honestly, I couldn't remember the last time I went to a Real party. Problem was, I didn't have anything to wear. That meant I needed to find a dress. And shoes. And I had only a couple of hours to do it. I gotta go, I said, stuffing the invitations into my backpack and heading for the door. See you tomorrow. Kitty. Ben's voice stopped me. I turned, and for once, he actually looked me in the eyes. He'd spent most of the time focused on his lunch. The sudden sincerity in his gaze caught me off guard. You don't need me to tell you to be careful, right? I blinked, thrown.
Wow.
You almost sound like you care. Gotta protect the income, he said with a half smile. I rolled my eyes and ducked out. What could possibly go wrong? Underscore 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 underscore. I never owned a little black cocktail dress. Every woman should have one by the time she's 30. Now I did. I got back to Alette's just after sunset, an hour before the reception started. Alette was already waiting in the foyer. So much for sneaking in undetected. Emma's assurance that Alette wouldn't find out? Completely wrong. Her arms folded, she said calmly. I would have preferred you take Bradley or Tom with you. I froze like a teenager caught sneaking in after curfew. My backpack slung over one shoulder and a department store garment bag over the other. I didn't want to trouble anyone, I mumbled. The look she gave me said how pathetic that excuse was. She glanced at the bag. You've been shopping? Yeah. She definitely wouldn't be thrilled about me attending this museum thing. But I'd been out all day. I hadn't picked up on any strange vibes, no territorial wolves tracking me. The whole paranoia narrative was wearing thin. Still, leaving now, while she was wide awake, would be trickier than slipping out during the day. I wasn't going to make excuses.
Yes.
I bought a dress. I got invited to a reception at the Hirshhorn. I reached into my backpack, fished out the invite, and handed it to her like I needed to prove I wasn't making it up. It sounds fun. It starts in an hour. I'd really like to go. Ridiculous. I hadn't had to ask permission to go out since high school. Actually, that wasn't true. I'd had to beg Carl, my old Pax Alpha, every time I wanted to do anything. He loved keeping his wolves close and under control. I thought I'd left that behind. Guess not. I straightened up and tried to look composed. She examined the invitation, then turned her gaze to me. May I see the dress? I slipped off the plastic and held the hanger up. It was black silk, spaghetti straps, form-fitting but classy. Short enough to be fun, but not so short I couldn't sit down with dignity. And the shoes? Fabulous strappy heels on sale. She fingered the fabric, then nodded slightly. Simple. Elegant. It'll do. Like I needed her approval. I'm going to change, I said, heading for the stairs.
She didn't stop me.
Once I was a few steps up, I dashed the rest of the way. I'd barely shut my bedroom door when my cell phone rang. I checked the caller ID, Mom.
Right.
It was Sunday. She always called on Sundays. Mom. Where are you this week? She already sounded mildly annoyed. She'd asked me to call whenever I landed somewhere new. With how often I moved around, that was easier said than done. I usually forgot. Washington, D.C. That caught her interest. Really? How exciting. Have you been sightseeing? Thankfully, I could say yes, and we chatted for a couple minutes about it. She sounded disappointed when I said I wasn't taking many pictures. I'll send you a postcard, I offered. But I've got to go. There's somewhere I need to be. Oh, the classic mom question that means something else. I sighed. It's a reception at one of the art museums. It sounded fun. Are you going alone? How she managed to load a simple question with so much subtext, I'll never know. But I knew exactly what she meant. Yes, by myself, I replied, a little too sharply. I haven't been here long enough to get asked out. You seem to know people everywhere. You can't blame me for asking. I worry about you, traveling alone like this. Now wasn't the time to mention I was living with a vampire.
I've seen Mom.
Really? I believe you. Just promise you'll call before you leave town, okay? Mental note to self. Try to remember this time. I'll do my best. I love you. Love you too, Mom. I finally managed to shower and change. After a few minutes of practice walking in my new heels, I was ready to head downstairs. Alette was waiting in the foyer at the base of the staircase. She might not have moved at all since I'd last seen her. But now she wasn't alone. She'd just finished saying something to a man standing behind her, casually leaning against the doorway to the parlor with his arms crossed. He wasn't Bradley or Tom. He looked to be in his mid-20s on the short side, with tousled brown hair, a cleft chin, and a sly grin. His gaze traveled up from my feet, pausing along the way with exaggerated deliberateness. The grin widened when he met my eyes. He didn't have a heartbeat, and his scent was cold and bloodless. Not just a vampire, a smug one. Once I reached the foyer, I leaned in and asked quietly, "Who's that?" Alette raised her hand in introduction. "This is Leo. He'll be accompanying you tonight. A vampire chaperone. Fantastic." "I'll be fine on my own," I said. She gave me a look, the classic my house, my rules kind of look. No argument was going to change her mind. Leo took her hand and kissed it with a practiced flourish. They exchanged some silent, knowing glance full of centuries-old rapport.
"He's one of mine," she said.
You can trust him. But I didn't trust her. I almost told her I was done playing guest and would rather book a hotel. This arrangement was clearly not going to work. She stepped back and studied me critically from a few angles. Then, with a sniff, she said, "You can't possibly go out like that. Wait here." She turned and strode off, heels tapping against the hardwood, all command and purpose. I quickly scanned myself. Everything seemed in place, nothing crooked or unzipped. Was something stuck to me? Toilet paper on a heel? Leo watched, thoroughly amused. So you're the famous Kitty Norville, he said. His accent was British, though lighter and more casual than Alette's. Famous? That's overstating things. You should feel honored. Alette doesn't trouble herself with just anyone who crosses into her domain. I am honored, I replied dryly, frowning. Alette returned carrying a velvet jewelry box.
Typical, she said.
You wild things spend so much time in the woods, you forget how to accessorize properly. Here, hold this. She opened the box and handed it to me. Inside was a teardrop-shaped diamond pendant on a gold chain. Or, at least it looked like a diamond. After seeing the Hope diamond earlier that day, I wasn't sure I trusted my judgment. But this one was about the size of my pinky nail. I'd left my hair down in loose waves. It would get tangled the moment I stepped outside, but I hadn't known what else to do with it. Alette gently swept it aside and fastened the necklace around my neck. The pendant settled just below the hollow of my throat. Exactly right. There, she said, stepping back to inspect the result. Now you're fit to be seen in public. It's not silver, is it? Certainly not. I smoothed my hair into place. How's my hair? She took both my hands and smiled. It's lovely, dear. And just like that, I kind of liked her. I worried that maybe she was using some vampire charm on me, but this felt like something else. Like girlish generosity. A woman lending another woman a necklace. Leo offered me his arm. I stared at it, unsure what to do. Then, feeling rude for hesitating, I slipped my hand through. He smiled like he was trying not to laugh. I straightened my back and tried to walk like this was normal. His arm was stiff, and the lack of a pulse beneath his skin was disconcerting. Alette saw us off at the door like we were teenagers going to prom. Bradley waited at the curb with a sedan, holding the door open. This was all getting absurd. Leo helped me into the car with theatrical gallantry before walking around to the other side. I couldn't decide if I felt glamorous or ridiculous, so I just stayed quiet. Underscore 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 underscore. The reception at the Hirshhorn was in a sleek gallery of white walls, shining floors, and precise lighting. The space held sculptures, abstract installations, and a few scattered paintings. The art mostly required reading the exhibit notes to understand. Papier-mâché wall pieces, chairs made of scrap metal. One of those postmodern, you just wouldn't get at setups. The guest of honor was a middle-aged woman in the far corner, chatting with admirers. I hadn't figured out which pieces were hers, and I wasn't sure I wanted to in case I had to say something insightful. I was more likely to offer something like cool or weird, which probably wouldn't win points. I settled near a Jackson Pollock piece because, hey, I recognized it. Leo, meanwhile, was watching the people. He played the part of bored date well, but he was clearly scanning the room like a security detail. So, Leo, I said, where are you from? Originally?
Leeds, he said.
Haven't been back in quite a while. With vampires, that could mean a century. What, a few decades? 100 years? He grinned. And spoil the mystery? How long have you worked with Alette? Isn't that basically the same question? So much for subtlety. Do you ever miss it? Miss what? Leeds. He swept the room with a bemused glance. Why would I miss anything when I get to babysit you? I turned away, trying to ignore him. But his presence was hard to miss, like a cold stone in a flowing river. People naturally avoided his orbit. Still, I noticed him watching a young woman in a green blouse with a deep neckline. She stood across the room, laughing, wineglass in hand. When she tilted her chin to laugh, she exposed her throat. Leo's posture shifted, tense, focused.
Predatory.
Vampires didn't pounce. They seduced. They were drawn to beauty and projected it in return. Leo, with his rakish charm and obvious wealth, could likely draw her in easily. She'd fall for it, unaware of what she was really inviting. I said, without raising my voice, If you take one step in her direction, I'll cross the room and tell her she should steer clear of you, even if the rape charges didn't stick." His smirk faltered into a glare. "You must be a riot at parties. You'll never find out." He stepped closer and spoke so his breath touched my bare shoulder. "Werewolf blood is quite the delicacy. You might think of giving me a try. The experience isn't as one-sided as you might imagine." A shudder charged up my spine, and my heart rate doubled. I took a step back, almost stumbling over my own feet. It was pure instinct, wolf backing into a corner and preparing for an attack, bracing for a chance to run. Leo laughed. He'd known exactly what button to push. I closed my eyes and straightened, taking a deep breath and trying to relax. Embarrassing, certainly. This was also proof at just how close to the edge I really was, how fine the line was between the two parts of my being. A little nudge like that, and I slid right over. If he'd pushed it, I might have started changing right there in self-defense. "Jerk," I muttered. "I need to use the ladies' room. I'll be back in a minute." Take your time," he said, and pointedly turned to continue visually menacing the woman across the room. I marched away. I didn't really have to use the bathroom. I leaned on the tile wall and pressed my hands to my cheeks, which were flushed and burning. I'd let him get to me, and I was more angry at myself than him for it. I like to think I was better than that. I waited until my heartbeat had slowed, and I felt calm again. Checking myself in the mirror, I smoothed out my dress and nodded, satisfied. I'd just ignore him. On the way out the door, I ran into a man exiting the men's room. I'd had my head down, not paying attention, not as calm and collected as I'd thought. I stumbled, and he grabbed my arm to steady me. I started to pull away and apologize, but I caught his scent, and it was wild. Fur and wilderness, open country under a full moon, not quite human. My eyes widened and my back tightened, like hackles rising. He stared back at me, eyes also wide, his nose flaring to take in my scent. He'd sensed me just as strongly as I'd sensed him. He was tall, with a strong face, brown eyes, and dark hair. For a moment, I tensed, ready to run, to flee what might have been a challenge. Our wary gazes locked on each other. I didn't want to fight. I took a step back, but then his lips grew into a wondering smile. The expression said welcome. He didn't want to fight either. "I don't know you. Who are you?" He had an unidentifiable accent, though his English was crisp and clear.
"Kitty," I said.
"I've been looking for you. I mean, not you specifically, but he was a lycanthrope, but not a wolf." I couldn't identify the odd edge to his scent. "You're not wolf. What are you?" The smile turned playful. "Jaguar." "Really?" Awe filled my voice. That was so cool. I had no idea. "That's clear. My name is Luis. I work at the Brazilian embassy." "You? Are you visiting Washington?" "Yes. We were just around the corner from the party." "From Leo." I glanced nervously in that direction, expecting the vampire to walk in on us at any moment. I pulled Luis closer to the wall, as if that would hide us. "Luis, I was given to understand that the lycanthrope situation here is sort of unstable. Dangerous for strangers just passing through." His brow creased. "Who said this?" My hands wanted to clench. I was so nervous. I had so many questions, and I didn't know him at all, didn't know how he'd react, didn't know what I was getting myself into. But I was desperate for another source of information. "Alette," I told him. He shook his head and chuckled, but the gesture was humorless. "Alette, yes. She thinks we are rabble. Why have you spoken with her?" I winced. "It's a long story. You should meet others of your kind, hear their side. I will take you there. No matter what she has told you, you will be safe." I'd just met him. I shouldn't have trusted him, but my curiosity quickly overcame any sense of caution. And I felt something else, a warm shiver that had nothing to do with our lycanthropy. I hadn't let go of his arm. His body was close to mine, and he was cute. "There's a problem. Alette sent Leo along to look after me. I don't think he'd be happy about this." He pursed his lips, serious for a moment, and glanced over his shoulder. "It isn't a problem."
"Come?"
He held my hand, his was warm and dry, and guided me away from the exhibit, around another corner to the service door where the catering staff passed back and forth with their trays of food and drink. Louise said, "Some vampires have lived like nobility for so long, they forget about the servants. He won't be watching this door." Sure enough, we traveled down a plain concrete corridor to a fire door and emerged onto the nighttime street. No one followed us. We walked along the mall, which even at night hosted joggers, dog walkers, people strolling before or after a dinner out. After 10 minutes or so, I took off my heels and carried them. My feet tingled on the concrete sidewalk. Nighttime, and I felt like running. Full moon wasn't for another week, though. Luis glanced at me, gaze narrowed, lips in a wry smile, like he understood. Next we rode the metro for a few stops, ending up a mile or so north from where we started. Luis led me on for a couple more blocks before stopping. Here we are. A subtle shopfront sign, silver lettering on a blue background, lit by a small exterior light, announced the Crescent. Tinted windows didn't offer much of a view of the interior. Upstairs is a Moroccan restaurant. Decent, a little pricey, but don't tell Ahmed I said that. We're going downstairs. Sure enough, we bypassed the brick stairs leading up and took the set winding down to a garden-level door. Ahmed. He owns the place. You'll meet him if he's here tonight. I heard the music before Luis opened the door. Once he did, the sound opened up with all its richness and rhythm. Live music, not a recording. A Middle Eastern drum, a string instrument of some kind, and a flute. They weren't playing an identifiable song, but rather jamming on a traditional-sounding riff. It was fast, joyous, danceable. Once inside, I saw the trio of musicians seated on chairs near the bar. One was white, one black, the other Arabic-looking. The whole place had an international feel to it, and I heard conversations in a few different languages. Cloth hangings decorated the walls, and while the area inside the door looked like any other bar, farther inside there weren't any chairs, but large cushions and pillows surrounding low tables. Oil lamps and candles provided light. I smelled curry and wine in the air. A guy who couldn't possibly have been old enough to serve drinks was behind the bar, drying glasses. A few patrons sat nearby on bar stools, tapping their feet or nodding along to the music. A woman in a full skirt and peasant blouse danced. I supposed it was belly dancing, but my image of belly dancing was totally different. She was all about grace and joy of movement, not the I dream of genie fantasy. Her dark hair trailed in a braid that swung as she turned, and she wore a distant smile. Another dozen people sat at the tables, watching the dancer or the musicians, talking among themselves, reclining on cushions, eating and drinking. It was a calm, leisurely party, a nightclub of sorts, drawing people for conversation and atmosphere. All of them were lycanthropes. I stopped, shocked into immobility. I hadn't sensed this many lycanthropes in one place since I was with the pack. I had never seen this many in one place without them glaring at each other, stalking, picking fights, jockeying for position within the pack hierarchy. At the very least, if they weren't fighting, they were cowering before the leader, who kept them in line, who made peace by force. There was no leader here, not that I could see. Is something wrong? Louise said. No, it's just, I wasn't expecting this. All of them in one place. It's overwhelming. You have always been alone then? I used to have a pack, but it was nothing like this. He said, "Can I get you a drink?" I probably needed one.
Wine. White.
I think. 2 filled wine glasses in hand, Luis led me to the back half of the club, where we could sit in relative quiet. His face lit when he came to a small group gathered in a corner. Ahmed. You are here.
Luis?
A large man rose to his feet more gracefully than I would have given him credit for. He displaced his friends to one side, who amiably continued their conversation without him. He managed to clap Luis on the shoulders without making him spill a drop of wine. He had a faint accent, thoroughly Americanized. Good to see you. I was beginning to think you'd abandoned us at last. I've been busy. Ahmed turned to face me. He had olive-toned skin, black hair, and a shadow of dark stubble. Though he carried a noticeable paunch, there was nothing soft about him. It gave him a look of cheerful solidity. Draped over his shirt and trousers was a light, flowing robe that suited the ambience of the room perfectly. He was a wolf. In my mind's eye, I imagined a massive, grizzled beast standing in his place. The image sparked a deep-rooted instinct to cower or seek shelter behind Luis. I resisted the impulse. Ahmed's sharp-eyed gaze flickered knowingly, as if he was fully aware of the effect he had on other werewolves. Luis, it looks like fortune is smiling on you tonight. Welcome, welcome, he said with a warm grin. He held out his hand, and I gratefully accepted it, eager to hold on to something familiar. He enclosed my hand in both of his smile sincere. And who do I have the pleasure of meeting? Kitty. Kitty Norville? As in the midnight hour? God help me if there was more than one werewolf named Kitty running around. I beamed, slightly flattered by the recognition. That's me. Luis blinked at me. You're that Kitty? You never mentioned. It didn't come up. You guys actually listened to the show. Ahmed gave a vague shrug, while Luis averted his eyes. I've heard it once or twice, Ahmed said. But I've got friends who are big fans, swear by it. I looped my arm through Luis's and accepted a glass of wine from him. The night, which had started out bleak, was suddenly looking up. It's okay, I said with a grin. Most folks don't like to admit they listen. Let's sit down. You'll have to tell me everything about this place. I gestured to the room. The music, the gathering of shapeshifters. Wonderful idea. Ahmed agreed. Becoming a lycanthrope usually wasn't part of anyone's life plan, and it rarely altered their existing dreams. Careers that required travel, a desire to explore. Those goals didn't disappear. Lycanthropy just complicated things. Some, especially the non-pack types, managed better. But for all of us, the issue of territory lingered. Animal instincts could take over, especially during full moons, when the need to run was strongest. A roamer like me needed safe ground to change. In DC, with its embassies, universities, and federal sprawl, the international crowd included plenty of shapeshifters. The Crescent offered them a sanctuary. Ahmed explained it all. Those of us who travel understand, time is too precious for fighting. Death comes for everyone. No need to rush it. We have better things to do than constantly challenge each other. So we come here. Many cities have places like this. New York, San Francisco, London, Istanbul. If only TJ had had a space like this. If Carl had taken a page from Ahmed's book. If things had been different, too many ifs. I could stack them to the ceiling and it still wouldn't bring TJ back. Ahmed began pointing out a few people in the room. Marion, the dancer, a word jackal from Egypt working to sponsor her sister's immigration. Yutaka, a Japanese history student, and Werfox, leaned by the bar. The band consisted of 2 wolves and a tiger. He also mentioned a friend who wasn't present tonight, a Russian professor who had defected in the 70s. He was a werebear. I couldn't even imagine what that looked like. It felt like a zoo and a utopia, at least from where I stood. I'd heard a lot of tragic stories on my show. People only reached out when they were desperate. I'd never seen a place where it all worked. The wine was making me emotional. I wiped my eyes before the tears could fall. Luis handed me a napkin from a nearby table. You okay? He asked gently.
Yeah.
It's just, I've never seen anything like this. Everyone's so kind, peaceful. It's overwhelming. We're glad to have you here, he said with a warm smile. Ahmed leaned in, curious. And what has your experience been? I shook my head slowly, unsure how to phrase it. Power struggles. Jealousy. We had an alpha who protected us, but he ruled with an iron fist. I had to fight to be seen, and even then, I eventually walked away. It was all conflict, all the time. Then I come here, and Alette warns me that the local lycanthropes are wild and unpredictable. That I'd be in danger. I believed her. But she was wrong. Ahmed tilted his head thoughtfully. Or perhaps, from her perspective, she was telling the truth. Alette distrusts what she can't control. With no alpha, she sees us as a threat. You're willing to give her that much credit? I've known her kind before. She means well in her own way. Her worst sin is pride. I chuckled, but it turned bitter. Part of me wondered if it wasn't too late to walk away from her hospitality and just stay here. The music slowed. The woman had stopped dancing, and the musicians drifted into gentler rhythms, weaving their sounds together. People started saying their goodbyes. But I wasn't ready to leave. Luis wrapped an arm around my shoulders. I leaned into him, welcoming the warmth and comfort. With him on one side and Ahmed on the other, both calm presences, I felt something I hadn't felt since TJ died. Safety. I was surrounded by friends, real ones, who would stand by me. This was what it meant to belong. Ahmed studied me with a quiet intensity. Do you know the story of Daniel? My mind felt fuzzy with wine and warmth. I blinked. Daniel? Daniel and the lion's den. Oh, that Daniel. Sure. It was a Bible story. Daniel stayed faithful, got tossed into a lion pit, and emerged untouched, protected by divine intervention. Ahmed nodded. Do you know why he survived? Because of his faith. God sent angels to guard him. Perhaps, he said, but maybe not in the way you think. Daniel survived because he spoke to the lions. He knew their language because he was one of them, a werlion. My eyes widened. The Bible doesn't say that. Not openly. But if you read closely, it's there. This was millennia ago. The line between human and beast was thinner. Lycanthropes like us were the bridge. Daniel was wise. He came to understand that he was made this way for a reason. That's the lesson. We all have purpose, even if it's hidden from us at first. Daniel is a saint among our kind. I've never heard it told that way. Ahmed let out a quiet sigh. It saddens me that the packs in this country don't share the old stories with one another. If we spent more time gathered around telling tales and sharing drinks, perhaps there would be far less fighting, don't you think? Hear, hear. I agreed, lifting my nearly empty glass in a toast. I drained the last of it and added, "Tell me another one." Time blurred. I lounged on satin cushions, tucked in the warmth of Luis's embrace, listening to Ahmed recount tales I thought I knew. Only now I was hearing them through a lens I had never considered before. The lens of a werewolf, one who saw life with both human insight and animal instinct, forever walking the line between two worlds. He spoke of Enkidu from the Epic of Gilgamesh, a wild man once ruled by primal nature, tamed by a woman's touch. But what if he hadn't just lived like a beast? What if he was one, and still chose civilization? Ahmed wove fables that echoed Aesop, full of compassion between species, humans pulling thorns from lions' paws, and classical myths of gods shifting form as easily as breath. In Ahmed's telling, lycanthropy wasn't a curse or a disease. It was a legacy, a gift that placed me in a long, noble lineage of shapeshifters, heroes, and saints who moved fluidly between forms, finding power in duality. I wasn't ready to call it a blessing. What had happened to me was still an accident, violent, traumatic. I didn't feel lucky, but I couldn't deny that if I hadn't become a werewolf, I wouldn't have my radio show or the success it brought. That thought left me tangled and uncertain. Wait, Marion. You're not leaving without a goodbye, are you? Ahmed called to the dancer, just as she reached the exit. Excuse me, he said to us, then bounded up to sweep her into a huge hug, more wolf than bear, but both came to mind. Luis took the moment to shift closer, his hand sliding to rest at my hip in a gesture that left no doubt about his intentions. When I turned to him, he was already watching me, close enough for me to feel the warmth of his breath. I tilted my head and leaned in, his lips brushed mine softly, then pulled back. A rush of heat flushed through me, head to toe. "My apartment's just a few blocks away," he whispered against my ear. I could feel every line of his body behind me, solid and warm. I wanted this. I wanted him. I pressed his hand and smiled. We stopped to say goodbye to Ahmed at the door. I felt self-conscious, like I was radiating heat, but Luis remained close. "Thank you," I told Ahmed, "for everything. The stories, the company, this place." "Kitty, the pleasure is mine. The doors here are always open to you." The night air was crisp as Luis and I walked, arms linked. His apartment was sleek and stylish, exposed brick, hardwood floors, floor-length drapes. The furniture was minimal but tasteful, and the kitchen had a fully stocked island that hinted he might actually cook. Not that I took much time to admire it. Like a scene out of a film, we were kissing before the front door had fully closed. He pressed me against the wall. I wrapped my leg around him and pulled him closer. We couldn't get enough fast enough. My whole body buzzed, inside and out. It struck me, when had I last had good sex? Not just sex, but the kind that left me aching in the best way? It had been far, far too long. His hand slid up my thigh beneath my skirt. I caught it, slowing him down. I wanted to savor this, his lips, his warmth, the way his scent made my head swim. I pressed my face into his neck and breathed him in. He slipped the strap of my dress off my shoulder and leaned in to inhale my skin. I laughed softly. I was barely upright anymore, completely draped against him. He held me close, and we moved together, breathing as one. This was going to be good. Much later, we lay tangled in his bed, glowing, bare, and content. I drifted in and out of a dreamy haze, then became aware of a soft vibration, almost a hum, beneath me. The bed buzzed like one of those cheap hotel massage mattresses. Frowning, I glanced around, puzzled. The sound came from just behind me. I shifted carefully, keeping Luis's arm around my waist.
Luis?
I asked, turning over. Are you purring? The rumbling ceased. Half asleep, he murmured. Chapter 4. Don't move, I'll get it. Luis was already out of bed before I fully registered the steady knocking at the front door. The sound was growing more urgent. He threw on a robe and walked over. Yes, he called through the door. The reply came clearly, despite the muffling wood. It's time for Kitty to go. She's had enough fun for one night.
Leo.
Of course. He'd tracked me down. Dawn had to be near. Maybe I thought I could outlast him, but it looked like he had just enough time to haul me back before sunrise. Luis looked at me, waiting. I stayed silent. The doorknob rattled. You don't have to go, he said. He can't come in unless I invite him. And I won't. The sacred rules of territory. If we could stand an hour of Leo pestering us through a closed door, we'd be in the clear. Then came the click and scrape of a lock giving way. The deadbolt slid back. Luis moved quickly, avoiding the door as it swung open. Bradley stood there, holding what was undoubtedly a lockpick. Leo leaned casually against the hallway wall, just outside the threshold, his face a mask of smug amusement. Fortunately, the mortal staff in Alet's service aren't bound by those pesky rules. You're trespassing, Luis said sharply. Hello, Luis. How's the Crescent's merry band of misfits these days? Luis's stance shifted, fists clenched, posture tense. Ready to lunge. It was a powerful, dangerous image. Romantic, in a terrifying way. Luis, it's okay. I should probably go. Why should you? He said, eyes still locked on Leo. They're holding my car hostage, I said. Luis didn't look satisfied with that answer, but said nothing. I was still in bed, wrapped in the sheets, glaring at the two uninvited guests. Would you mind closing the door so I can get dressed? I asked. No, Leo replied flatly. This time, I'm not taking my eyes off you. Luis moved to shut the door anyway. Bradley stepped forward, bracing his arm to stop it. He leaned in, trying to push back, but Luis was stronger and began to force it shut. Bradley added his other hand, pressing harder. The door creaked under the strain. Forget it, I said, not wanting this to escalate. Not because I doubted Luis could handle it, but because I hated being the reason he might have to. I stood and walked calmly across the room, ignoring Leo's gaze. Bradley respectfully turned away. Luis stood firm, defending his space. Leo, however, stared unabashedly, trying to get under my skin. But I'd run with wolves. I'd been naked before them. I wasn't going to shrink now. I pulled on my dress without flinching, found my shoes and purse, and joined Luis at the door. Very nice, Leo said, smirking. I ignored him. Thanks for everything, I told Luis. I had a great time. Be careful, he said quietly. I will. I leaned in for a kiss, and he gave it, soft and warm. I sighed as I pulled back, reluctant to leave. "I'll see you again," he said. It wasn't a question. I smiled.
Yeah.
I lingered, hoping he'd kiss me again. "Finished," Leo said, voice sharp with impatience. Scowling, I stepped out. Luis closed the door behind me. Leo and Bradley walked on either side of me like bodyguards as we left the building. Leo claimed the front seat of the car while Bradley drove. "You're a real wild card," Leo called cheerfully over his shoulder. He folded his arms, smirking. The sky was already starting to lighten. He was pushing the limits of safety, but he didn't seem concerned. Maybe the bravado was covering annoyance. If he was angry, he was hiding it well. "Thanks," I replied dryly. He rolled his eyes. Earlier, I'd felt like a teenager sneaking out to prom. Now, returning to Alette's house to find her waiting in the parlor only completed the image. She sat like a queen in her wingback chair. With a wave of her hand, Leo and Bradley disappeared. She rose with a frown. "I'm starting to understand why you're a wolf without a pack. Have you always been this rebellious?"
No.
"Took me years to grow a spine." "Your last pack threw you out, did they?" "I left." "I hear you visited the Crescent. What did you think?" That caught me off guard. I'd braced for a scolding and was prepared to get snarky. "I liked it," I admitted. "It's been a while since I felt like I was with friends. I've tried to offer you that here. So, why did it feel like I was being grounded?" Leo didn't make it easy. "He finds you easy to provoke." I wasn't going to bite. "Oh," before I forget, I unclasped the necklace and handed it to her. I hadn't taken it off all night, half afraid of falling into some tragic short story cliché. "Thanks." Might have been what finally made Louise hit on me. She narrowed her eyes. "Do I even want to know?" "Probably not. We'll continue this tomorrow night. I assume you remember where your room is? Everyone else is sleeping." A subtle dig, I was sure of it.
Yeah.
"Good morning, Kitty." She swept off down the hall.
Morning.
"Time for sleep. What a night." Underscore 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 underscore. I was bleary-eyed when I met Ben in front of the Dirksen Senate office building at noon. "You look like hell," he greeted me. I squinted at him through sleep-crusted lashes and grinned. "I went out last night." He shook his head and sipped from his paper coffee cup. "I don't even want to know." My vision was still a bit blurry, my mind sluggish. It felt like I was only now waking up. I recognized the man in front of me as Ben. He looked like Ben, sounded like Ben. But something was off. His suit was immaculate, his shirt crisp and buttoned, complete with a tie, and his hair slicked back neatly. Only the U.S. Senate could have managed to clean him up that well. "What are you staring at?" he asked. I could only offer a sheepish grin in response. We went inside and, after a few wrong turns, found the hearing room. It was more polished than I expected. Blue carpeting, rich wood paneling, and furniture that looked like it belonged in a courtroom drama. Even the audience chairs were padded, which was a pleasant surprise. The gallery wasn't huge, but every seat was filled. Most people looked like reporters, armed with notepads and recorders. A couple of news cameras had been stationed near the side wall. Nobody noticed us. One of the perks of radio, you can be recognizable without being recognized. The journalists were laser-focused on the front, where a panel of 8 senators sat behind nameplates, facing Dr. Paul Fleming, who was at a long table opposite them. Ben leaned toward me. "You met him. What's he like?" "Kinda jittery. Secretive."
Definitelli territorial.
"He looks like a scared little mouse." Yeah, that tracks. Watching it unfold live on C-SPAN wasn't any more thrilling than seeing it on TV. Still, I paid attention. I half expected a senator to rip off their human mask and start shouting about communists. No such drama. It was all very by the book. Senator Duke opened the session with a rundown of the rules, how long each senator could speak and in what order. As the chair, that was his call to make. Due to the unusual nature of today's subject and the classified circumstances surrounding the research, we've reserved the first 2 sessions for questioning the primary investigator. Dr. Paul Fleming, welcome. You've prepared a statement. Witnesses were allowed to submit written statements. They usually sounded dull and academic. I expected Fleming's to be even more so. 5 years ago, I was awarded a research grant from the National Institutes of Health to study a group of underexplored medical conditions, illnesses that for centuries have been misunderstood and misrepresented in folklore. And so it went. He might as well have been talking about psoriasis. The senator's questions, when they came, were basic. What is the center? Where is it? Who approved the funding? What are its goals? Fleming stuck to the script. The center exists to advance theoretical biological research. Not once did he say vampire or werewolf. The elephant in the room loomed larger by the minute. Then Senator Duke dropped the hammer. Dr. Fleming, let's talk about your vampires. The room went dead silent. Even the scribes paused. I leaned forward instinctively, waiting to see how he'd spin it. Fleming answered flatly, like he was giving a lecture. These patients exhibit a range of unusual biological markers, including a hyperactive immune response, enlarged canine teeth, a tendency toward hemophagia, and extreme photosensitivity. Doctor, Duke cut in. Hemophagia? Solar what? Blood consumption, Senator. And solar urticaria, an allergic reaction to sunlight. He made it sound like seasonal allergies. But allergies don't turn people to ash. And what have you concluded about these so-called patients? Duke pressed. Fleming hesitated, then leaned toward his mic. I'm not sure I understand what you're asking. Vampires. What's your personal opinion? What are they? Clearing his throat, Fleming's calm began to crack. As I've stated, vampirism is a collection of identifiable physical traits. Spare me. We've all seen Dracula. I'm asking about their moral nature. Why do they exist? I scooted to the edge of my seat, not because I needed to hear better. The mics were fine, but because this was the moment the gloves might come off. My research doesn't address those kinds of questions, Senator. Why not? Because they're outside the scope of my field. Well, I strongly disagree. With respect, I'm not qualified to evaluate the moral character of my subjects. Let's talk logistics then. How do your vampires feed, Doctor? Whose blood are they drinking? Despite common misconceptions, the condition is not spread through fluid exchange. The blood, Doctor. We use blood from a regulated supply. Standard blood bank units. Only what's safely available. Thank you. Duke said it like he'd just won something. Another senator, Mary Dreschler, a seasoned Midwesterner serving her 3rd term, steered the hearing back to budgets and administrative minutiae. The tension eased.
For now.
After 2 hours, the session was adjourned. A collective sigh swept through the room. Ben leaned back, a smirk playing at his lips. If this is the tone these hearings are going to take, it's going to be a hell of a show. I can't wait to see Duke go after you. I thought you were on my side. I am. Doesn't mean it won't be entertaining. I could already hear it. So, Miss Norville, eaten any babies lately? Only for breakfast. Do eggs count? Ben gathered his things with a purposeful air. Where to now? I asked. Got some digging I want to do. You need me? Nope. I had a bit of my own snooping to do. Then I'll see you tomorrow. He disappeared down the hall, heading away from the main doors. As I turned to leave, a man stepped into my path, holding a tiny digital camcorder. You're Kitty Norville, aren't you? He asked. I froze, startled. How did he know? I never used publicity photos, for this exact reason. Maybe he heard Ben mention my name. Maybe he pulled DMV records.
Could have been anything.
He was slightly taller than me, wearing a leather jacket over a sweater and khakis, standard preppy look. But his eyes sparkled with intensity, a laser focus that unnerved me. Who are you? Roger Stockton. I'm a reporter for Uncharted World. Mind answering a few questions? Without waiting for a yes, he raised the camcorder and trained it on me. I forced myself to stay calm. CNN was lurking somewhere in the hallway. One wrong move, and I'd go viral.
Wow.
I didn't know Uncharted World had actual reporters. Aren't you more about blurry Bigfoot footage and haunted hotels? He didn't flinch. He was probably used to it. What was your reaction to being subpoenaed by the Oversight Committee? I really don't have time for this. I sidestepped and kept moving, but he dashed around and blocked my path again. The hallway was too narrow to lose him. What are your thoughts on the Center for the Study of Paranatural Biology and Dr. Fleming's research? He pressed, camcorder still rolling. I kept walking, voice flat. No comment. Come on. You've got more insight into this than anyone else in that room, and you can't spare a minute to share your thoughts with the public? Are you really going to let other people control the narrative? I turned on him sharply, shoulders tense, jaw clenched, eyes locked onto his. I only moved a step in his direction, raising my hands slightly, but the effect was immediate. He recoiled, stumbling back against the wall as if trying to melt into it, clutching the camera to his chest like a shield. His face went pale, and his eyes widened in fear. He knew I was a werewolf. More importantly, he believed it and everything that came with it. He actually thought I might attack him right there in the hallway. What an idiot. I don't want my face on TV, especially not on Uncharted World. Put the camera away, and maybe I'll consider talking. But right now, I'm not feeling particularly cooperative. I turned and walked off. Seconds later, I heard footsteps following me again. The guy just didn't give up. Look, we're both in the media. Why not throw a fellow broadcaster a bone? Give me a few sound bites, and I'll give your show a shout-out. Win-win. His voice had a slight quiver now, but it didn't slow him down. He stayed right beside me, still waving that stupid camera in my face. He was too focused on me and his lens to notice Bradley step into the hallway, squarely in our path. I saw him, though, and I stopped. Stockton didn't. Not until Bradley reached out, grabbed his wrist, and smoothly took the camera from his hand. Hey! Stockton tried to resist, until he looked up, first at Bradley's chest, then his face. It was like something out of a movie. I didn't have to lift a finger. This guy giving you trouble? Bradley asked. Oh, how I loved hearing that from someone built like him. I think he was just leaving. After he deletes the last 5 minutes of footage. Bradley released him, then began fiddling with the camera's controls. I didn't doubt for a second that in moments, my face would vanish from the memory card. This is harassment, Stockton said, pointing accusingly. No, that was harassment, I said, nodding toward the camera. He frowned. I don't get why you'd turn down free publicity. I'm trying to hang on to what little privacy I've got left, I said. Not that it would last, C-SPAN would see to that. Bradley handed back the camera with a smug look. I trusted that meant mission accomplished. Stockton took a few steps back. We'll talk again. Tomorrow. Bradley and I exited the building without further incident. I let out a weary sigh. I think I owe you one. No trouble, he said. Happy to help. It wasn't until we'd walked a little that I realized he'd come to meet me after the hearing, to escort me to the car. Like I couldn't be trusted to walk to the curb without getting ambushed. Maybe I couldn't. Still annoying. Shotgun. I called as we reached the sedan in the garage. He glared. He'd clearly been heading for the back door to play chauffeur. I can see better from the front, I explained. He sighed dramatically, but opened the passenger door for me anyway. As he pulled out into the sunlight, I said, Can we make a quick stop? Just a tiny errand. You can leave the engine running. I gave him my best wide-eyed plea. Even in full daylight, he looked every bit the stone-faced agent I remembered. Dark suit, unreadable expression. He pulled on his sunglasses, sealing the look. You are way more trouble than you're worth, you know that? I don't mean to be, I said sweetly. Most of the chaos I caused came from speaking before thinking. Like now, annoying Bradley was not smart. Please? Just a quick stop. Where? I winced. The Crescent.
No.
Absolutely not. I just want to leave a note for Louise, that's all. Nope. Not happening. Please. I wasn't too proud to beg. We don't have to tell Alette. You think I wouldn't tell her? He absolutely would. His loyalty to Alette was intense and sincere. I backed off slightly, realizing I was pushing against something deeper than rules. He glanced at me. She's just trying to keep you safe. That's all. She thinks I need a leash, is that it? That a wolf can't run without an alpha? He didn't reply. His silence said enough. I leaned against the door, staring at the parade of neoclassical buildings passing by. All right, he said finally. 1 minute. If you disappear on me, Alette might never let you out again. I gave him a tight smile.
Deal.
He stayed at the curb with the engine running, just to remind me the clock was ticking. I ran. Maybe Luis would be there. Maybe not. Maybe I just needed to see that the place hadn't been a dream. It was real. In the daylight, the silver lettering on the restaurant's sign shimmered. A menu was taped in the window. I went downstairs. The lower-level door was propped open, letting in a faint breeze. I peeked inside. The room wasn't crowded, just a few early visitors. A man at the back read the paper over a cup of coffee. A couple chatted at the bar. An old man sat alone at the musician's table from the night before, hunched inside a tattered coat, gripping a tumbler with both hands. He was a werewolf. I didn't need scent or sense to know. He looked like one. His wiry gray hair stuck out in thick tufts, his ears tapered slightly, his face weathered and rough. I caught a glimpse of long canine teeth peeking over his lip. His fingers ended in thick, claw-like nails. He probably terrified kids just walking down the street. Here was someone who'd been a werewolf for a long, long time and had spent much of that time in his wolf form. I'd heard of this, but I'd never seen it. His body was forgetting how to be human. If I had known anything about werewolves, I might have looked at him and thought he was arthritic and aging badly. As it was, I expected his eyes to be golden amber if he happened to glance up. I somehow found my way to the bar. Bumping into it, I realized I'd been staring. I shook my head to clear it of the image of the old man. "You're Kitty, right?" the bartender said. He was the same guy from last night, the young one. Now that I had a good look at him, I could tell that he wasn't wolf or jaguar like Luis. I couldn't tell what the hell he was. Jack. He stuck out his hand. I gripped it. He squeezed back a little too hard, giving me a half grin as he did. Trying to prove something. He was strong, stronger than I would have expected from someone his size. But then so was I. I let go and leaned on the counter like I hadn't noticed. "Can I get you something?" "No. Thanks. I just wanted to leave a note for Luis." I nodded toward the old man at the table. "Who's he?" Jack put his elbows on the bar and raised a conspiratorial brow. He whispered, "People call him the Nazi." I blinked at him, startled. "I don't know if he really is or not," Jack continued. "But Ahmed says he did fight in World War II, and that he is German. Who knows? He comes here every day at 4, drinks a schnapps, and leaves without saying a word. Whether he is or he isn't, he must have some amazing stories to tell. I wonder." And that was all I did, because the old man tipped his glass to his mouth, drained the last bit of liquid, stood, and settled his coat more firmly on his shoulders as he stalked out of the place. That was that. I turned to Jack. "What about you? You have any good stories?" "Me? I'm just a cub," he said, grinning. "Give me a few years. May your life be so dull that you don't actually collect any. Where's the fun in that?" "Fun?" I glared at him. I left a note for Luis. Not like I had anything to say beyond, "Hi, it's me." It felt like high school all over again, which was kind of fun in its own way. I hadn't crushed this hard over anyone, outside of a movie screen at least, in a long time. I felt giddy, young and silly, and completely distracted, which meant the timing was horrible. Senate hearings were supposed to be serious, and I kept picturing Luis in bed. Bradley got me back to Alette's house without any further ado. Before I'd left that morning, Emma brought me an envelope, thick stationery paper with my name written on it in fancy cursive. Inside was a square of cardstock bearing a handwritten note informing me that Alette requested the pleasure of my company for dinner that evening. It felt very old school, like something out of Emily Post. I'd never had dinner with a vampire, and part of me dreaded finding out what that involved. The imagination ran a little wild. But if I was going to have a chance to talk to her, this was it. Maybe I could draw her out a little. I wondered if she expected me to dress for dinner, in the Victorian tradition, silk gowns and suits in your own parlor. I'd worn slacks and a blouse for my day at the hearings, so I didn't look particularly ratty. But around Alette, I'd feel downright drab. Then again, no matter what I wore, I'd feel drab next to Alette. In the end, I didn't dress for dinner. If slacks and a blouse were good enough for the US Senate, they were good enough for the vampire. I hoped Leo wouldn't be joining us. I took a nap, washed up, and Emma brought me to a dining room in another part of the ground floor. Like the parlor, this was classically English, with wood paneling on the walls, which were hung with many paintings, rows and rows of them, landscapes and still lives of dead birds and hunting rifles, and a few portraits of scowling old men and grim-looking ladies in opulent gowns decorated with flounces and lace. More portraits like the ones in the parlor and the photos in the hallway upstairs. Were they old friends? Relatives? A long table ran down the center of the room. 20 people could have sat there easily, and for a moment I thought this was going to be like one of those comedies where two people sat at either end and had to shout at each other for the salt. But no, Alette stood by the chair at one end, and there was a place setting to her right, one chair away along the side. "Welcome," she said. "Thank you for coining. Thanks for the invitation." I glanced around nervously, but Alette was alone.
No leo.
I relaxed a notch. Not that you gave me much of a choice, with Bradley keeping tabs on me all day. She ignored the dig and indicated the chair with a graceful turn of her hand. "Please sit." The table only had the one place setting. By her chair, the polished mahogany surface was empty. "I should have been relieved," she said. "I took the liberty of asking the cook to prepare your filet rare. I assume this is acceptable." There was a time I didn't much like steak, and I preferred any meat I ate ground up and well burned on a grill. The wolf, however, liked meat to bleed. So I ate rare steaks. "Yeah, thanks." I gestured at the empty place on the table in front of her. "So, what are you?" "I've already dined this evening." This was going to be awkward. When one of her staff brought out a plate with a steak and tastefully arranged vegetables and set it in front of me, I half expected she'd also bring out a goblet full of thick red stuff and give it to Alette. Though it was probably just as well she wasn't going to be dining in front of me. I managed to overcome a lifetime of socialization about eating in front of people who weren't, and started in on the meal, which was perfect, of course. Warm, bleeding, tender, tangy. Small bites with fork and knife, not messily devoured. The wolf and I compromised on these points. "Tell me how the hearings went today." I was supposed to be her spy then? I think C-SPAN was broadcasting. At least they had cameras there. You could have watched it for yourself. She narrowed her gaze. I was indisposed. I shrugged, nonplussed. "You could tape it. Heck, you could probably download it off the web." I didn't know if the old vampires even used the internet. She probably let her minions do that. Resting her elegant chin on her hands, she said, "I want to hear what you think." Did she really want to know what I thought, or was she testing my bias? Fleming testified today. He's the head of the center, and the committee has put him in the position of having to defend his project, his baby. In that respect, this could be any government research project being put under the microscope. But then there's Duke. He wants to turn it into a witch hunt. Since this is a PC world, he can't get Fleming to make a judgment call like, vampires are evil, or werewolves are hellspawn. Fleming's being very clinical about the whole thing, and I think it's pissing Duke off. I'm wondering if this isn't all his idea in the first place. He's always been on the fringe. He may see these hearings as a way to gain validation for his ideas. Senator Duke knows very little of the matters on which he speaks so fanatically. Yeah, but he's a fanatic with political clout. That makes him scary. The werewolf, afraid of the politician? I smirked. As werewolves go, I'm a total coward. Give me a good alpha to hide behind any day. You just haven't found a good one, is that it? It was kind of like finding a good boyfriend. You kept hoping the perfect one existed, but the trial and error in the meantime could be gut-wrenching. You're very nosy. It's how I learn. You have some experience with that yourself, I believe. Can't argue. What have they scheduled for tomorrow? More questioning for Fleming, I think. If it's anything like today, they'll just keep going in circles. It's an oversight hearing, so they can stretch it out as long as they want, days, even until they've heard what they're looking for. They haven't even released a full list of witnesses yet. The whole thing feels thrown together. When are you supposed to testify? I honestly don't know. Duke's probably going to push your testimony back to next Monday, if he gets the chance. I paused, thinking. Monday was the full moon. Alette surely knew that. But did Duke? Did he know I'd be at my most vulnerable then? That Wolf would be closest to the surface? I didn't want to give him that much credit. I hope not, I said flatly. She asked, what do you want to come out of these hearings? I guess I just want people to finally admit, yeah, this stuff is real. And then, I want them to leave us alone. And what are the odds of that actually happening? I don't know. The problem is, I don't think both of those things can happen at once. If the government officially acknowledges our existence, they'll probably want to regulate us. That's exactly what worries me. That cannot be allowed to happen. The government, Fleming, Duke, all of them, they must, as you said, leave us in peace. We might not get to decide what happens. There are always choices. More than anything, the takeaway from these hearings has to be that we're not a threat, not to the public and not to the government. You know that's true. We've spent centuries policing ourselves, keeping hidden, making sure mortals don't have reason to fear us. It may fall on you to make that clear. No pressure, right? Just the fate of centuries of secrecy resting on my shoulders. I don't think I'm the one to deliver that message. I think you underestimate yourself. People listen to you, Kitty. You just don't realize it because you're used to speaking from behind a microphone. She was suggesting that it didn't feel real to me, that I didn't believe the audience was really out there. Maybe she had a point. This was the first time I'd had to face some of those listeners in person and defend the ideas I'd been talking about on air for a year. It had been so much easier when it was just me and the mic. I'm just focused on telling the truth. I don't have any say in what the committee does with it. You may not realize how far-reaching the consequences could be. Have you ever watched someone burned at the stake? I have. Not exactly surprising. That's not going to happen. We've moved past that. Perhaps. Somehow, despite the intense conversation, I'd finished eating. The steak had been excellent, and I'd been starving. I tapped my fork, stainless steel, not silver, a considerate detail from our gracious hostess, on the edge of my fine china plate. Antique pattern, probably. I was almost afraid to break it. Fleming's the key here, I said. He's the scientist, and he depends on the committee for funding. They'll listen to him. Alette reached across the table and gently took the fork from my hand, setting it aside. I blinked in surprise. I hadn't seen her move, hadn't even had time to flinch. Are you saying Fleming's more dangerous than Duke? Duke's predictable. We know exactly where he stands. But Fleming? He's a wild card. I don't know anything about him. Look, Alette, I need to be able to move around without your people shadowing me. I get that you're concerned and I appreciate it, but I need to follow up on a few leads, learn more about Fleming and his work. I can't do that with Bradley or Leo glued to my side. No one would open up to me. I'm not trying to insult your hospitality, but I need some space. I can take care of myself mostly. If I'm going to be any help to you, you can't keep me on a leash. You're not saying this just so you can run off with that war jaguar from the Brazilian embassy, are you? I shrank down in my seat and tried for innocent. Maybe just a little. She studied me for a moment, lips twitching into a dry smile. Finally, she said, I suppose I can't blame you for that. All right, but I expect you to share whatever you learn.
Deal.
The kitchen staff arrived to clear our plates and brought out dessert, chocolate mousse in delicate crystal goblets. I had no idea what I'd done to deserve it. The maid was human. I'd only seen a fraction of the house, but it was enough to make me uneasy. Alette, can I ask, where are the others? Others? I've met you and Leo, but surely there are more. What? Lackeys? Henchmen? Vampire associates. Her smile was faintly amused. You're used to master vampires surrounding themselves with entourages, aren't you? Symbols of their power and prestige. Yeah, I was picturing cavernous rooms full of sulky Eurotrash in designer clothes. I'm very selective about who I turn, she said. This life, it's not easy. I require clarity of purpose. You've met no one else because there is no one else. Just the two of us. I don't make that kind of choice lightly, Kitty. Which meant she saw something in Leo, the first didn't. She might actually want to spend eternity with him. Personally, I could barely handle being in the same room with him for more than 5 minutes.
Chapter 5.
The following day, I combed through newspapers and major news websites, trying to see how the hearings were being covered.
I wanted to know what the media was saying.
The only outlet that gave it headline treatment was Wide World of News, and their banner read, "Are vampires controlling the Senate?" Not exactly helpful. I'd stopped referencing that tabloid entirely after they ran a piece accusing my radio show of broadcasting subliminal messages that brainwashed teenagers into joining satanic cults and racking up credit card debt. Unless there's a massive scandal or a national disaster, Senate committee hearings don't usually make the front page. The Washington Post buried it on page 4 with the headline, "Fact-Finding Hearing Begins." They ran a black and white photo of Fleming at the microphone, looking up at the committee with his perpetually drowsy expression. There was also a sidebar titled, "What are the facts?" that broke down the scientific jargon he'd used. The tone made it all sound like exactly what Fleming claimed it was, just diseases. Manageable. Understandable. Nothing to fear. Maybe, just maybe, things would turn out okay. That day's hearing found me back in the same spot, sitting quietly with Ben in the rear of the room. Across from us, near the wall, Roger Stockton had positioned himself to get a good filming angle. I caught him pointing the camera at me more than once. There wasn't much I could do without causing a scene. Fleming testified for another 2 hours, fielding more questions from the committee. One of the more colorful interrogators was Senator Deke Henderson, a Republican from Idaho. He was one of those Western politicians who leaned hard into the cowboy persona, rodeo shirt under a corduroy blazer, oversized silver belt buckle. Outside, he topped it off with a cowboy hat. To his credit, he did have a background in ranching, so maybe the whole look wasn't entirely theatrical. Henderson asked, "Now that you've studied these diseases, doctor, how close are you to finding a cure? What measures would you recommend to prevent their spread?" Perfectly reasonable questions, assuming you're looking at this through a standard medical lens. I listened carefully to Fleming's reply. He cleared his throat, visibly uneasy. "Senator, these are highly unusual conditions. While they significantly alter a person's life, they aren't inherently destructive. In fact, they can enhance the body in some extraordinary ways: resilience, disease resistance, accelerated healing. I've focused my research on understanding these properties." "You haven't found a cure?"
No, Senator.
"Have you even been trying to?" After a pause, Fleming responded calmly, "I've been studying the characteristics of these conditions to better understand them. For example, if we could understand what causes a vampire's longevity or a werewolf's regenerative abilities, we might be able to apply that knowledge in broader medical contexts. I have one case here of a patient who tested positive for HIV, then contracted lycanthropy, and subsequent HIV tests came back negative."
Duke jumped in.
"So, your solution is to turn everyone into werewolves to stop AIDS? Is that what you're saying?" "Of course not. But I think you'd agree that the more we understand about these conditions, the better equipped we are to manage them." Duke leaned back with a smug smile. I couldn't see Fleming's face from my angle, which frustrated me. But something passed between them, a silent exchange, like they'd just sealed a deal without saying a word. I'd assumed a scientist and a religious hardliner like Duke would never be on the same page. But maybe they didn't need to agree on the why. They just wanted the same thing: to prove this was real. Underscore 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 underscore. After the session adjourned, Ben and I slipped into the hallway. I leaned close to speak quietly, especially with Stockton nearby pestering Fleming. He's got to have an office somewhere in D.C.
Can you find it?
I have his phone number if that helps. Ben handed me a folded sheet of paper from his briefcase pocket. Already on it. It was blank letterhead with Fleming's name and an address. NIH Medical Complex in Bethesda. I grinned. You're amazing. All in a day's work. I was about to head off when he stopped me.
Wait.
I found out something else. Did he ever mention anything about serving in the military? Fleming was in the army?
Yep.
I put in a request for his service record. We'll see what turns up. There's also a possible CIA link. I blinked. Come on. That sounds like something out of a bad movie. I stared down at the letterhead, willing it to reveal something, anything, about who Fleming really was. Ben just shrugged. Just be careful. Too many questions, not enough answers. I gave him a mock salute before jogging out. As I exited the building, I turned my phone back on. 3 missed calls from my mom. My heart sank. Had something happened? I called her back immediately. Mom, Kitty. Hi. What's going on? Oh, nothing's wrong. I rolled my eyes. Then why the 3 calls? Well, your father swears he saw you on C-SPAN this afternoon. At those vampire hearings. You were sitting in the audience. That wasn't you, was it? I hesitated. She wasn't upset that I'd been on TV. She was mad I hadn't told her in advance, so she could alert the family and set the VCR to record it. Dad watches C-SPAN? He was flipping channels, she said defensively. I sighed. Yeah, that was probably me. I was there. Well, that's exciting. Not really. It's stressful. I'm supposed to testify eventually. Well, you have to tell us when. We need to tape it. This wasn't a school play, but there was no point trying to explain that to her. Sure, Mom. Listen, I have to go. Talk later, okay? Okay, I'll call your father and let him know. Okay, Mom.
Bye.
I love you, Kitty. Love you too, Mom. I hung up, and as always, felt vaguely guilty for doing so. Underscore 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 underscore. I didn't have time to chase down Fleming that afternoon. I had a meeting to keep. At 3:55 p.m., I was back at the Crescent, seated at a small table by the bar. My drink, a soda. Across from me, an empty chair with a glass of schnapps waiting. Right on cue, the old man stepped into the club. He took 3 steps, then froze, his gaze locked on me. I never asked how long he'd been coming to the club, likely longer than Jack had been working there. How long had it been since someone disrupted his routine? I could almost watch the thoughts flicker across his tense, lined face as he tried to process this unexpected intrusion. I motioned to the empty chair, but didn't smile or meet his gaze. Eye contact might be seen as a challenge. A smile could reveal teeth, also a challenge. I focused on appearing calm and unthreatening, playing the role of the submissive younger wolf. If his instincts were leaning more toward the animal side, I had to assume his mindset followed, and those were the signals he'd be most attuned to. He approached slowly, never taking his eyes off me, then sat down. What do you want? He asked, his gravelly voice thick with a German accent. I just want to talk. I collect stories, you might say. And I bet you've got some good ones.
Bah.
He took a drink. There's nothing to tell. Nothing at all. You think a pretty young thing can warm an old man's heart with a drink and a sweet smile?
No.
I'm new here. I pressed on. This is only my 2nd night in town. I'm trying to learn what I can before I leave. I haven't seen much until now. I used to be in a pack. Nothing like this, though. You came from a pack? His brow creased in interest. I figured if I kept talking, he'd cut in eventually. I nodded. He frowned and shook his head. The pack is outdated. Back then, we needed it for defense, for survival. From hunters, rivals, vampires.
Now?
Easier to buy each other off. The packs will disappear soon. You'll see. I thought of Carl, my former alpha, clinging to control as his pack crumbled, and hoped he was right. My name's Kitty, I said. His brow lifted. A joke. Unfortunately not. I never bothered changing my name, ironic or not. He studied me for a long moment, weighing whether to give anything away. Finally, he said, Fritz. Nice to meet you, Fritz.
Bah.
You'll vanish, and I won't remember you a week from now. He stared into his glass, then shook his head. No, that's not true. I'll remember. Kitty. He let out a short, dry laugh. I smiled. It was good to see he still had a sense of humor, however faint. Maybe that icy shell of his wasn't so impenetrable after all. He drained his schnapps, just like the night before. Want another? He pushed back his chair and stood. Just one. Then I go.
Goodbye.
Where to? I blurted. I mean, you live in D.C., obviously. But what do you do? Where do you go? Too much. I'd crossed a line too soon. He'd probably never talk to me again. He shot me a sharp look and walked out, pulling his coat tighter around him. Jack came over to clear the table. Impressive. I've worked here a year and never heard him say more than a word. One word wouldn't be enough if I wanted his story, if I wanted him to share it on my show. But I was getting ahead of myself. Then Luis walked in, and all other thoughts vanished. He smiled when he saw me, and I couldn't help smiling back. He took me out for seafood. Afterward, we went back to his place, and this time, Leo didn't come barging through the door. Underscore 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 underscore. The next morning, I drove to Bethesda to find Dr. Fleming. His letterhead had listed an address at the Magnuson Clinical Center, a research facility from the 1950s. I had to check in at the campus gate with ID. I told them I was visiting Dr. Fleming. Security, used to visitors, gave me a pass and waved me through. His office was buried in the basement. I navigated through dim corridors lit by flickering fluorescents, tile floors scuffed by decades of traffic, and walls painted in bland institutional off-white. Door after door passed by, all marked with black nameplates and dull, white lettering. Safety posters at hallway ends explained emergency procedures, complete with red arrows showing the way out. If taxpayer money went anywhere, it clearly wasn't into decor. The building smelled like every hospital, antiseptic trying and failing to mask the ever-present undertone of sickness and sorrow. I tried not to breathe too deeply. His nameplate finally appeared at the end of a quiet hall, past several unmarked doors. I hadn't seen another person for minutes. It felt like he'd been tucked into a forgotten corner. I knocked. Inside, I could hear the low whir of a machine. A paper shredder. Pages crunching steadily. Suspicious? Very. I knocked harder and tried the doorknob. Locked with a keycard entry. No chance of a stealthy entrance. I jiggled the handle more forcefully. The shredder powered down. I waited, straining for any sound. Footsteps, breath, maybe a gun cocking. Had Fleming slipped out the back? Did Bradley know how to bypass a keycard lock? Was I ready to dig through a trash can, reassemble shredded paper like some desperate puzzle solver, just to uncover what Fleming was hiding? I wasn't great at puzzles. Then footsteps. The measured slap of loafers on linoleum. Yes, Fleming's voice. I put on my most chipper radio tone. Hi, is this where we sign up for lab tours? The lock clicked. The door opened just a crack. Fleming stared at me, eyes wide. You shouldn't be here. He turned and walked away, leaving the door ajar. I took that as an invitation and stepped inside. The room was chaos, more layers of clutter than a tornado's aftermath.
Not random, though.
More like an archaeological site, years of work compacted into paper strata, stacks of reports, books, clipboards, journals, loose sheets, everywhere. The desks were crowded, the shelves buried, the floor nearly impassable. 3 outdated computers squatted under the mess. It reminded me more of a neglected university office than a high-tech government lab. A large shredder hummed ominously in the corner. Fleming returned to feeding paper into it. Everything all right, doctor? Just cleaning up. Preparing for a move? Maybe. So, no tour today? I asked, raising my voice over the machine. Ms. Norville, this isn't a good time. Tomorrow, then?
No.
No helpful interns available? There's only me. It didn't feel like he was worried about losing funding. It felt like he already had. The computers were on, screensaver glowing. I briefly considered bumping one to see what might pop up. Maybe a file labeled Secret Government Research, do not open. I wandered slowly, scanning the tops of nearby piles. Graphs, dense jargon, stats. All Greek unless I sat and dug through it. I really wanted to know what he was shredding. He kept one eye on me as he worked. You think the committee would be interested in what you're destroying there? That's none of your business. So, if I ask straight up what your research is really about, you wouldn't answer? Do you treat everyone like they're a guest on your show? He had a point. I shrugged. I've told you, and the committee. I'm doing scientific observation. Gathering information. That's all. Then what was all that about vampire immortality? The shredder fell silent. The pause that followed was heavy. Potential medical applications, he said at last. The government wants results. I gave them something they could understand. But have you actually discovered anything? He shook his head, and something in his face shifted. Less paranoia, more curiosity. It doesn't appear to be physiological. It's like their cells stop aging. No decay. More like an atomic or quantum phenomenon. Not my specialty. He smiled faintly. Magic, I said.
What?
Quantum physics always feels like magic to me. Ms. Norville, I'm very busy. And as charming as you are, I don't have time to talk right now. So, when? He hesitated. I don't know. So, never. He gave the slightest nod. I walked out. The door shut behind me, and I heard the lock slide back into place. Chapter 6. The committee staffers finally put me on the docket for that afternoon. I was beginning to suffer anticipation-induced, nail-biting anxiety. I just wanted to get it over with. Then, and I walked down the hallway to the hearing room. 50 feet or so away, I put my hand on his arm and stopped him. I recognized the silhouette of the man leaning against the wall outside the door. I would have noticed him in any case. He was out of place here, wearing laid-back, Midwest casual, a black t-shirt, faded jeans, biker boots, at odds with the East Coast business fashions that predominated the capital. His leather jacket hung from one hand. The building's security guards let him keep his belt holster, still holding his revolver. I knew exactly what I'd see when the man turned to face us. He was in his early 30s, with brown hair, a trimmed mustache, and a lazy frown. When he was amused, the frown turned into a smirk, which it did now. Cormac. Somebody let Cormac in here with a gun. What happened to security? How had he snuck by them? A moment of blind panic struck. I glanced around for the nearest exit, which was behind me. I could run there in no time. A split second of reflection reminded me that the last time I saw Cormac, I'd almost invited him into my apartment for the night. Maybe the panic wasn't entirely fear-driven. I didn't want the confusion of having Cormac around. What the hell? Ben murmured, catching sight of who I stared at. Cormac shrugged himself away from the wall, crossed his arms, and blocked the hallway in front of us. Ben matched his pose, arms crossed and face a wry mask. Ben was a couple inches shorter and a bit slimmer than the hitman, but he matched him attitude for attitude, smirk for smirk. What the hell are you doing here?
Cormac said to him.
With a nonchalant shrug, Ben said, representing my client. The weird part of it was, Cormac was the one who referred Ben to me. By all accounts, Ben was the reason Cormac wasn't in jail. Neither of them would tell me if Cormac ought to be in jail. I butted in. What are you doing here? His eyes lit up, like this genuinely amused him. The committee wanted someone with experience to be on hand in case things get out of control. Duke called me, hired me on as extra security. Great, isn't it? Security had been around the entire week. Knowing Duke and his paranoia, I had assumed they were all armed with silver bullets. That was the thing about all the special methods used to kill supernatural beings. A stake through the heart or a silver bullet will kill anyone. I might have been mistaken. Normal security might not have changed their routine at all. Rather than arming the regular guards with silver bullets, in case the werewolf called to testify went berserk, why not call in the expert? Cormac was a professional, as he was pleased to call himself. He was a bounty hunter/hitman who specialized in lycanthropes and brought in a few vampires on the side for fun. We'd had some run-ins. We'd even helped each other out a couple of times. Once I talked him out of trying to kill me. The man scared the daylights out of me. And now he was standing here with a gun, looking at me like hunting season had just been declared open. It seemed that Duke's paranoia knew no bounds. You wouldn't really shoot me, would you? I felt my eyes go large and liquid, puppy dog eyes. After all we'd been through, I'd like to think he wouldn't be so happy about traveling across the country for a chance to kill me. He rolled his eyes. Norville, if I really thought you were going to get out of control, I wouldn't have taken the job. I've seen you in action, you're okay. I looked at Ben for a cue. His wry expression hadn't changed. No, I'm not going to shoot you, Cormac said with a huff. Unless you get out of control. If you shoot my client, I'll sue you, Ben said, but he was smiling, like it was a joke. Yeah? Really? Cormac sounded only mildly offended. Could Ben simultaneously sue Cormac for killing me while defending Cormac against criminal charges for killing me? I was so screwed. Also on the docket for the day were some folklorists from Princeton who gave prepared statements about how phenomena attributed to the supernatural by primitive societies had their roots in easily explained natural occurrences. When the floor opened to questions, I was almost relieved that Duke harried them as hard as he'd harried Fleming. The senator was after everyone, it seemed. He'd cornered Fleming on vampires. He cornered the folklorists on the Bible. Professor, are you telling me that the holy scripture that tens of millions of good people in this country swear by is nothing more than a collection of folklore and old wives' tales? Is that what you're telling me? Because my constituency would respectfully disagree with you on that score. The academics just couldn't counter that kind of argument. Duke called one of the committee staffers over and spoke for a few moments. Then he left. The remaining senators conferred, while the audience started grumbling. Then Senator Henderson recessed the hearing for the day. I didn't testify after all. Anticipation produced the worst kind of anxiety. It didn't matter how nervous about a show I was beforehand, how worried I was that a guest wouldn't show, or that I'd get a call I couldn't handle, or that I was presenting a topic that would get out of control. Once the show started, that all went away. I was only nervous when I sat there, doing nothing, inventing terrible stories of everything that could go wrong. The longer I sat at the hearing without doing anything, the more nervous I got. I'd be shaking by the time I finally got up there to testify. Cormac stayed in the back, leaning by the door, where he could keep an eye on the whole room. When the committee members left out the back and the audience was breaking up to leave, he came to our row and sat beside Ben. Has it been going like this the whole time? Ben crossed his arms and leaned back.
No.
They've been totally businesslike until now. I wonder if they've lost interest. I pouted. That doesn't matter, they still have to let me talk. I drove all the way out here. I've been sitting here for 3 days. Could they really not let me talk? Theoretically, they can do anything they want, Ben said. Case in point, one of Senator Duke's aides, a young man looking stiff and uncomfortable in his suit, came down the aisle toward us. I guessed he was Duke's aide. The senator had returned to the room and watched us closely from the side of the benches. The aide only glanced at Ben and me, then leaned in to whisper to Cormac. The senator would like a word with you, if you don't mind. He waited, then, like he expected to escort the bounty hunter that very moment. Cormac deliberately picked himself up out of the chair, taking his time, then followed the aide to see Duke. The reason for the summons became clear at once. Duke didn't even need a microphone to be heard. You didn't tell me you were friendly with her. If Cormac answered, he kept his voice subdued, and I didn't hear him. Duke replied, Does conflict of interest mean anything to you? He apparently didn't know Cormac very well. Even I knew the answer to that one. You're fired. You're off security. I want you out of this building. With as little concern as he'd shown strolling up there, Cormac walked back, wearing a wry smile. So sue a guy for trying to make an easy buck, he said. Ben asked. Could we?
Sue, Iman.
Is there a breach of contract? No, Cormac said, shaking his head. I took a kill fee. Ben hesitated, then said, Kill fee. That's funny. No, it's not, I said, interrupting. That's not funny at all. Too bad they were both grinning. I gave a long-suffering sigh. Come on, Ben said. We'd better get you out of here. Fleming left just ahead of us. He tucked his briefcase under his arm, ducked his head, and strode out of the room like he was late for something. His gaze flickered over us as he passed. We were all staring at him. Who's that guy? Cormac nodded after him. Dr. Paul Fleming, I said. He heads the Center for the Study of Paranatural Biology. The committee spent the first 2 days grilling him. He a straight shooter? Not in the least. I went to his office this morning and found him shredding a stack of documents. Just try to get a clear answer from him. Used to working under the radar. Going crazy now with the spotlight on him. He looks the type. Ben nodded in agreement. I said, what I want to know is, what's he hiding? Cormac pursed his lips thoughtfully. You really want to know? We could find out.
How?
I've tried talking to him. I even had him on the show. Ben said, I've pulled everything on him I could. Military record, academic record. He's got this scientific veneer over everything he does. Talks a lot, uses big words, doesn't say anything. We could break into his office. I hushed Cormac. Are you out of your mind? He was talking like this in a government building. I looked around, but no one seemed to have heard. You know I can do it, he said. Especially since it looks like I'm not busy for the next couple days after all. He could do it. I didn't know where he learned how to do things like breaking into radio stations and government buildings, but he could do it. Cormac could probably learn more in a couple of hours of breaking and entering than I had in months of wheedling. He grinned, because my hesitation was all the confirmation he needed to go ahead with the plan. Officially, I'm not hearing any of this, Ben said. Unofficially, be sure to wear gloves. Cormac huffed. I think I've just been insulted. I'm only saying. Ben squeezed past us to the door. You kids have fun. Cormac turned to me. Where's this guy's office? Bethesda. Magnuson Clinical Center, basement level. Be there around 4. Go inside. I'll be watching for you. 4 a.m. I asked. For this afternoon, Cormac clarified. You seriously want to pull this off in broad daylight? Do you trust me or not? If he had wanted to kill me, he'd had more than enough opportunities. And yet, I still didn't know how to answer that. I swallowed hard. Do I really have to be there? You're the one chasing the answers. Ben once told me Cormac wasn't in this to play hero. He didn't hunt werewolves out of hatred or some holy vendetta like Duke. He just liked flirting with danger, towing the line without falling over. He didn't care about loyalty, not to the government, his employers, or anyone else. This wasn't about duty for Cormac. It was a test for himself. Okay, for this afternoon, I exhaled, trying to calm the rush in my chest. Bring gloves, he added, then turned and walked off. Underscore 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 underscore. It was a terrible idea. I knew it in my bones. Breaking into a government facility was stupid under the best circumstances, and these definitely weren't the best. But if I didn't show up, Cormac might go ahead without me. If he uncovered something useful, he'd probably keep it to himself just to spite me. I didn't have much of a choice. I drove around the block and found Luis outside Alette's townhouse. He leaned casually against the black iron fence, looking like he was just enjoying the rare warm sunshine. I pulled up, parked, and stepped out of the car. His face lit up the second he saw me. Wide smile, bright eyes. My stomach did a little flip. You're not easy to catch, he said, cheerful. I was hoping to see you at the Senate building, but you were already gone. I gave him a sheepish look. The thought of him chasing me around town made me cringe, but also
kind of charming.
I gave you my cell, didn't I? You should have called. He shrugged. This way's more fun. Spoken like a hunter. He moved toward me like he was going to corner me against the car. A part of me wanted to dodge, keep the game going a bit longer. But I let him pull me in, hands on my hips, leaning in for a kiss. I held onto his arms and met him halfway. I glanced over his shoulder at the townhouse windows, hoping no one was peeking out. When we came up for air, I said, "You shouldn't be here." He followed my gaze. "I'm not scared of them. Too early to ask you to dinner?" "I'd love to, but..." I wanted to scream. I was about to ditch a gorgeous guy for a sketchy rendezvous with Cormac. But I've got a meeting I can't miss. Work stuff. Sort of. Not a total lie. It usually made it onto the show at some point. But Luis gave me a look, like he knew there was more I wasn't saying. He could probably smell the nerves coming off me. The full moon's close.
Just a few days now.
Got a place to run. I know it's coming. Haven't had time to scout one yet. Come with me. There's a park out of town, about an hour's drive. A bunch of us go there. It's safe. Running with others. It had been a long time since I'd had backup. I'd really like that. Thanks. He lifted my hand and kissed it. Then it's a date. When a werewolf invited another to run with me, it was usually a euphemism. I certainly hoped so. I should let you get to your meeting. Yeah. Then, until I catch you again. He brushed my cheek, kissed the corner of my mouth, slow, lingering, like he was stealing my breath, then stepped away, smiling. I had to fight the urge to follow. He turned down the street, hands in his pockets. Why did the hot Brazilian guys always show up when I didn't have time? Underscore, 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 underscore. I picked up a visitor badge, headed for the clinical center, and walked like I belonged. Like I was headed to Fleming's office again. Down the hall, around the corner, toward the elevators. I had no idea what I was doing. Cormac said he'd spot me. He made breaking into a government building sound easy. He hadn't been stopped by mysterious agents when he got into town. He wasn't paranoid the way I was, imagining the Senate hallway wired, our plans recorded by some secret camera, agents just waiting to bust us. I stuck close to the wall, looking around like a fugitive. Then I caught his scent, light aftershave, a whiff of gun oil. He stepped out from a corner and grabbed my arm. I jumped anyway, choking back a gasp. Not danger, not danger, I reminded myself. His hand pressed gently on my back as he steered us forward, side by side like we had business here. He wasn't carrying any guns today. We reached the elevators. He pushed the button. No gloves. Maybe that came later. I leaned in and whispered, "Aren't you even a little worried someone overheard us? That the FBI's watching? We planned this inside the Senate. They probably lip-read everything on video." I glanced around, first one shoulder, then the other. "Norville, here's what you need to understand. The government's a giant mess. Half the time, the left hand doesn't know what the right is doing. It's a miracle anything gets done at all. Nobody's paying attention to us. But if you keep acting like you're guilty, they'll notice. So stop looking around." We didn't exactly look official. Cormac was in jeans and a t-shirt. I was only slightly more dressed up. But he walked like we belonged, and that was half the game. Act like you're supposed to be there, don't gawk, and move with purpose. The elevator dinged. We stepped in after letting a few people out, lab coats, a woman holding flowers. She was dressed about like me. Cormac was right. Nobody cared. He hit the basement button like we had a legit appointment. I was barely holding it together by the time we reached the bottom floor. "We can't just walk into his office," I whispered. Panic rising again. What if he's there? He's not. I sent him off chasing ghosts. "You what?" He gave me that weary, superior look, the kind that made me feel like a pesky little sister. "I called him from a pay phone," he said. "Told him I was an old army buddy with info about his research. said I could only tell him in person and that I was in Frederick.
He smirked.
That should keep him occupied for a while. Frederick, Maryland. Around 35 miles out. Far enough to take up his whole afternoon. Close enough to seem legitimate. If Fleming was as paranoid as I thought, he probably took the bait. And honestly, that was kind of brilliant. It was becoming clear that this wasn't Cormac's first time pulling something like this. In fact, I'd bet he had a whole playbook. Cormac slipped on a pair of sleek, black leather gloves. I put mine on too, though they were just some cheap knit ones I found in the car. Not exactly high-end covert ops gear. By the time we reached the door to Fleming's office, he pulled out a keycard. Where did that come from? I hissed. Janitor, he said with a shrug. Don't worry, I'll return it.
Oh, my God.
The lock beeped. The door eased open. I stepped in behind him, and he closed it behind us without a sound. The office was dark, but Cormac didn't reach for the lights. The faint glow from the frosted window in the door was enough. My eyes adjusted faster than his. I headed for the paper shredder while he was still squinting. Empty. The bin was empty, and so was the surrounding table. Of course. He'd probably spent the morning feeding it documents. I turned to the piles of papers still on the desk and shelves. Just medical journals, article reprints, and dissertations, background material, not the core of his research. Bread, not the meat. Cormac went to the computer. It powered up, but he gave me a shake of the head. Password protected. I'm not much of a hacker.
Right.
He was more of a borrowed keycard and .45 kind of guy. I hadn't come prepared for deep digging. I thought maybe, with all the chaos, something would have been left behind in plain sight. I scanned the bookshelf again, amused by how physiology texts sat side by side with folklore encyclopedias. Frustrated, I sighed. Let's see what's in the next room. The second door had a frosted window too, but it was pitch black beyond. Cormac used the same card to unlock it, then pushed it open, standing back to wave me in. Ladies first. The atmosphere changed the moment I stepped inside. It was like walking into a crypt. Dead silent, cold in a way that crept into your bones. My night vision kicked in immediately. Shelves lined the walls, like in the office, but this was clearly a lab. There were benches, sinks, and a humming industrial fridge. Test tubes, beakers, burners, and a collection of vaguely sinister devices cluttered the room. Tools straight from a medical drama or some backroom clinic. A glass, or maybe plexiglass, wall divided the back of the room. I approached and saw two smaller chambers, each with a cot, a basin, and a toilet. The doors were set with narrow slots, just big enough to slide a tray through. Only the exterior had handles. These were cells. Cormac moved beside me, voice low. This is seriously messed up.
Yeah.
Do you smell garlic? One of the doors stood open, and inside, the scent hit me, thick, pungent, everywhere. I touched the wall and sniffed. Is it in the paint? Check this out. Cormac's flashlight glinted off the other room's wall. It sparkled, tiny flecks of silver embedded in the paint. I stepped back instinctively. 2 cells. Garlic and silver. One for a vampire, one for a werewolf. Designed to contain them by weaponizing their weaknesses. Neither looked recently used. The beds were neatly made, untouched. No scent of recent occupants. Hands-on experimentation, Cormac muttered. More like unwilling test subjects. My stomach turned. He headed for the door. Seen enough. Give me a sec. I swept my gaze across the room one more time. Most of the documentation had probably been moved out and shredded. Nothing left but sterile equipment and silence. Then I spotted a clipboard hanging on the wall beside the silver-lined cell. A bit too tidy and official-looking to be accidental. I took it down. Only 3 sheets of paper were clipped to it, lists of names and stats.
Chots.
Jackpot. I scanned the pages. Just first names, a couple dozen total. Halfway down the second page, I froze. Fritz, 6 foot, 210 pounds, HS lupus. Homo sapiens lupus. Could it be the same Fritz? Flipping back, I spotted another name I should have noticed earlier. Leo, 5 feet 9 inches, 150 pounds, HS sanguinis. Vampire. I suddenly had the sense that I was drowning in conspiracy. This is it, I whispered. This is what I need. I unclipped the papers and carefully folded them to take with me. Cormac yanked the pages from my hands and stalked back into the adjoining room, where a tabletop copier sat beside the shredder. The thing was obnoxiously loud, the scanning light practically blinding, enough to make me certain we were seconds from getting caught. Still, Cormac moved with brisk efficiency, copying the 3 sheets and handing me the duplicates. The originals went neatly back on the clipboard, which he returned to its hook on the wall. He locked the lab door behind him. Then he powered down the computers and took a slow glance around. Satisfied, he gave a nod. Looks clean. Let's move. We made sure the hallway door was locked before removing our gloves and stuffing them into our pockets. I followed suit, nervously rolling up the papers we'd just smuggled out. On our way out, Cormac made one stop, a utility closet down a side corridor on the main floor. Just like he said he would, he dropped the stolen keycard into the top tray of the janitor's cart. It only took a moment. Neither of us said a word until we were outside, blending in with the foot traffic on the sidewalk. Sunlight still brightened the afternoon, oddly at odds with the shadowy tension of our covert break-in. And that, Cormac said finally, is how you crack a government office. The Watergate crew could have taken a few notes, I muttered. He scoffed. Amateurs. Underscore 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 underscore. Dinner that night was room service in Ben's hotel room. Cormac perched on the bed with a plate on his lap, half watching the muted news on TV while he and Ben knocked back a couple of beers like old college buddies. Maybe they had been. We'd just debriefed Ben on the day's little adventure. The copied chart lay spread out on the table. Ben nodded at it. Is that a copy, or did you swipe the real thing? Copy, Cormac said. Ben looked pleased, nodding once. Smart. So, worth the trouble. They both turned to me. I rubbed my forehead, trying to make room in my overcrowded brain. Yeah, I think so. Ben said, this doesn't really prove anything. I recognize some of those names. Or at least I think I do. If I can track one of them down, it might lead to someone willing to talk. Hopefully. Cormac raised an eyebrow. Think they'll actually talk? I don't know. Ben leaned back. Kitty, look, I know Fleming seems shady as hell. But what if he's exactly what he claims? An NIH doctor, a former military researcher just trying to hang on to his funding. What is it you expect to find? Fritz the Nazi. I couldn't help wondering what kinds of questions Fleming had asked him, assuming he actually spoke to his subjects. Had Fritz told him the things he refused to tell me? What would a military doctor want to learn from a werewolf who'd survived World War II? Military use, I murmured. My throat tightened, so I swallowed. Both of them had stopped eating, beers halfway to their mouths, eyes locked on me. He told this story once, about a patient in a horrific car crash who walked out of the hospital a week later. Fleming was obsessed with it, with the idea. He even brought it up during the hearing, remember? Healing incurable diseases, using a werewolf's regenerative abilities. Imagine soldiers who can't be killed.
Ben Froned.
If he's backed by the military, why would he be justifying himself to Congress? Cormac added, even if he is building something for the military, what's the issue? It's a problem if he's using people, I said. He's got cells in that lab. Ben gave me a look. I thought you liked what he was doing. You wanted it all out in the open. Now you want him shut down. I hesitated.
Yeah. Ido. Why?
I shrugged. I had enjoyed watching this story blow up, seeing my name in the press. But the smell of garlic paint was still stuck in my nose. Because he's unethical. I didn't finish dinner.
Couldn't.
It was dark now, time to seal it. I won't be able to reach one of the names until tomorrow, but I think I can track the other one down tonight. I'm going. You want backup? Cormac asked. Translation, need muscle? I'll be fine. I think. I collected the copied papers. Make a second copy, Ben said. Maybe stash it in a safety deposit box, just in case. Or mail it to someone, Cormac suggested. Leave a note. Open if I disappear. Then you can use it as a threat without lying. Or you couldn't do that, say you did, and use it anyway, Ben said, giving Cormac a pointed look. Cormac grinned, that infuriating grin of his. Me? Never. Ben rolled his eyes. I'm pleading the fifth on that. I stared. You two go back, don't you? They exchanged a look, one of those long history, you had to be there kind of looks. You don't want to know, Ben said. Naturally, that made me want to hit Google immediately. God only knew what they'd gotten up to back in the day. Maybe I should get a new lawyer, except I didn't have time to bring someone else up to speed. Underscore 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 underscore. I wanted to show Alette the list. Not just to see if she recognized any of the Homo sapiens sanguinis names, but to call out Leo. Yeah, I was totally tattling. And I hadn't gotten this much satisfaction from snitching since I busted my older sister for hiding R-rated movies. She should have just let me watch. I rushed into the foyer and paused, debating whether to check the parlor, the dining room, or go find Emma or Bradley. If I were the head vampire, where would I hang out? A light touch on my shoulder made me flinch. I turned sharply, heart racing. Leo stood behind me, looking completely at ease, like he'd been there the whole time. I could have sworn the foyer was empty when I came in, but I hadn't heard, seen, or felt him arrive. Good evening, he said lightly. Can I help you with something? I clenched my fists. What the hell is your problem? You're just so easy to provoke. Can you really blame me? Yes, I snapped. Yes, I can.
Ah.
Well, then. He strolled, circling around me, blocking the exits. He was teasing me. That was all. Provoking me, like he said. I took a deep breath, determined to calm down. I have a question for you, I said, trying to sound bright and unperturbed. What do you know about Dr. Fleming? He shrugged. Government researcher. What would you like me to know? I've spoken with him. Your name came up. Both were true in themselves. Really? What did he say about me? Nothing. He's close-mouthed. That's why I'm asking you. And I'm open-mouthed, am I? He smiled to show teeth and fang. Then his expression softened. I might have spoken with him a time or two. About what? This and that. About being a vampire. I was, how would you call it? A native informant. He started pacing, hands in his trouser pockets, gaze downward. I'll give him this much. He knows his subject. At least, he knows enough to know where to find us if he wants to. Then, would you believe he simply asks nicely? He proves how much he knows, and you don't feel bad about answering his questions. You become just another data point. There's nothing more to it. I had a hard time picturing Fleming traveling the streets, finding his way to a place like the Crescent, notepad and tape recorder in hand, and asking nicely, "What did you tell him? What's it like being a vampire?" He looked away for a moment, his gaze distant and thoughtful. It seemed he did have another personality buried in there somewhere. Time almost stands still, he said. The world seems to freeze for a moment. You're able to study every little piece of it. All the microscopic points become clear. And you move through this world like a lion on the veldt. You realize everything is yours for the taking. All you have to do is reach out and grab hold of anything you like. Anyone you like. In the next beat of time, he stood beside me. Brushing my hair aside, he breathed against my neck. A faint, warm sigh. No teeth, no threat. Only a caress. I shivered, but didn't move away from him. For some reason, I didn't move away. Is that what you expected to hear? He said. I turned and glared, but he hadn't done anything. They were only words. I knew better than anyone what a person could do with mere words. Is that what being a vampire is all about? I said. Is that why you're such an arrogant prick? He laughed. An arrogant prick? Really? I suppose that's how it must appear to the rest of you. But to us, you're little more than a bit of hair floating on the breeze. We don't care what you think. Not all vampires are like that. I've met some who are reasonable human beings. One or two. Maybe. That's all Fleming's doing? Collecting stories? Gathering true life accounts. I'm sure that's not all he's doing. He's a medical doctor, isn't he? He's probably doing some blood tests on the side. I know I would. He licked his lips. What if I told you Fleming has a lab with holding cells? One of them has garlic in the paint, like it was meant to subdue a vampire. What if it looked like he was holding test subjects against their wills? His gaze had been wandering, studying the room as if he were a fan of interior design, unconcerned. Now he focused on me, suddenly interested. I almost took a step back. Though if I'd taken one step, I might have gone ahead and run all the way out of the room. Leo's interest was not something I wanted. That would be extremely dangerous and foolish of him if he had done so, he said. Even if he could trap a vampire, he could never again release it and survive. His lips parted and he showed his teeth, the sharp points of his fangs. Unless he's really good with a steak, I said.
Indate.
That British accent could make one word take on a world of meaning. Kitty, you've returned. Alette, queen of her domain, strode into the foyer, smartly dressed and elegant as always, looking like she was on her way from one task to another. She acknowledged Leo with a nod and stopped before me to regard me with that prim nod that made me feel like I'd somehow fallen short of her standards and that I would always fall short. I expected you back some time ago. I hope your tardiness means you've had a productive afternoon. This was where I ponied up that information I promised her. The only question was, how much did I tell her? I've learned that Fleming has holding cells for vampires and werewolves in his lab. I think he's been keeping test subjects against their wills. By test subjects you mean vampires and lycanthropes? Do you know how he could possibly hold such beings against their wills? Her disbelief was plain in her tone. I don't know, but he's done it, I said, frustrated. Here, look at this. He's been talking to people. I showed her the list, being sure to point out Leo's name on the first page. Alette looked at him. You've been speaking with Fleming? I wanted Leo to squirm like a kid who'd been caught lying. I wanted him to blush, look abashed, duck his gaze something. He stood quietly and completely unruffled. Yes, he said. I have. The good doctor's been going around collecting folktales. I talked to him on the assumption that such conversations work both ways. I've been a bit of a double agent, if you like. He flashed his devil-may-care smile. You didn't see fit to tell me of this? Alette said. Because I didn't learn anything, which leads me to think he isn't hiding anything. He said this pointedly to me. He really is just an earnest scientist in danger of losing his funding. Why didn't I buy that? Alette did. She gave a satisfied nod and handed the pages back to me. Have those cells been recently occupied? I couldn't tell, I said. I hadn't smelled anything. I don't think so. We'll continue to watch Fleming. Your vigilance should be commended, Kitty, but don't let it become paranoia. Leo said to Alette, My dear, you seem to be in the middle of some chore. Might I be of service to you? Always, Leo. He offered her his arm, and she took the crook of his elbow. She gave me one last glance over her shoulder as they left the foyer. I had no way of knowing who to believe. I wanted to think well of Alette, and if she trusted Leo, the first shouldn't question it. She'd known him longer than I had. Maybe Fleming really was harmless, and all the cloak and dagger shenanigans with Cormac had been a waste of time. I felt like I was working my way through a maze. I hated mazes. This town was getting to me. Chapter 7. Thursday was exploitative celebrity day at the hearings. There was me, of course. I'd been told I might testify today, if the committee had time. Ben told me not to hold my breath. I was thinking of starting a pool among the press corps to guess when I'd actually be called up. The good senators had called in others who'd made themselves famous based on the stuff of magic and the supernatural, and the others arrived today. Waiting in the hallway outside the hearing room, a swarm of people collected around a lone figure, a slick-looking man in his 30s who smiled amiably. At first, I thought the people surrounding him were reporters, but then the man took one of the notepads, signed his name on it, and handed it back. I recognized him. Then, that easygoing smile, the fashionably trimmed sandy hair, the clean features that made him instantly likable and trustworthy. Jeffrey Miles, professional psychic and channeler. He was best known on the daytime talk show circuit, where he impressed the hosts and awed the audiences with his intimate knowledge of their friends and relatives who had passed on. He claimed to be able to communicate with the other side, to deliver messages and reassurances from the dead, and to reveal information that only the deceased or the audience member could have known. Classic cold readings. He appealed to the angels and precious moments crowd. I leaned on the wall and smirked at the proceedings. Someone in my position, Werewolf, witness to the supernatural, might have been inclined to believe in his awesome powers. Except I didn't. It was manipulative bunk, and it was people like him who made it difficult for the rest of the world to believe in people like me. The session was set to begin, and it took security guards to clear out Miles's admirers. His geniality didn't disappear with the fans. It wasn't some mask he put on for them. He shook his head, amused, straightening his blazer as he headed toward the door. He walked right by me without a second glance, and was through the doorway before he stopped, backed up, and turned to look at me. "You must be Kitty Norville," he said. "And you're Jeffrey Miles." I crossed my arms. "You know," he scratched his head and seemed suddenly uncomfortable. "I have a confession. I hate to admit it, but I was one of those people who thought it was all a gimmick. Your show, the werewolf thing. But you really are a werewolf, and I have this urge to apologize for doubting." I stared, dumbfounded and speechless, for maybe the third time in my entire life. The polite, socialized part of my brain scrambled to graciously accept his apology. The sarcastic part clamped down on that right away. He was human, straight up as far as I could see, with nothing in the way of heightened senses that a lycanthrope had. I really had to know. "How can you tell?" "Your aura is very wild. Very animal. I only see that with lycanthropes." The sarcastic part of my brain started beating itself against a figurative brick wall to stifle the laughter. "Well, thanks for the vote of confidence," I said. "I'm sorry I can't return it. Too many documented frauds." "Something like that." He closed his eyes for a moment and visibly relaxed, his shoulders sagging a bit, his face going slack, like he had fallen asleep right there on his feet. I watched, intrigued. Looked like I was going to get a free show. Then he said, "Theodore Joseph holds a strong place in your thoughts." I grit my teeth to make sure my mouth stayed closed. He might as well have punched me in the gut. I looked away before my eyes had a chance to tear up, the way they always did when I was reminded of TJ at an unexpected moment. My mind raced. He could have done research. He'd have known in advance that I was going to be here. He could have looked at the police record, the one where I named TJ. There were records that Miles could have easily found. He continued. He says, "There's nothing to forgive. Stop asking for forgiveness." That wasn't recorded anywhere. The police didn't know TJ was dead. I hadn't told them that part. I hadn't ever asked TJ for forgiveness. Not out loud. I mean, how could I? He was dead. And it was my fault he was dead. I was so sorry, and maybe all these weeks I just wanted to say that. I wished I'd had a chance to tell him that. I wished that he were here for me to tell him. And there was Jeffrey Miles, watching me with a quiet, sympathetic look in his eyes, wearing a grim smile. I scrubbed my eyes with the heels of my hands, but it didn't work. Tears fell. "I'm sorry," he said, handing me a tissue. He had it ready, like people burst into tears in front of him all the time. "This isn't the time or place for this." "No, it's okay. I asked for it, didn't I?" I chuckled half-heartedly. I can almost hear him sometimes. "You're saying it's real?" Jeffrey Miles was for real. I felt like a jackass. "I think he's been watching out for you. Not a ghost, nothing so strong as that. But he's interested." Where is he?" "Even I don't know that. They come to me. I can't find them." "Who was he?" "Don't you know? I thought you were psychic." "He's not a forthcoming presence." "Got that right. TJ. My best friend. I got him killed." I don't think he sees it that way. And I knew he was right. Somehow, that nagging little voice that I had mistaken for my conscience told me that it wasn't my fault. It had been there the whole time, telling me I was okay, to stop being silly. I hadn't believed it. TJ had wanted that last fight with Carl, not just to defend me, but because the fight between them had been brewing for months. He'd wanted to win, but that hadn't happened. Stop asking for forgiveness. After that, I wasn't sure I was ready to sit in that room for 2 hours, but the security guards were about to close the doors, and Jeffrey urged me inside. Ben was already in place in the back row, his laptop open on his lap, typing away at something that may or may not have had anything to do with the hearings. I sat with him, and Jeffrey joined us. You okay?
Ben whispered.
I nodded, waving him off. Everyone looked back at a commotion brewing by the doors. The security guy seemed to be talking to someone who wanted in. After a moment, he opened the door and let in something of an entourage, a middle-aged man with short-cropped, steely hair, wearing a dark turtleneck and slacks, flanked by a couple of hefty bodyguard types. All my hair stood on end, and a shiver passed along my spine. Those two were werewolves, big and scary, and there was something about the way they followed the first one that was unnatural.
Aura supernatural.
It was like they walked too close to him, or watched him too closely. Like Labrador retrievers with separation anxiety. Not wolf-like at all. Who's he? I murmured. Jeffrey leaned over. That's Elijah Smith. He's a self-styled faith healer to the supernatural. My blood chilled, and the gusftesh thickened. My shoulders stiffened, and I swallowed back a wolf-inspired growl. I know him. I know of him. We had an encounter, sort of. You didn't try to join his church, did you?
No.
This was indirectly. I met someone who tried to leave his church. It didn't turn out well. In the end, she'd killed herself. The vampire had staked herself to get away from him. As exploitative celebrities went, Smith was in a class by himself. Jeffrey and I were little more than entertainers, to some extent. Our hearts may have been in the right places, wanting to help people, but we were also sort of freak shows. Smith, on the other hand, professed to save people. He called his organization the Church of the Pure Faith. Preaching the motto, "Pure faith will set you free," he claimed to be able to cure vampires and lycanthropes of their conditions through his style of old-fashioned, laying on of hands faith healing. The so-called church had more in common with a cult. Once healed, his followers never left. They traveled with him in a caravan that crisscrossed the country, collecting true believers who were utterly loyal, like the two werewolves seemed to be. My informant had said he really could cure them. Vampires could walk in sunlight, werewolves never suffered the change. But only if they stayed with him forever. For some, the loss of freedom might not have been too high a price to pay. The trouble was, Smith didn't tell them what the price was before they signed up. What could he tell the committee? What was the point of having him here? How the hell did they manage to get him to testify? As far as I knew, the few police who tried to investigate the church hadn't been able to touch him. Nothing persuaded Smith to leave his compound, and his followers defended him like an army. Jeffrey shook his head. Ben piped in. Rumor has a Duke offered his church official recognition and tax-exempt status. Then he can start collecting monetary donations. Can Duke do that? Ben said, it really only takes an application with the IRS, but Smith may not know that. Maybe Duke can expedite the application. Didn't that just beat all? Jeffrey watched Smith distantly, lips pursed. After a moment he said, I don't like him.
He's dark.
I don't think he's human. I looked sharply at him. Vampire. No, I don't think so. This is different.
Thicker.
Would it be too melodramatic to say he looks evil? I was right there with him. My favorite theory about Smith at the moment was that he was some kind of spiritual vampire. Rather than feeding on blood, he consumed people's devotion, awe, and worship. He didn't cure his followers. Rather, he had the power to suppress their weaknesses, the vulnerability to sunlight, the need to shapeshift. My acquaintance, a vampire named Estelle, thought she was cured, but when she left Smith's caravan, the condition returned. She burned in sunlight again. He was powerful enough to control vampires and lycanthropes, and sinister enough to use them. I didn't know enough to guess what he was, especially if Jeffrey was right, and he wasn't human. Jeffrey testified first. He flashed me a smile and a thumbs up before he went to the table. If he had a lawyer with him, he kept the attorney hidden. He had a prepared statement, speaking carefully and non-threateningly about being open to strangeness in the world, to mysteries we didn't understand and might possibly fear. He stated a belief that the universe was basically good, and if we approached each new encounter with the unknown with that attitude, we would be rewarded with knowledge and understanding. It sounded a little metaphysical and new agey for my tastes. He'd obviously never encountered a hungry werewolf in the middle of the night. Wasn't much knowledge and understanding at the end of that meeting. Either the television celebrity garnered more respect from the panel of senators, or Jeffrey did a better job of winning them over with his charisma and amiability. He treated them like a talk show audience, engaging them, telling jokes. He did what Duke probably brought him here to do, which was to testify to the existence of the supernatural, at least his own little branch of it. To think, a couple months ago, anyone with a rational thought in his head would have written Jeffrey off as a new age kook at best, or a manipulative charlatan at worst. But in this context, this new frame of reference, where vampires were real, the US Congress had to take him seriously. I wondered if he felt at all smug or vindicated by the turn of events, the change in attitude. He just looked calm. I leaned forward when Elijah Smith took the stand. Smith never left his caravan. People who wanted to join him were screened before they were let inside to meet him. He'd never spoken publicly until now. Finally, I got to see him in the flesh. Whatever Jeffrey saw in him that indicated he wasn't human, I didn't see it. He moved with confidence, holding himself with a somber poise. His werewolf bodyguard stayed behind, seated in the first row among the audience. They kept their gazes focused on him, refusing to let him out of their sights. "Heaven's Gate," Ben whispered to me. I looked at him, raising my eyebrow to invite him to explain. He said, "The suicide cult. He's got that suicidal calm thing going. Jim Jones, David Koresh, you know?" That didn't reassure me. He didn't have a statement, so the committee launched right into basic questions. Where did he reside? What was his profession? Smith claimed to be based in California. I'd never been able to trace him to any permanent place of residence. His caravan was nomadic. Maybe he kept a post office box somewhere. As to profession, he answered, spiritual advisor, which was about as surreal as when Jeffrey had said communications facilitator. For some reason, no one felt they could come before the Senate and say he was a professional medium or a faith healer. Duke said, "I understand that you serve as a spiritual advisor to a specific group of people. Could you describe them?" "They're vampires and lycanthropes, Senator." He spoke coolly, with maybe a hint of amusement. I'd heard him before, from a distance over a tenuous phone connection. Even then, his voice had had a haunted quality, hypnotic. He drew listeners to him, like any good preacher could. There was something else, though, in the way his voice hinted at mysteries to be revealed, at the dark secrets he would tell. In person, that sense was doubled, or more. I leaned forward, head cocked, determined to hear every word. I wished the room's ambient noises, papers rustling, people coughing, would stop. "And how do you advise them, Reverend Smith?"
Duke said.
This was the most respectful Duke had been of any of the witnesses. Did he actually think Smith was a good Christian preacher? I helped them find their way to the cure. Henderson spoke next. Earlier this week, Dr. Fleming testified that he'd had some difficulty discovering a cure. Are you saying you've had better luck than medical science? Senator, these states of being cannot be fully explained by medical science. They have a spiritual dimension to them, and the cures lie in the spiritual realm. That was what I'd always thought. I wondered if it would be rude of me to move chairs, so I was sitting closer. I didn't want to miss anything Smith had to say. "I'm not sure I understand you." Senator Duke turned to his colleague. "He's saying what I've been telling you. These people are cursed, possessed, and they need to be exorcised. We're not living in the Dark Ages, Senator Duke." Henderson returned to his witness. "Reverend Smith," he said, I believe that those afflicted may look within to purge themselves of the taint of their diseases. Through prayer, Duke prompted. In a manner of speaking, yes. Prayer, yeah. That was all I had to do. It sounded so simple. I wanted to talk to him, to learn from him, because I'd struggled all this time to find some kind of peace in this life, but he made it sound so simple. Kitty. My brain rattled. I blinked, disoriented. Jeffrey was shaking my arm. He'd hissed into my ear loud enough that the people in front of us looked back.
What?
What's wrong? What happened? Ben was staring at me, too. You looked like a klitsch there for a minute. I think you were even drooling. I was not. But both men watched me closely, worriedly. Despite his flippant remark, Ben's brow was furrowed. Had I fainted? Passed out? I'd just been listening to the testimony, to Smith. That steady, haunting voice filled the room. I could feel it against my heart. Oh my God, I murmured. Is it just me? You guys don't feel it. Jeffrey shook his head. Not like that, but I can see it. It's like he's on fire. It started when he spoke. Something about his voice sounded so reasonable, so pure. It hardly mattered what he said because what I heard was, here is someone I can trust. I put my hands against my temples, quelling the headache I suspected I was developing. This is seriously twisted. I think I understand his church a little better, Jeffrey said. No doubt. The cure was only the start of his power, it seemed. He could draw vampires and werewolves to him just by speaking. He hardly needed to cure them if all he wanted was a flock of devoted followers. If he had that power over me across the room, how was I going to get close enough to learn more about him? Did I dare bring him onto the show for an interview and broadcast his voice across the country? Then we were done for another day. The hearing adjourned. Smith immediately came down the aisle between the two sets of chairs, his escort trailing him devotedly. I watched him the way a wolf watches a hunter approaching with a rifle, head down, eyes glaring, lips ready to snarl a challenge if the intruder comes too close. If Jeffrey and Ben hadn't been there, I might have followed along after him, as eager and devoted as his pets. I wasn't anybody's pet. As he passed by, he caught my gaze. For a half a second, his lips twitched a smile, a cold smile, and his gaze held triumph. He knew he'd gotten to me. Some vampires and werewolves liked to say they were top of the food chain. Stronger than mortal humans, able to hunt mortal humans. But we might have found the thing that could top us. I had to find out what he was. If I didn't risk getting closer to him, I'd never learn. I scrambled past Jeffrey to get to the aisle. I was too late to intercept him, but maybe I could catch up. Ben called after me. Kitty, what are you? I'd only taken a couple steps toward Smith when the werewolves turned on me. Their lips pulled back in grimaces, their shoulders tensed, bunching up as if they were preparing to cock their arms for a punch. A couple of werewolves getting ready to rumble. A shot of panic charged through me. I couldn't take these guys, and my wolf knew it. I had to work to stand there and not look away, not cringe and cower. Please don't beat me up. I looked past them to Smith, who had turned to see what the disturbance was. Hi, Reverend Smith. I'm Kitty Norville from the talk show The Midnight Hour. I was wondering, could I ask you a few questions? I think my audience would be very interested in learning more about you. Maybe you could come on the show. He stared at me for a long time, and my heart beat faster and faster in anticipation of what he might say and what his words would do to me. Fight or flight? I should run. I should get out of here. If you come to me as a supplicant, I will answer all your questions. He smiled a thin, knowing smile. They were true words. I knew they were. If I came to him, gave myself to him, I would have no more questions, at least no one to ask them. But I couldn't. I couldn't go to him. I couldn't do it, because I'd lose myself, and I'd fought too hard to claim myself. My own 2 feet stood on the floor, and I was anchored to them, and I would not let his gaze swallow me. I looked after him as he walked away, and the retreating bodyguards blocked my view of him. Something touched my shoulder. I gasped and pulled back. It was Jeffrey, forehead creased with concern. That wasn't the smartest thing you could have done. I'd been accused of a lot of things, but flights of genius wasn't one of them, so I couldn't argue. We had to clear the room for the next set of hearings, a different committee, a different subject. The wheels of government rolled on, no matter what little paradigm shifts were going on in my head. I lingered outside in the hallway, arms crossed, shoulders hunched in and angry. Can we sue him? I said to Ben. There's got to be something we can sue him for. He shrugged. I don't know. I'll look into it. I'm always game for a frivolous lawsuit. It's not frivolous. There's something seriously creepy about that guy. We have to figure out what he's really doing with that church of his, because I know it's just horrible. It has to be. If he hasn't broken any laws, then there probably isn't anything we can do. How could we know if he'd broken any laws if we didn't even know what he was really doing? Really, he was just inviting people to an old-fashioned revival meeting, and if they wanted to stay with him, well, that was their choice, right? I had to find out what he was. Jeffrey, if Smith isn't human, what is he? I was hoping you'd have a guess, Jeffrey said. I humphed. Believe it or not, you probably have more experience with that kind of stuff than I do. I mean, you can see that he isn't right. If we find out where he's camped, take a look, maybe you'd see. I don't know. Something. I'm not sure I'm willing to get close enough to try that. He's dangerous, Kitty. I can see that much about him. Ben, don't look at me. Somebody's got to stay behind to bail your ass out of jail when things go wrong. That vote of confidence was staggering. Ben said, if you're about to do something prosecutable, I don't want to know about it until afterward. I'll see you tomorrow. He started off down the hallway, waving over his shoulder. Jeffrey watched him go. He's your lawyer, huh? He's brusque. I said. I was going to say honest. He's got a good aura. Well, that was something I supposed. I apparently had an honest lawyer. I sighed. Since I don't know where Smith's caravan is, the whole plan to go looking for him is moot anyway. I couldn't really see me climbing into a cab, flashing a 50 at the driver and saying, follow that man. I started to ask Jeffrey if he would do an interview on the show when Roger Stockton stepped around from behind us, where he'd been lurking, eavesdropping, and who knew what else. He still had the camera, but at least he held it down and not pointed at me. I know where Smith is camped, the reporter said. And I know he isn't human. Then what is he? I said, once I'd regained control of my jaw. And how do you know? I tried to catch a scent off him, but his bodyguards stayed close, and I couldn't get past their smells, the overpowering scent of werewolf that set my instincts on edge. I'll tell you when we get out there. So, I just get in your car and let you drive me to God knows where? Look, we all want the same thing here. We all know Smith isn't curing anyone, not for real anyway, and he's got some kind of funky voodoo. I saw what he did to you back there. We all want to expose him, and we all know that he's dangerous. This way none of us has to go it alone, and we all get to break the story together. Are you sure you're not just after some prime Kitty Norville footage for Sweeps Week? I wouldn't mind that. I turned away with a dismissive sigh. He's telling the truth, Kitty. He knows, Jeffrey said. Jeffrey, who claimed to see honesty radiating off a man. I had a guy with second sight and a reporter from Uncharted World for backup. A girl could do worse, I supposed. I looked around to see if Cormac was lurking somewhere. Now there was backup, assuming he kept his guns pointed in someone else's direction. But wouldn't you know it, the one time I might want him around, he disappeared. He hadn't been near the hearings since Duke fired him. I said to Roger, we find the caravan, we check it out. Then what? Then we see. Sound good?
No.
If you know what he is, then you should know what he's doing and what we should do about him. I can't do it alone, Roger said. Are you in? Jeffrey nodded. He seemed eager, even, as if this were just another enlightening experience. I had to be out of my mind. Chapter 8. Stockton's smug grin at knowing something I didn't was almost unbearable. I was relieved Jeffrey had agreed to come along. He sat in the back seat, watching us both with an amused look. I wasn't sure what our plan was once we arrived. Based on what I'd heard about the caravan, dismantling it would take a small army. Maybe, if we combined Jeffrey's instincts with Stockton's camera work, we could gather enough proof to press criminal charges. It wasn't much, but it was something. That was all I could reasonably aim for. We weren't exactly equipped to play the Ghostbusters. Around sunset, We left behind the cookie-cutter suburbs and rolled into open country. The road narrowed to a two-lane state highway. The sky blazed with shades of orange, clouds lit like embers. The land turned dark and shadowy around us. Fields stretched to either side, possibly neglected farmland or old pastures. Fences lined the roadside, with dense clusters of trees rising beyond. Tall oaks and elms bordered the road, rows of ancient windbreaks planted over a century ago. The route twisted through gentle hills, making it hard to see very far ahead. So I was caught off guard when, rounding a curve, Stockton suddenly hit the brakes. My seatbelt caught me as we jolted. He pulled over near a rail fence to get a clearer view. Ahead of us, occupying the far end of a wide pasture, stood something resembling the tired remnants of a traveling circus. About 24 old trailers were hitched to battered pickup trucks. RVs, Airstreams, Winnebagos, even converted vans and buses formed a rough ring, like settlers' wagons. Another dozen vehicles were parked around them. At the center of it all, barely visible over the trailers, rose the peak of a massive canvas tent. Figures moved slowly near a wire fence that ringed the compound. Inside, the entire area was lit up, campers, trucks, spotlights shining from the tent. Even from this distance, I could hear the generators buzzing. The whole scene glowed like a strange festival dropped into the shadows of the countryside. A dirt road cut from the highway through an open gate, straight into the compound. A couple of cars idled near the entrance. Stockton rolled down his window and leaned out to film. "How'd you find it?" I asked. "Someone at Uncharted World has been tracking it," he said. "They spotted it in DeKalb, Illinois a few weeks back and followed it here." "Then why isn't that guy here shooting it now?" "Because 2 nights ago, an unmarked car ran him off the road. He landed in a dry creek bed, for broken ribs and a crushed shoulder."
Damn.
I shook my head. "You seeing anything?" I asked, glancing at Jeffrey in the back seat. "I mean, anything special?" "Not much. The lights blur everything from here," he said, then pointed toward a car that had just turned off its engine. "That guy's a lycanthrope, though." A young man stepped out, tall and a little awkward in his movements, and quietly made his way down the dirt path toward the camp. Without thinking, I yanked off my seatbelt and slipped out of the car. "Kitty," Jeffrey called, but I ignored him. I jogged to catch up, about to call out when the man sensed me. He spun around, backing away, body tensed like a spooked wolf.
Who are you? He snapped.
"My name's Kitty." I stayed still, posture non-threatening, gaze lowered. He could smell what I was. "Just curious. What brings you here?" His stance loosened just a bit. "I heard there's someone here who can help." "Help with what?" He eyed me, wary. "Help me be normal again." "I heard the same," I said, keeping my tone casual. "Then you know why I'm here." "I've also heard this whole thing's a scam. That it's not a church, it's a cult. That the guy in charge brainwashes people into staying. No one really knows what's going on in there."
"Yeah."
"I've heard that too." He hugged himself like he felt a sudden chill. "And you still came?" "What other choice do I have? Is it really that bad? Bad enough to give up your freedom, your identity? If the rumors are true?" "I haven't held a job for more than 2 weeks since the change. I keep losing my temper. I'm awful at controlling it."
"I'm sorry. No pak."
He shook his head. He'd been trying to do this on his own. Suddenly, he looked past me. I turned slightly. Jeffrey and Stockton had caught up. The young man backed up a few steps, then took off toward the compound, disappearing through the gate. "Wait," I shouted, though I didn't really expect him to stop.
"Damn."
"That kid's terrified," Jeffrey said softly. "But not of me." "A little," he admitted. "Also of himself, I think. Strange to think of a werewolf being scared of anything." "You'd be surprised. Fear drives a lot of us." "Let's move," Stockton said, gesturing toward the tree line that skirted the field. Before his goons notice we're not here to buy tickets. I lifted my face to the wind, nose in the air, eyes partly shut to focus. Then I nodded toward the far side. "Let's go around. That side's downwind." We walked the road until we were mostly out of sight, then climbed over the fence and moved swiftly into the trees. Keeping low, we made our way down the slope, following the shadows toward the caravan. As we got closer, the lights blazed brighter, casting the surrounding area into even deeper darkness. Though it looked like a carnival setup, the place was eerily quiet. No chatter, no clatter, no sounds of daily life. Dozens of people were supposedly living there, but if so, they were doing it silently. Except for the smell. A ripe, stale odor like a college dorm after a long semester, too many people crammed together. Not enough cleaning. I wrinkled my nose. There. Stockton gestured toward a gap between the trailers. Temporary fencing still surrounded the place, but here was a clear enough line of sight. One corner of the main tent was staked visibly to the ground. When two bulky men, Smith's bodyguards from earlier, walked by, we froze. They were patrolling but didn't stop. Stockton leaned back against a tree and adjusted his camera toward the gap, ready. Jeffrey took the next tree. I crouched next to Stockton, watching with him. The ground was wet and soaking through my clothes. The air was cold and dropping colder, my breath coming in foggy clouds. Jeffrey clutched his jacket tighter. I wondered how long we'd last out here. Something had to happen soon. The pilgrims, including that young man, were gathering at Smith's gate. He wouldn't leave them waiting. I moved next to Jeffrey and whispered, "Can you contact vampires who've, passed on?" I was thinking about Estelle, wondering if she might be nearby, trying to tell us something. "I never have," he said. "I mean, none have ever reached out to me. And, to be honest, do they even have souls?" It was a familiar question, one that came up all the time on the show. My instinct said yes. How could someone like Alette not have a soul? But what was a soul, really? I didn't have an answer. I stayed quiet. Jeffrey shook his head. "This whole area feels numb to me, like it's asleep." Then Stockton suddenly leaned forward and lifted his camera. "There he is. Got him." Jeffrey and I crawled back beside him. Peering through the gap, I saw Smith walk past. Just a second. Calm, neatly dressed, composed. Just like at the hearing. But Stockton whispered triumphantly, "Got you." If only I could catch that on film. Damn it. I hadn't seen anything unusual. He looked normal. Stockton was losing it. This was a delusion. And somehow I'd been drawn in. Then he pulled a locket from under his shirt and handed it to me. "Put this on. When he comes back around, tell me what you see." It looked ordinary. Not silver, pewter, maybe. A little square locket marked with Celtic knotwork, worn by time. It felt heavy. I thumbed the clasp. "What is this?" "Don't open it," he warned. "It's filled with little bits. 4-leaf clover, rowan, iron. The usual. Folk magic, then. But was it the kind that actually worked? Or the kind meant to soothe the fear of the unknown?" I slipped it over my head. Stockton had more patience than me. That much was clear. He knew how to wait. I wasn't sure Smith would walk by again. But he did. And suddenly he changed. His skin wasn't skin anymore. It shimmered, pearlescent, nearly white. His hair was pale, almost invisible. His whole form seemed delicate and unearthly. Still the same suit, the same precise posture. But those eyes, oversized, black, endless. I couldn't look away. I almost screamed. Stockton pinched my arm to keep me quiet. Then Smith passed from view, but I was frozen. "Holy shit. He's an alien." I hissed. Not exactly," Stockton said, slipping into a flimsy Irish accent. "Back in the old country, they'd call them the fair folk. The gentry. The good people." "He's a fairy?" I couldn't tell which was more absurd. "Don't say that."
He'll hear you.
"Give that back." He reached for the pendant. I hesitated, then handed it over. No one's been close enough to confirm anything until now. I was lucky to be there when he testified. I kept my voice low. "You're serious? That's all just folklore."
Right.
"Because your life is so grounded in realism," he quipped. Just when I thought I couldn't be surprised anymore, when I thought I'd heard it all, this happened. I'd never dismiss another rumor again. Flying monkeys?
Sure.
I could believe. Okay. How did you know? I asked. I didn't, he admitted. My grandmother gave me the locket, said it would protect me. She still leaves milk out for the brownies, even in the Boston suburbs. I figured, why not humor her? I didn't know it'd actually work, not until this afternoon when Smith walked in. Blew my mind. Jeffrey said. I couldn't see what he really was, but I saw that something was off. A distortion. Fascinating. He sounded like he was reading a textbook. So now we had one answer, what he was. But it only opened more questions. Why the church? Why gather vampires and werewolves? What was a creature of old world myth doing with modern day followers? Inside the compound, movement picked up. Smith disappeared again, but people were filing into the tent. From here, they looked ordinary, average people. But the way they moved, heads bowed, hands folded, reminded me more of pilgrims than cultists. They looked exhausted. The guards still hadn't circled back. They were near the entrance, helping usher people inside. But I knew we were pushing our luck. We couldn't stay hidden forever. I wanted to tear this whole setup apart. Smith was manipulating people. He was dangerous and powerful. You know this stuff, I said to Stockton. How do we stop him? He looked honestly spooked. I don't know. My knowledge is all secondhand. Grandma's talismans, old sayings. Maybe throw some iron shavings at him. Would your grandmother know? I asked. She knew this charm would work. I doubt she expected me to actually meet one of them. Can you call her? Right now. You've got a phone, don't you? I did. I'd call her myself if I could. Well, yeah, but... So call her. And maybe after that I could talk to her and learn where her belief came from. Did she leave milk for the brownies because her family had always done so, or did she have a more immediate reason? Stockton pulled one of those fancy little flip phones out of his front pants pocket. I was glad to see he'd had it turned off for our escapade. The thing lit blue when he turned it on. He searched the menu, then pressed the dial button. He sat there listening to the ringing while Jeffrey and I watched. It had been such a great idea, I'd thought. But she probably wasn't even home. I was getting ready to suggest that we call it a night, leave, do some research, and have a couple of beers while we came up with a plan to confront him tomorrow. Then Stockton said, Yes? Hello? Grandma, it's Roger.
Yeah, I've fine.
Everything's fine. What do you mean I only call you when something's wrong?
No, Grandma.
Mom and Dad are fine. As far as I know, I don't really remember the last time I talked to them. I was used to being the goddess of phone conversations. I wanted to grab the phone out of his hand and make his grandmother get to the point. Ask her the right questions. Then I imagined trying to explain to her who I was. I'm sorry, Grandma. I can't really talk any louder. I said I can't talk any louder. I'm sort of hiding. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. You know those stories you're always telling? About the fair folk. Yes, Grandma. I crossed myself. He quickly did so, in good Catholic fashion. Some friends, and I seem to have come across one who's doing some not very nice things. What kind is he? I don't know. Seelie or unseelie? I don't know that either. No, Grandma, I do pay attention when you tell stories. Unseelie are the bad guys, right? I whispered at him. I bet he's unseelie. Neither one is very good, he said, away from the phone for a moment. Yeah, Grandma? I'm pretty sure he's unseelie. That's right, it's pretty bad. What would you do? Pray. He rolled his eyes. What about getting rid of him? Will he just go away? No. Okay, just a minute. He took out a mini notepad and pen and started writing. A shopping list, it looked like. Okay.
Got it.
Then what? Really? Is that all? Patience, Kitty. Back in the caravan, people had entered the tent. I couldn't see anything now or sense anything, except that a large group of people had gathered. Thanks a lot, Grandma. This is just what I need. I have to go now. Yes, I'm coming for Thanksgiving this year. No, I'm not bringing Jill. She broke up with me 6 months ago, Grandma. He held the phone an inch away from his ear, closed his eyes, and gave a deep sigh. I could hear the woman's voice, slow and static-laden, but not the words. This was ridiculous. I wanted to throttle him. I have to go now. Goodbye, Grandma. I love you. He clicked off. What did she say? What do we do? I said, forcing my hands to not grab his shirt and shake him. We go grocery shopping. What? Bread, salt, some different herbs. Unless you brought any of this stuff with you? He showed me the list he'd written. Verbena, St. John's wort, rowan. Can we even find some of this at the local supermarket? He shrugged. Once we get the stuff, it doesn't sound like it's that hard of a spell. We just walk around the camp, sprinkle the stuff on the ground, and poof.
Poof.
Poof, he's banished back to Underhill. Or wherever the hell he came from. Wherever the hell. Apt phrase that. So we go to the store, get the supplies, come back, and that's that. Easy, Jeffrey said, grinning like we were planning a school prank. Stockton put the list back in his pocket. I think I remember seeing a convenience store a few miles back at the last intersection. They'll have some of this stuff. She didn't say we need all of it. These are just the options. Why don't you two wait here and keep an eye on things while I go get the stuff? Sure, Jeffrey said without hesitation. Stockton was already turning to go. Wait. I tried to keep my voice down and sound desperate at the same time. You have a better idea? I go get the stuff and you wait here? I'll be back in half an hour, I promise. Here, hang on to this. He gave me the locket charm, then ran along the shelter of the trees, back to the road.
I had a bad feeling about this.
Split up, I muttered. We can take more damage that way. You know we're stranded here once he takes the car. Calm down, it'll be okay. Smith's wrapped up in whatever he's doing in there, and the guards haven't spotted us. We'll stay here, keep our heads down, and be fine. You're entirely too pleased about all this. Of course I am. I've never done anything like this before. I'm usually cooped up in a TV studio or a book signing. But this running around, investigating, spying. How cool is it? How did I get myself into these situations? So, Jeffrey, you want to be a guest on my show? Just what exactly would that involve? Inside the caravan, nothing happened. If this had been any other church's revival meeting, there would have been singing, shouting, praying. I wouldn't have minded hearing some speaking in tongues. But there was nothing except Jeffrey and me sitting in the dark and the cold, under a tree, waiting. Enough time passed for me to think that Stockton had set us up. Somewhere, hidden cameras recorded us, and any minute now actors dressed as bogeymen would leap out of the woods, screaming and carrying on. I'd freak out, adrenaline would push me over the edge, and I'd turn wolf because that was what happened when I panicked in a dangerous situation. Stockton would get it all on film and broadcast it in a very special episode of Uncharted World, Kitty Unleashed. I didn't know what Jeffrey would do. Get out of the way, I hoped. Except the caravan of the Church of the Pure Faith was parked in front of us, and I wasn't going to take my eyes off them. The bogeyman would have to wait. Jeffrey tapped my shoulder and pointed at the road. A car pulled up, Stockton's. The headlights were off, to draw less attention to it. I hissed a sigh of relief. A few minutes later, he rejoined us, carrying a plastic bag.
Hi.
Anything happened while I was gone? Nothing, I said. They've been quiet. Too quiet, Jeffrey added happily. Stockton pulled items out of the bag, a loaf of sliced sandwich bread, a shaker of salt, a bottle of St. John's wort herbal remedy, and a pill crusher. I figured we'd crush the pills up and sprinkle the powder, he said. I don't think you can get St. John's wort any other way these days. I deferred to his supposedly greater knowledge because I didn't have any better ideas. Jeffrey, you take the salt. Kitty. He handed Jeffrey the salt and me the loaf of bread. While he took the pill crusher out of the package and dug into the St. John's wort, he explained. We start at the north end of the caravan. Just sprinkle this stuff as we go, and that's that. Which way's north? The moon, a little over 3/4, was rising. That marked east. I pointed to the left. There. It was just off from the entrance of the caravan. Stockton exhaled a deep breath.
Right.
Here we go, then. The reporter led us. He had the bottle of pills in his jacket pocket. 2 at a time, he grabbed pills from the bottle, put them in the crusher, turned the knob until it crunched, then emptied the powder out on the ground. Jeffrey followed behind him, sprinkling salt. I tore the bread into pieces and dropped them. Just call me Gretel. Stockton was whispering. I had to listen closely to understand the words. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Prayer.
A bit of verbal magic to bind the spell. We walked around the caravan, clockwise, far enough away from the wire boundary to avoid drawing attention. Even the guards had gone into Smith's service. I crumbled bread, afraid to say anything. Jeffrey pursed his lips in a serious expression, watching Stockton and the ground ahead of us. Stockton developed a rhythm, pill crunch sprinkle, his lips moving constantly. Completing the circle seemed to take forever. We moved methodically, and therefore slowly. We didn't even know if this was going to work. Finally, we returned to the north side of the caravan. We passed the entrance, which was blocked off with chains secured with padlocks, making the place look more like a prison than a religious camp. Stockton reached the spot where the trail of breadcrumbs began. I closed the circle. And deliver us from evil.
Amen.
He sighed and licked his lips. Nothing happened. What's next? I said, trying to keep the anxiety out of my voice. I don't know, Stockton said. That was supposed to be it. I can't be sure I even did it right. I mean, who knows what other shit is in those pills? That was it, then. We did what we could. Maybe we could go back to town, do some more research, and try again later.
No.
Something's happening. The light's gone all funny. Jeffrey didn't elaborate. From my perspective, nothing had changed. Who knew what he could see? Then, inside the caravan encampment, two figures approached the entrance. They were large, male, and stalked with long, smooth strides, predators in hunting mode, Smith's werewolf bodyguards. Guys, I said, backing away. We might want to get out of here. The two bodyguards put their hands on the chains of the gate and hopped over, leaving the chains rattling. They continued on right toward us. Drawing together instinctively, we moved away quickly, stepping back, unwilling to turn away from the werewolves. They crossed the line of the circle we'd made, then stopped. For a moment, outside the circle marked by the breadcrumbs, they stood frozen. Then one of them stumbled, as if he'd lost his balance. The other one put his hand to his head and squinted. They looked around, expressions confused, like they'd just come out of hibernation. They glanced at us, then at each other. Oh, my God, one of them murmured. Spell broken, Jeffrey said. I approached the two men slowly, giving them time to really see me, to catch my scent, to understand I wasn't a threat.
Hey.
You guys all right?
I asked.
The one who'd spoken earlier shook his head, confused. I don't know. We were stuck. Something happened. I'm just not sure what. They both turned to look back at the gate they'd just crossed, a heavy sadness and longing in their expressions. The chain they'd climbed over still swayed gently behind them. Do you want to go back? I asked carefully. The quieter man, shorter than the other, murmured, It's not real, is it? No, I said softly. He dropped his head.
Damn.
Now all we had to do was convince the rest of them to walk away from the caravan, to cross that line too. And I couldn't stop wondering, what would happen if Smith crossed it? More of Smith's followers were emerging from the tent, filling the space behind the gate. There were dozens now, staring outward with solemn, devoted faces. Smith stood at their head. Surrounded by so many people, he seemed small, almost delicate. I slipped Stockton's charm over my head. Instantly, he transformed in my eyes, otherworldly, expression blank and inhuman. A faint glow radiated from him. Lines, threads, stretched out from him, connecting him to every person around him, as if binding them. Two threads trailed away, broken, unattached, belonging to the men who had just escaped. The first man took a step toward the gate, toward Smith. I rushed forward and stepped in front of him, blocking his path.
No.
Don't go back. Please. Smith's voice called out, calm and beguiling. You're keeping them from peace. I can give them peace. Kitty, don't listen to him. Jeffrey shouted from behind me, but the words bounced off me. They didn't matter. The charm shielded me. Jeffrey was a short distance uphill, fists clenched, worry etched across his face for the first time that night. Stockton stood nearby, camera lifted, filming steadily. Whatever happened, at least we'd have a record. I needed to draw Smith out, but without making it obvious. He was probably already wary. He had every reason to be. I moved toward the gate. Kitty, Jeffrey's voice cracked with fear. I raised a hand, signaling him to stay calm. I had a plan, at least I hoped I did. I stopped just shy of the boundary, making myself look uncertain, hesitant. One of Smith's followers stepped forward and began unlocking the chain. Smith didn't touch it. Steel contained iron, and that would burn him. Once the chain was pulled away, Smith advanced. His eyes locked on mine, hypnotic. I didn't break the stare. Wolves don't when issuing a challenge. You're curious, he said. I nodded slowly. I needed him to keep moving. But you're afraid. He came closer. Every part of me wanted to flee. Wolf inside me wanted to run. Still, I stood my ground. Now he stood right in front of me, hand outstretched, inviting me into his world, his realm. I took a careful step back, a step meant to bait him forward. I was just on the edge. If he stepped closer, he'd cross the line. But he paused. That smile, feral, flashed. I see your charm. I won't cross. Screw subtlety. I lunged, grabbed his shirt, and yanked. I expected resistance, but he felt light. Unnaturally light. The force of pulling him off balance nearly made me stumble. I fell back, gripping him tight, determined to drag him over that invisible threshold. He didn't fall with me, because the moment he passed the line, he ignited. A blaze erupted, yellow, red, a burst like a flare. The shriek that followed wasn't human. Ash rained down, burning my face and hands. I screamed and shielded myself, rolling on the ground, trying to escape the searing pain. Someone caught me, helped me sit up. Are you okay? Jeffrey asked. My hands throbbed, raw, scorched like a brutal sunburn. My face stung. I didn't want to know how bad it looked. I broke away from him, eyes scanning. Where is he? What happened? Jeffrey gave a shaky laugh.
He's gone.
Burned up. All that remained were scattered black cinders in the grass. People began emerging from the caravan's gate, dazed, unsteady, shaking their heads. It's over, I whispered. I didn't feel victorious, just exhausted. It had ended so quickly, too cleanly. Shouldn't defeating something that powerful have been harder? Stockton hadn't stopped recording. He gripped the camera like a lifeline. How did you even end a story like this? Dust off your hands and walk away? Then a deep groan echoed. Familiar. Human and then not. The sound warped, deepened. One of Smith's bodyguards was changing, turning into a wolf. Why wouldn't he? The control Smith had held was gone. Their true natures were rushing back. The shorter man ripped off his shirt, growling, shifting. The other backed away, muscles twitching, bones melting, reshaping. The lycanthropes were waking up, and the vampires?
Who knew what they'd do next?
Jeffrey, we need to get out of here.
Now.
His eyes scanned the chaos around us.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Roger, I shouted. Back to the car. Go. At the gate, a woman tackled a man beside her, shoved him down, climbed onto his back, and sank her teeth into his neck. He writhed, trying to fight her off, claws bursting from his hands. Panic hit the others. Many bolted, disappearing into the woods. Jeffrey and I got to our feet, leaning on each other, stumbling toward escape. Stockton still stood, mesmerized, camera up. I grabbed him by the shirt. Come on. A savage growl tore through the air behind us. A wolf.
Fast.
Too fast. Run, I said to Jeffrey, pushing him forward. Just run. Then I turned to face the thing barreling toward me. Chapter 9. He was after the easiest prey in the area. Apparently, I looked like the best option, small enough to tackle easily, but with enough meat on me to make the effort worth it. That description stung more than I cared to admit. His fur was pale, almost white, glowing eerily in the moonlight. He was huge, one of the thickest, most powerfully built wolves I'd ever seen. Broad chest, Thick shoulders, legs driving hard, head low like a battering ram. He'd crash into me, knock me flat like I was nothing, then tear me apart without hesitation. But I'd survive the first few hits. I already had lycanthropy, unlike Jeffrey or Roger. I was tougher. I could take it. Holy hell. At the very last second, I dodged and grabbed his tail. I was stronger than I looked, and I held on just long enough to throw him off balance, to interrupt his rhythm, to make him hesitate and glance back. That gave me just a sliver of time before he redirected his charge to where I had moved. His jaws snapped toward my shoulder. His goal was clearly to bring me down and pin me with his teeth. I twisted my body and threw his aim off. Instead of sinking his fangs into my shoulder, his canines scraped down my arm. Deep gouges, yeah, but better that than losing the whole limb. No time to focus on the pain. Jeffrey and Roger should have reached the car by now. It was time to retreat. I kicked the wolf in the face before he could regroup. I had to prove I wasn't the easy kill he thought I was. I had to let the wolf inside me rise up a little. She was the better fighter anyway.
Kick him.
Snarl. Make him think twice. All while holding on to my human self. I couldn't afford to lose control, not now. I needed to stay grounded, to be able to talk about this when it was over. Assuming I stayed conscious that long. The wolf paused. He was reconsidering, probably tempted by other, easier prey. Kitty, Kitty. A voice, young, panicked, called from up the hill. The kid I talked to earlier, the one who'd tried joining the church, came running. Help. I don't know what to do. You have to help me. Come on. I yanked him behind me and glared at the pale wolf. Get out of here. Go on. Leave. Backing up the hill, I shouted to the guy, run. Get to the car. I turned and followed. I didn't look back. We vaulted the fence, the kid first, then me. Jeffrey was by the car, holding the passenger door open with one hand and a club, the anti-theft kind, in the other, ready to swing it like a weapon. I shoved the kid into the back seat and climbed in after him. Jeffrey dove into the front seat and slammed the door shut. The pale wolf slammed into the car a moment later, snarling and slobbering against the window. Stockton was filming the whole thing. Roger, would you please put the camera down and drive? I yelled. When the wolf rammed us again, rocking the car on its wheels, Stockton finally dropped the camera and started the engine. A second later, we peeled off down the road. The kid curled up in his seat, shaking and drenched in sweat. He muttered over and over, "Stop it, make it stop." He was changing. The shift begins from within, like something alive clawing its way out. Fighting it only makes it worse. Painful. Unstoppable. I grabbed his face and made him look at me. Hold it together, okay? Deep breath. That's it. Slow. Steady. You're doing great. His breath slowed. The trembling eased. A little tension left his arms. He closed his eyes, still avoiding mine. What's your name? He took a second to answer.
Ty.
It's Ty. Nice to meet you, Ty. He gave a quick nod, head down. I rested a light hand on his shoulder, just enough to keep him anchored in his body, and leaned back. Finally, a moment to breathe. I didn't want to think about the mess we'd unleashed. In the long run, getting rid of Smith was probably for the best. But all those people, homeless now, scared, and turning into monsters. At least we were far from civilization. They could only hurt each other. Not that that made it any better. Kitty, you're bleeding, Jeffrey said, staring at me through the gap in the seats. My right arm was soaked in blood. Just looking at it made the pain flare up all over again. It's fine, I muttered through gritted teeth. It'll heal by morning. Wait, the fast healing? That's real? Stockton asked. He lifted the camera again, pointing it between the seats at me while steering with one hand. Can I watch? No, I gave him a glare sharp enough to slice through the lens. He lowered the camera. I removed the charm and passed it up front. Roger took it and slipped the chain over his head. Roger, your grandmother got you into this, didn't she? The charms, the supernatural. Uncharted world. He smirked. Some folks think I'm on that show because I'm a lousy reporter. Like I couldn't be on CNN if I wanted to. But I believe. Actually, no, I know. The supernatural's just another mystery. You gather enough evidence, you find the truth. This job gets me closer to it. Just like Fleming. A different path, but the same pursuit. So, you sure you won't let me film your next full moon?
No.
He looked past me to the back seat. What about you, kid? What?
Ty looked woozy.
No, I said. Stockton chuckled, entirely too amused. Hey, where are we going? I found my phone in my pocket, turned it on, and hesitated because I didn't know who I could call for help. I hated to say that my first impulse was to call Cormac. He'd know what to do with a couple dozen rogue vampires and werewolves rampaging the countryside. Unfortunately, his solution would involve lots of silver bullets and stakes, and we'd end up with a bunch of corpses. I was trying to avoid that. My next idea was to call Ahmed. I didn't have a phone number for the Crescent, so I called information. They were able to get me through to the restaurant side. A cheery-sounding hostess, whose voice I didn't recognize, answered the phone. Good evening, this is the Crescent. May I help you? Hi, yeah, is Ahmed there? Who? A sinking feeling attacked my stomach.
Ahmed.
The guy who owns the place.
Oh.
Just a moment. May I tell him who's calling? It's Kitty. She set the phone aside. I could hear the murmur of generic restaurant noises, voice talking, tableware clinking in the background. The moment stretched on. I started tapping my foot. I didn't have a lot of time here. A familiar, robust voice picked up the line. Kitty, how are you? Situations like this made it so hard to answer that question. I need some help, Ahmed. What would you do with a couple dozen vampires and lycanthropes who'd lost it and you wanted to get them under control so they didn't get hurt? I grit my teeth. When I said it out loud like that, this mess sounded ridiculous. He hesitated for a long time so that I had to listen to the restaurant white noise again. Then he said, I would leave the area and wait until morning to return to see what was left. But the vampires will die without shelter. That would not be my concern. No, it wouldn't, would it? Then what about the lycanthropes? I know you'd want to help the lycanthropes. If you can bring them here, to the club, I can shelter them. But I have no way of getting them there. Kitty, what have you gotten yourself into? I sighed. He wasn't going to be any help. He probably never even left the Crescent, his little domain. It's a long story. I'll have to talk to you later.
Bye.
Goodbye. He sounded confused. I hung up anyway. That left one other option. I called Alette to ask her if she could help. Bradley answered the phone, put me on hold, and returned to say that she could. She'd meet me at Smith's caravan in an hour. An hour later, we drove back by the site. The police had already arrived in squad cars, along with a sedan I recognized as the one Bradley drove and a large, windowless van. Stockton pulled onto the shoulder. A cop came forward and tried to wave him away. I rolled down the back window. I'm with Alette, I called. The cop hesitated, then let Stockton park. While a trio of cops moved alongside the road, setting out flares and obviously standing guard, Alette and Leo stood at the edge of the grassy field. A group of people approached them from the caravan. Leo held something out to them, and they moved slowly, cautiously toward him. Stay here, lock the doors, I said as I climbed out of the car. I didn't stick around to see if they listened to me. I didn't get too close. I had my limits. The people drawn to Leo were thin, wan, cold vampires. Leo held a jar of blood, open to the air, so that the smell drew them. The vampires in Smith's caravan hadn't eaten in months, some of them. As they approached, Leo spoke softly to them. He touched their chins, their hair, and they bowed their heads and followed docilely. He led them to the van and guided them inside. Tom waited by the back door. Bradley approached me, clearly on an intercept course to keep me from interrupting Alette and Leo. What's happening? I asked before he could chastise me or start issuing orders. It looks like some kind of vampire hypnotism. He said, the ones who joined Smith aren't very old, only a few decades. Easy to control. Older vampires aren't going to go looking for a cure. If they've made it to 100 without getting killed, it usually means they like it. But these, they're looking for guidance. What'll happen to them? They'll stay with Alette until she can find out where they're from and send them home. He glanced back at Stockton's car. Of course, the reporter had his camera pressed against the windshield, glaring out. He even leaned half on top of Jeffrey to get a better angle. Your friends should leave. His tone didn't allow argument. Besides, I pretty much agreed with him. This was like an accident scene, and Stockton didn't need to be broadcasting it on his show. I'll ask them, but Stockton's got the keys. Good luck getting him out of here. Then I had a brilliant idea. Stockton reported on the paranormal. He'd absolutely love this. I told Bradley, let me get the kid out and back in his own car. Then could you maybe pull the man in black routine on Stockton? It might just scare the crap out of him. I couldn't help it, I grinned. Man in black. Bradley wrinkled his nose in clear distaste. Just be yourself when you tell him to hit the road. Trust me, you'll enjoy it. I gave him a grin and jogged off to check on Ty. Jeffrey unlocked the car. I opened the back door. Ty was sitting upright, alert and looking around, more grounded than before. Hey, Ty, ready to head home? Think you can drive? He ran a hand through his shaggy hair and nodded. Yeah, but could I stay with you? That was exactly the kind of responsibility I wasn't looking for and had been actively avoiding. I tried to let him down gently. Walk with me for a sec, okay? I held out my hand. He took it and I helped him out of the car. Keeping close, I guided him to his vehicle. There's a place in DC. A club, kind of. It's for people like us. Ahmed runs it.
He's solid.
There are others there who can help you figure all this out. You should go. He dug around in his glove box for a pen and paper. I jotted down directions to the Crescent, plus my number. No more bogus cures after this, deal?
Deal.
You gonna be all right? He nodded, this time with a bit more confidence.
Yeah.
I'll check it out. Thanks, Kitty. Really? Thank you. I watched him drive off. Just in time to see Stockton's car reverse a few feet, spin into a U-turn and tear off down the road. Bradley, towering with arms folded like a statue carved from granite, stood at the roadside watching him disappear. Once the car was gone, Bradley turned to me with a wide grin. You were right. That was fun. I regretted missing the show. Meanwhile, Leo, under Alette's supervision, was rounding up the vampires. The whole scene felt eerie and oddly disturbing. Does it bother you? I asked Bradley. Working for a vampire? Emma said her family's served her for centuries. What about yours? Or are you guys related? Distantly, he said with a crooked smile, nodding toward the cops. One of the officers is a cousin too. Honestly, I never gave it much thought. This is just how it's always been. When I was a kid, my parents would bring me over to her place. It felt like visiting an aunt. The Wers wouldn't be harmed by sunlight, but I was worried about what they might do until then. Alette wasn't concerned. She and Leo set out raw meat as bait and equipped the police with silver bullets. Not quite what I'd envisioned, but it turned out the silver bullets were just backup. Vampire mind tricks worked on Wers too. Leo and Alette lulled them to sleep, eased them back to human form, and handed them over to the cops. Many had been reported missing. With luck, they'd find their way home again. The vampires handled the whole cleanup. That's why lycanthropes need numbers to stand a chance against vampires. We poked around the camp while Alette's police taped off the area as a crime scene. A makeshift stage of plywood and milk crates stood beneath the main tent, with bare bulbs strung from the poles. Innocent enough. The rest of the site? Total chaos. No working plumbing in the trailers. A few chemical toilets, all overused. Immortality didn't mean you could skip biology. No one had cleaned anything. Trash piled in corners, sinks full of moldy dishes. Flies buzzed everywhere. The stench was overwhelming. I had to cover my face. We found a few survivors, both Wers and vamps, hiding in campers and car floors. They were trembling, crying, clearly going through withdrawal. Pale, thin, hair lifeless. I'd thought lycanthropes were too resilient to starve, but these ones were close. The vampires might not decay physically, but mentally, they were fraying. Smith had been their source. He was what kept them going. I tried speaking to them, coaxing them gently, but they shrank from me. My scent was foreign, unfamiliar. I scared them. Some followed me. Others needed Leo, His presence, his whispers, his hypnotic calm, to lead them out. They'd been living like animals, crammed in trailers, starving, filthy. Smith had turned them into something less than human. Alette met up with us as we finished our tour. "You've managed quite the coup for someone with no official authority," she said, arching a brow. She wanted a full rundown, what we saw, what we did to stop Smith. She listened, nodded, not surprised. Like she'd known what he was all along. I didn't think it was this bad, I admitted. I thought Smith was just a con artist. But he was draining them, keeping them barely alive, so he could keep feeding off them. "That's simply how their kind operates," Alette said. "They've done it for centuries, just in different forms. The city, the fair folk, have always drawn sustenance from mortals. In the past, they'd swap newborns for changelings, beguile young lovers, keep human servants for decades. It's as if they're not truly alive themselves, so they must feed off nearby life to survive. Vampires and lycanthropes are different. They began as human, then evolved into something more. The cities seem to extract even more from us. Smith built a world where he could be surrounded by that kind of power. And with their abilities to distort perception, especially space and time, he could make his followers believe whatever he wanted. He could show them his fantasy. Old tales say fairy food looked like a banquet, but turned to ash on the tongue." She looked out over the deserted camp with quiet sorrow. We made it back to Alette's townhouse around sunrise. Bradley offered a vague excuse about needing to handle things during daylight, something about renting a separate home for the vampire refugees, and left me alone with her in the foyer. She stood there with her arms folded, dressed in a rust-hued gown, silk bodice, flowing skirt, not a wrinkle on her, even after the night's chaos. How was that even possible? "You look a state," she said, eyeing my scorched clothes, smeared face, banged-up arm, and the bloodstains on my shirt. The remark sounded all the more disheartening in her crisp British tone. "Yeah," I muttered, defeated. What else was there to say? "I do wish you had informed me of your intentions. We might have been better prepared." I desperately wanted to sit, but every piece of antique furniture in the room screamed, "Don't even think about it." There wasn't really a plan, I admitted. We saw an opening and acted. "Look, I know I had no right to ask for help, or to assume you'd offer any." "Oh, really?" Her voice sharpened. "You believe I've shown no inclination to assist in a crisis? That I care only for what happens within the boundaries of my own little kingdom? That my resources exist for my personal indulgence, rather than to be used where they might do the most good?" Alette was the mistress of Washington, D.C., after all. Not by chance. From here, she could influence the world. And she'd still welcomed a stray werewolf. Offered hospitality.
L'on me a diamond pendant.
"I'm sorry," I said, looking away with a tired smile. The night had wrung me dry, and my arm throbbed. Her tone softened. "I believe that immortality should make us more aware of the suffering around us, more driven to make the world better. Not less. We have the luxury of perspective. I know some of our kind don't live up to that ideal. But don't judge me by their failings." "I won't. I keep wondering." "If you did the right thing?" she asked. I nodded. Destroying the church outright might have done more harm than good. Maybe we could have saved more people if we'd taken a different approach. Smith lured them with lies, stripped away their ability to choose, and forced them to live in what I'd call criminal conditions, Alette said. The law couldn't touch him, but you could. Maybe it wasn't a perfect solution, but it worked. You shouldn't torment yourself over it. Would there ever come a day when laws could deal with unseelie fae, rogue wolves, or wayward vampires? Hard to imagine the sheriff's department keeping a guidebook for that. We kept having to step in, be judge, jury, and enforcer. It made me uneasy. I kept claiming we could live as part of the human world, but nights like this made me doubt it. "Thanks. Again," I said.
"Mang?"
"Shouldn't we be off?" Leo's voice made me jump. He'd appeared behind me, completely unnoticed, wearing a wicked grin. He knew exactly what he'd done. "All right, Leo. Thank you." Alette passed me as she moved to follow him, pausing briefly to offer a gentle look, like one you'd give a dog that had just tangled with a skunk. Try to get some rest, she said. She disappeared down the hallway, and Leo took the moment to lean in and add, maybe a shower, too, love. Then he pivoted and followed after her. Honestly, the perfect ending to a perfect night. So much for turning this trip into a working vacation. I wasn't getting any sleep. I'd need a week off to recover from all this. Preferably someplace with a hot tub and room service. At least my arm had healed quickly. I got to the Senate office building early, despite the lack of sleep. It meant I was able to catch Duke before the session started. He was walking down the corridor, conferring with an aide, who was holding a folder open in front of him. I stood against the wall, waiting quietly and out of sight until they reached me. Then I hurried to keep pace with them. Both him and his aide looked over at me, startled. Senator Duke, could I talk to you? For just a minute? The aide turned to shield the senator, blocking my access to him. He said, I'm sorry, the senator is much too busy right now. If you'd like to make an appointment, really, just a couple of questions, we don't even have to stop walking. I hopped to try to catch sight of Duke around his aide. Senator, how about it? He looked straight ahead and didn't slow. One question, if we can keep walking. Of course. Thanks. The aide glared at me, but shifted, so I could walk next to Duke. Why did you bring Elijah Smith here? Because he understands my mission, to see these diseases eradicated. I'm sure you understand. And he's a man of the cloth, which brings a respect that these hearings are sorely in need of. Wouldn't you agree? A man of the cloth? Really? Of what denomination? Have you seen any kind of identification for him? He frowned. I'm sure he's a good Christian preacher who teaches that faith saves. He wasn't what you think. He wasn't helping anyone. Was, he said. He stopped and looked at me. What do you mean, was? He, had to leave town suddenly. Glaring, I thought he might start a fight with me right there. His aide's eyes widened, like he was worried, too. What have you done? I stood my ground. I wasn't going to let him cow me. I had authority, didn't I? Yeah, right. You believe, Senator. I know you believe. Ghosts, devils, angels, good and evil, the whole 9 yards. Elijah Smith was a demon, preying on the weak and helpless. I hope you'll believe me. His expression was cold, but his eyes held a light, a kind of fevered intensity. If he was preying on anything, it was your kind. Vampires and werewolves, monsters. Hardly the weak and helpless. He gave a short laugh. We're all just people at heart, Senator. I wish I could make you understand that. That'll be for the committee to decide. He gestured to his aide and stalked down the corridor. His aides scurried to keep up with him. I met Ben outside the Senate office building. He seemed surprised to see me coming out the door instead of arriving via the sidewalk. You're up early, he said, raising an inquiring brow.
Yeah.
By the way, we don't have to do anything about Smith. You don't have to look into it. He studied me closely. What did you do? Nothing, I said far too quickly. Well, I mean, we did a spell. A spell. We just threw some herbs and stuff around. That's all. It's not something you're going to end up in court over, is it? Not human court, at any rate. No, I don't think so.
He sighed.
Just for you, I think I'm going to raise my rates. To pay for the hair loss treatments. He was such a kidder. We entered the meeting room and found our usual seats. Cormac hadn't shown up since Duke fired him, but Ben said he was still in town. Just in case, Ben said, but wouldn't say in case of what. Today's session was late in starting. Time dragged. Reporters fidgeted. Senate aides hovered in the background, wringing their hands. The senators themselves shuffled papers and wouldn't raise their gazes. Testimony that should have taken just a few days had been dragged out to the end of the week. I quivered, waiting for something to break. The audience was dwindling. Most of the reporters had drifted off to cover more interesting stories, and maybe a dozen general spectators remained. Even some of the senators on the committee hadn't bothered showing up. As expected, Roger Stockton was there, ready to stick it out to the very end. He looked like he'd been able to sleep. He invited himself into the seat next to mine. After last night, he must have thought we were some kind of buddies. Maybe we really were onto something. He leaned in, practically vibrating with curiosity. So, where are the aliens, and how do they tie in with the vampires? Are you saying vampires are aliens? Aliens. Ben cut in, raising a brow. I rolled my eyes. You've clearly seen too many terrible movies. That storyline's been done to death. Where do you even get that idea? Last night, the man in black hanging around with the vampires, keeping people out like it was some top-secret UFO situation. You seemed pretty cozy with that bunch. Come on. What aren't you telling me? I tried to flash a cryptic smile, though it was hard to hold back a laugh. Let's just say, it's not really my place to spill those kinds of secrets. But seriously? The man in black was just a guy. No aliens here.
Right.
That's exactly what they always say, he muttered darkly. It was a weather balloon, my ass. Ben shot me a look that clearly meant, what the hell is going on? I gave him one in return, later. The hearing finally got underway, and I still hadn't been called. For the next 30 minutes, we listened to Robert Carr, a low-tier filmmaker known for his eerily realistic werewolf transformations. Someone even asked if he'd used actual werewolves in his movies. He insisted no, just top-notch CGI. He used a morphing technique that blended real wolf imagery, which explained why his scenes didn't look like the usual clunky, fur-covered monstrosities. I'd seen a few of his films. They were good. Realistic, even. He might have seen a real werewolf shift once, might have. I'd have to track him down after the session and try to get him on the show to talk werewolves in pop culture. Still, it stung a little. They were talking to a guy who made werewolf movies before they talked to someone who was one. Sure, it was the entertainment portion of the hearing, and maybe some people on the committee weren't convinced I was legit. But I'd been on the schedule for days. Frustrated, didn't begin to cover it. I hadn't been able to choke down more than half an English muffin all morning. Thank you, Mr. Carr. That will conclude today's session, Duke said, gathering his papers with practiced finality. We'll recess for the weekend and resume on Monday with the remaining witnesses. Thank you. The room exploded into motion, people rising, chattering, aides rushing to the senators. Even the committee members looked puzzled, like this wasn't what they'd expected either. The tension didn't go away, it just shifted. This is weird, Stockton muttered. Weren't you supposed to be called today? Yeah, I said, folding my arms and scowling. Ben sank back in his chair. Unbelievable. If someone's scheduled, they should be heard. This is more than rude, it's sloppy. They expect us to show up on time. The least they could do is follow through. Maybe it wasn't just sloppiness. I thought back, counting off the days, syncing up with the internal rhythm that always knew exactly where I was in the lunar cycle. I stared across the room at Duke. He glanced up, met my gaze, and turned away. Alette had been right. She'd called it. That bastard, I muttered. He planned this. He's been planning it from the start. He wants to push my testimony to Monday. What's Monday?
Stockton asked.
Full moon. Stockton gave a low whistle. Sneaky. Gotta admit, that's clever. I shot him a glare. Last night's camaraderie didn't excuse the backhanded compliment. He was more annoying little brother than battle-hardened ally right now. Ben frowned. Why is that a problem? I shook my head, trying to summon up some righteous anger. Mostly, I just felt drained. Because I'll be on edge. Anxious.
Itchy. He knows enough to guess that.
Maybe he hopes I'll snap and shift right there on the floor, give them all a little show. My mood soured instantly. Think you can handle it? Ben asked. Should we ask for a delay? If only. But the day after the full moon would be worse, like a hangover laced with raw nerves. I'd be too distracted, constantly bracing to keep the wolf contained.
No.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
I can handle it. I hope. I'd definitely be skipping coffee that day. I still needed to talk to Fritz, but time was slipping. I wasn't sure I'd make it to the Crescent before closing. I tore out of the metro station, sprinted to the club, took the stairs 2 at a time, and skidded to a halt at the bottom, grabbing the doorway to stop myself as I scanned the room, heart pounding. I wasn't too late. Fritz was still at his usual spot, hunched over his glass, lost in whatever thoughts haunted him. The world around him didn't seem to exist. I slid into the chair beside him, close enough to talk quietly, but with enough space to move if he decided to lash out. I had no idea how this would go. He looked up, startled to see me. "What can you tell me about Dr. Paul Fleming?"
I asked.
His eyes narrowed. That name means nothing to me. He could say that, but his expression betrayed him. His lip twitched, his eyes sharpened in suspicion. He looked like a man who had decided to lie. "I found your name in his lab. On a list." "I don't know anything," he said flatly. He tossed back the rest of his drink, slammed the glass down, and shoved his chair back. "Wait, please. I'm not here to accuse you. I just want to talk." This man, with all his secrets and silence, was a puzzle I needed to understand. At this point, it didn't matter what he said, anything would do. A story, a memory, even a cryptic warning. I just needed to hear something. Find a way past his walls. He loomed over me, mouth curled in a sneer. "I don't talk to anyone." My patience cracked. "Then why come here at all? Why not drink yourself into oblivion somewhere alone?" His posture changed, he straightened, stepped back. My words had hit something. He closed his eyes for a moment and let out a sigh. "Here'd it smell safe. For a little while, I can forget." I fought the impulse to reach out, to touch his arm, the way I might comfort someone from my pack. But we weren't pack. He was a stranger surrounded by walls, and I had no right to expect anything from him. Maybe I thought he'd open up because what? I was being persistent? Or just because I was young and curious? What could someone like you possibly be afraid of? A slow, sardonic smile crept across his weathered face. "You're still too young to know. But if you keep pushing like this, you will." He brushed his fingers lightly across my hair, a fleeting touch, like a bird landing and taking flight again. "You're young," he repeated and turned away, adjusting his coat as he walked out. I sat there, the touch still lingering on my scalp like a ghost. I had a show to run tonight, like every Friday. I asked Jack for coffee, something strong to keep me upright for the next 10 hours. I pulled out my notepad, pretending to prep the show. It was far too late in the day for that, but I'd at least managed to line up some hearing witnesses like Jeffrey Miles and Robert Carr. The rest, I'd just improvise. Not exactly a first for me. He's right, you know. I flinched. Ahmed had appeared out of nowhere and taken the seat across from me. I hadn't heard him approach, and with the whole place soaked in werewolf scent, I hadn't picked him up by smell either. He'd moved like a predator. Today he wore a woven vest over his usual clothes, something that made him look even more like he belonged in two different worlds. I didn't want to talk to him. Not after how he'd kept out of the mess with Smith. I didn't need a lecture, and I sure wasn't in the mood for one. I stared at him, but said nothing. "There's a lot in this world worth fearing," he said. "Getting too involved only invites trouble. That's why the old ones stay silent."
Fritz, I korrektet.
His name is Fritz. Ahmed had always called this place neutral ground, a haven without alphas or rivalries. But that didn't mean he wasn't still in charge, quietly enforcing his own rules. To him, safety meant staying detached, uninvolved. But I'd already stuck my neck out too far to retreat now. I tried not to tense, not to rise to a challenge that wasn't really there. He's just a broken old man. His routines, the drinking, their distractions. Ways to keep his memories at bay. But others remember, even if they don't speak of it. I let him stay because he's harmless. Nothing more. A man haunted by his ghosts. I'd had enough of half-truths and hints. What did he do? You call him a Nazi, and that means something, but no one will tell me what.
Not exactly.
Ahmed shrugged. The time and place he lived say plenty. But do you actually know? Or are you all just filling in the blanks with assumptions? So he'd been a German soldier in the war. That didn't necessarily make him a war criminal. But I was starting to believe I'd never get a clear answer. Ahmed's expression shifted into something almost paternal. Here it came, the wise elder speech. "Kitty," he said, holding out his hands in a calming gesture. "I only worry for you. I don't want you getting hurt. Neither do I. But I'm tired of being left in the dark. Maybe no one's hiding anything from you. Maybe they just forget how to share. Some of us prefer to keep this world secret. We don't owe anyone the truth. That's how you stay safe, don't owe anyone, and stay out of the mess. So you build a sanctuary, close the gates, and leave the rest of the world behind? My voice rose. I needed to walk away before I lost my temper. Look, I appreciate the talk, but I've got to go. The show won't wait. He nodded. I don't need to remind you to be careful. No, he didn't.
Everyone else already had.
I am being careful. I just want to understand Fritz. I want to know his story. As I reached the door, he called after me, Hey, tonight I'll listen. I'll put the radio on in the bar so everyone can hear. No pressure or anything. Thanks. That'd be great. Jack gave me a thumbs up as I headed out. Chapter 10. Welcome back. If you've just tuned in, you're listening to The Midnight Hour. I'm your host, Kitty Norville. For the final hour of tonight's show, I'm switching gears to a topic that's always fascinated me. I'm hoping for some fresh insight, maybe even a surprise or two. I'm opening up the phone lines and inviting you to call in. The theme, the military and the supernatural. Could vampires, werewolves, or other paranormal beings have a place in military operations? Are you serving and also supernatural? Ever been involved in anything classified that sounds like science fiction? Remote viewing? Psychic ops? I want to hear your stories. For something I'd pulled together at the last minute, the show had gone off surprisingly well. I'd taken advantage of the interesting crowd in town for the Senate hearings, and the first hour had been a whirlwind of interviews. The Crescent Trio played a live set, and Robert Carr stopped by to chat about werewolf life. But now, the lines were open. I was sure someone out there had a story that could blow my mind. Ray from Baltimore, welcome to the show. I've got a bunch of ideas for military roles that'd be ideal for vampires, he said. Like submarines. 3 months underwater, no sunlight? A vampire could totally handle that. Or, what about the missile guys sitting in bunkers? The ones who launch nukes. That get to made me raise an eyebrow. Interesting. But the food issue would still be a problem. Vampires can't live on rations. I doubt anyone's volunteering for blood donor duty, though it might beat cleaning latrines. Just freeze some pints. Problem solved. Okay, next caller. Peter, you're on the air.
Yeah, hey.
So, when I was in the army, there was this guy in basic with us. He was crushing everything, top scores in fitness, hand to hand, the whole bit. Total machine. But then he disappeared one night during a surprise barracks inspection. It happened more than once, actually. Eventually, they kicked him out for going AWOL. Let me guess, those nights were full moons? Now that you mention it, maybe. It was like once a month. You think he could have made a good soldier if the army had let him take those nights off? Yeah, I do. But in the field during deployment? What if a full moon hits and you're stuck out in the middle of nowhere? Honestly, I don't know. I think it'd take some serious preparation. A don't ask, don't tell policy probably wouldn't cut it. Thanks for the call, Peter. Let's keep going. I glanced at the call screen and blinked. Line 4, Fritz from DC. It couldn't be. Could it? I hit the button. Fritz? Is that you? Yes, Kitty? Is this Kitty Norville? His voice had that gravelly German accent, weary and weathered. It was definitely him, my Fritz. You've got me. Good, good. I almost didn't wait when the boy put me on hold. His voice was casual, like we were old friends chatting, not broadcasting live. It was oddly refreshing. I'm glad you stayed. What would you like to talk about? He sighed. I've been thinking about what you said. All day, really. I thought, here's someone who wants to listen, and I ran from her like a scared child. That was a mistake. So now I call. I'm dying, you see. Of old age, no less. That's rare for folks like us. But before I go, someone should hear this story. I'm listening. You must understand it was war. People did things they'd never imagine in peace. Terrible things. But we were patriots. All of us, on both sides. I was young. Orders came and we obeyed. The SS found us, those like me. Some say they made more, tossing recruits into cages to be bitten. I don't know if that part's true. I was already a wolf when they found me. They turned us into spies, assassins. As animals, we could slip through enemy lines unnoticed, then change back to human form to complete our missions. We were trained like dogs, drilled to remember commands even in wolf form. I used to carry intelligence in my mouth. Maps, film, documents. I still remember the weight of those pouches. Just to clarify, Fritz, you're talking about World War II. The SS, the Nazi Secret Service.
Bah.
They call me Nazi. Think I don't know. I wasn't. None of us really were. You have to see, it was madness. All of Germany was mad. Today, if someone commits a crime in a fit of insanity, you say he was ill. That was Germany then. If I let myself process what he was saying, I'd lose it. I kept going. You said you had no choice. But werewolves are stronger than humans, even when not transformed. Why didn't you fight back? Besides the war? You don't question a man in uniform during wartime. It isn't done. But more than that, they had silver bullets. Silver cages. My heart thudded. Fleming had a silver cage too. Fritz, is there any proof? I've been researching. After the war, there was a resistance group called the Werewolves. Are you saying were they actually werewolves? He hesitated. I don't remember. It's been so long. But it didn't matter. Now I had the story. I could dig. And maybe, just maybe, find someone else with the same secrets. Have you told Dr. Fleming the story? Did he ask you to tell him what you did in the war? Yes, he did. I closed my eyes and felt the air go out of me. Did he tell you why? Fritz gave a snort. He works for government, yes? It seems obvious. You know, I'd give quite a bit to get Fleming back on the show right about now. Fritz, how do you feel? I'm not sure what you mean. I feel old. Tired. Shape-shifting with arthritis in the hands, the shoulders, it's very bad. I mean about what happened. What was it like? How old were you? You don't like talking about it, but do you feel better? Does it feel better to talk about it? I think I should go now. I told the story you wanted. The only story anybody cares about.
Fritz, no.
What did you do after the war? Where did you go? When did you come to America?
Fritz.
Goodbye, Kitty.
Fritz.
The line went dead.
Damn.
Now what did I do with that? Tiredly, I spoke at the mic. Dr. Fleming, if you're listening to this, I'd love it if you called in. I have a few questions for you. Again, I checked the monitor, dreading what I'd find. I wasn't sure I really wanted Fleming to call. This wasn't likely to inspire him to a sudden bout of openness and sharing. But Fleming didn't call in. None of the calls listed looked remotely interesting. Anything I said next would be the height of anticlimax.
Right.
It looks like we need to move on to the next call. Lisa from Philly, hello. Do you know anything about rumors that there's a version of Gulf War syndrome that causes vampirism? I'm asking because my brother, he's a veteran, and sometimes I had absolutely no idea how I got myself into these discussions. You have a lot on your mind, Louise said. He was driving me around Saturday morning in a cute, jet black Miata convertible he'd rented for the occasion. He looked dashing, elbow propped on his door, driving one-handed, with his handsome Latin features and aviator sunglasses. God, did he know how to romance a girl? How could I possibly be distracted with him sitting not a foot away from me? A hot Brazilian lycanthrope at my beck and call, looking like something out of a car commercial, and I was frowning. I shook my head because I had no idea how to answer him. He'd taken me to Arlington National Cemetery because I'd wanted to see it, but it had been depressing. It wasn't just the acres and acres of headstones, of graves, most of them belonging to people who had died too young, or the Kennedy graves, which were like temples, silent and beautiful. JFK's flickering eternal flame seemed a monument to crushed idealism. The graves were peaceful, but the ceremonies, the changing of the guard at the tomb of the unknown soldier, a full military honors burial with the horse-drawn caisson and 21-gun salute. All these rituals of death. They seemed so desperate. Did honoring the dead comfort us? Really? Did it really do anything to fill the hole our loved ones left behind? TJ didn't have a grave to visit. If he did, would I feel better? Less forlorn? If he had a grave, it would be in Denver, where I couldn't go, so it was all moot. I'm sorry. TJ, stop it. After the cemetery, we drove out of town to the state park where Luis spent full moon nights. He wanted me to be comfortable there. It was nice, getting out of town, leaving the smog and asphalt for a little while, smelling trees and fresh air instead. We even had a picnic. Another car commercial moment. Strawberries and white wine. Types of cheeses I'd never heard of, French bread, undercooked roast beef, all spread on a checkerboard tablecloth laid on a grassy hillside. Luis was trying to distract me. He was doing all this to take my mind off everything I was worried about. The least I could do was pretend like it was working.
Thanks, I said.
This is wonderful. Good. I had hoped you'd smile at least once today. I bet you're sorry you found me at the museum. No, of course not. I'm glad to have met you. I might wish you were not quite so busy. He wasn't the only one. I moved to sit closer to him, inviting him to put his arm around me, which he did. Can I ask you a personal question? He chuckled and slid his arm down, his hand coming to rest suggestively on my hip. After this past week, I'd certainly hope so. I smiled and leaned into him, feeling at ease in his arms. How did it happen? The lycanthropy, I mean. He paused, his eyes drifting past me toward the horizon. It's complicated. I waited, expecting him to go on. His expression tightened, like he was searching for the right words, but couldn't quite find them. I didn't know him well enough to guess if he'd chosen this life, wanting the change, or if it had happened to him by force. Our time together had been mostly physical, intense, but shallow. We might as well have been strangers. Too complicated to talk about? I asked. No, he said slowly. Just not a story I tell often. Was it traumatic? I asked gently. If it's hard to talk about, we don't have to. No, not exactly. But like I said, it's complicated. That only made me more curious. I shifted so I could see his face. Tell me. He gave a lopsided smile. You really do love stories, don't you? I got it from my sister. I thought she was hurt. Try to help her. She changed, shifted, right in my arms. I didn't even know she was a werewolf until that moment. She bit me before I even understood what was happening. It wasn't on purpose. She panicked, and I was just there.
God.
That's awful. She must have felt horrible afterward. You'd think so. But when she came to, back in her human form, the first thing she did was yell at me. Asked why I couldn't just mind my own business. I was already getting sick, and she was mad that she had to take care of me. Let me guess, older sister? He laughed. Yep.
Sounds familiar.
She was furious, but I think she felt guilty, too. She helped me through it, taught me how to manage the change. Now we cover for each other, keep our parents in the dark. At least I didn't have that problem anymore. No more inventing excuses for missing family dinners on full moon nights. She's in Brazil now, right?
Yeah.
She works with environmental groups, tracks illegal logging in the rainforest, reports them. I think she's borderline eco-terrorist, honestly. Loggers come out of the jungle with stories about giant jaguars with glowing green eyes. She sounds amazing. She is. We stayed there for about an hour before I finally checked my watch. I shouldn't have brought it, but I had. Do you think we could make it back to town by 4? He put a hand on my knee. Are you sure I can't tempt you to stay a bit longer? I groaned dramatically and put my hand over his.
I'm sorry.
Here you are, doing your best to sweep me off my feet, and I'm totally ruining it. You're too patient. He smiled. I like a challenge. He leaned in, hands braced on either side of me, giving me space to pull away if I wanted, offering a slow, deliberate kiss. I didn't pull away. I rushed into the crescent at 4:15, convinced I'd missed him. Fritz wouldn't want to speak to me again anyway, not after everything he shared on the show. But wanting more? That never really goes away, does it? It took a second for my eyes to adjust to the dark inside. I scanned his usual table, hoping to see his broad figure emerge from the shadows. I stared harder, but the table was empty. Jack was leaning against the bar, reading a magazine. I stepped up and he looked up and grinned. Hey, caught your show last night. Pretty cool. Thanks, I said distractedly. I missed him, didn't I? Fritz already left. He didn't come in today. But it's after 4. He's never late. Maybe he takes weekends off. He's never missed a day. A knot formed in my stomach. Do you think something's wrong? Do you have a number for him? Should I go check on him? No idea where he even lives. This was my fault. Something had happened to Fritz, and I'd pushed him into it. He talked, he shared the truth, and someone didn't like that. You're not even a little concerned? He shrugged. Wouldn't change anything if I was. Wonderful. Another one of those not my problem types. Is Ahmed around? Haven't seen him. Want me to call upstairs? Yeah, please. He picked up the phone and waited, listening for what felt like forever. Eventually, he hung up. No answer. Do you think he might know where Fritz lives? Maybe. I grabbed a napkin and scribbled my cell number on it. If he does, ask him to call me. Jack tucked it behind the register. You're really worried, huh? I gave a tight smile. Hey, it's not paranoia if someone actually is out to get you.
I dig, Fleming.
Please no voicemail. Please no voicemail. Yes, Dr. Fleming? It's Kitty. A pause, long and clearly irritated. I'm really very busy. Where's Fritz? Who? Don't play dumb. He's an older werewolf, German. Said he spoke with you. Where is he? How should I know? He always shows up at the same bar, same time, for a clock every day. Today he didn't. And that's not a coincidence. He spoke on my show, and now he's missing. Someone didn't like what he said. And you think that someone is me? I don't know. But you're the only connection I have. You must have some idea where he could be. Look, yes, I know Fritz. We've talked. If he went on your show, that was his decision. I don't see why anyone would care enough to do something drastic over it. I was running out of options, and Fleming was my only lead. I'm worried about him. He's tougher than he looks. He can handle himself. His voice softened a bit. He was starting to feel it, too. He's old, and he's not doing well. Werewolves might not get sick, but they age just the same. And I don't think there's anyone watching out for him. Fleming let out a slow breath. I have his address. I can go check on him if you'd like. Can I come?
Fine.
He gave me the address. I barely managed a thanks before hanging up and dashing to the curb. Luis was still waiting in the Miata. Where to now? I gave him the address. His eyebrows shot up. You want me to take this car into that neighborhood? I gave him my brightest smile. You bought the damage waiver, right? With a sigh worthy of sainthood, Luis rolled his eyes and shifted into gear. I bit my lip, making a mental note to do something nice for him later. Underscore, 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 underscore. The address led us to a rundown apartment building, probably built in the 80s and falling apart ever since. It needed paint, or maybe demolition. Fleming was already outside, arms folded, scanning the street anxiously. His frown deepened when we pulled up. This really isn't necessary, he muttered as I climbed out. Luis kept the engine running. If you weren't concerned, you wouldn't be here, I said. He's on the 3rd floor. The elevator, naturally, was dead. I took the stairs 2 at a time and left Fleming behind. What's the room number? I shouted down the stairwell. 306. The door was unlocked. I pushed it open. The smell hit me first, stale air, sweat, something off. Too warm, like the heat had been running unchecked. The apartment was cluttered with towers of newspapers, stacked and leaning like forgotten archives. A battered couch faced a 30-year-old TV playing static-filled news. Something felt wrong. The air carried a sense of finality. Fleming stepped in behind me and moved past without hesitation. I froze, something inside me refusing to take another step. He went straight to the couch, knelt down, and checked the pulse. Fritz was there, slumped on the armrest, eyes on the TV. Still. Blank. Peaceful. Fleming leaned back with a sigh. If I had to guess, I'd say heart attack. So, he's gone. He nodded. I closed my eyes. Are you sure it wasn't something else? Someone didn't do this. You said it yourself, he was old. This was bound to happen sooner or later. It's just, when he called the show last night, it almost felt like he knew something was going to happen. I glanced at the rotary phone by the TV. He'd hung it up, neatly, deliberately. Maybe he did, Fleming said quietly, staring at him as if trying to read the man's final thoughts. Stranger things have happened in medicine. I bet he'd seen plenty. He said he wanted his research to be open, but he wasn't sharing much. The weight of it all, shock, frustration, spilled over. So, what's your real agenda, Fleming? Medical breakthroughs or military contracts? Planning to build a werewolf army like the Nazis? No, nothing like that. That's not what I wanted. But something changed. What are you doing in that lab? He turned away. I'll call the coroner. He picked up the phone. But that didn't mean he wouldn't get a chance at his own autopsy later. I didn't trust him not to slide Fritz's body into some classified program. Fritz had always lived outside the system. Now he died that way, too, alone, surrounded by newspapers, static, and schnapps. How long would he have stayed there if we hadn't come? Back on the street, Fleming said he'd wait for the coroner. Luis nudged me toward the car. There was nothing left to do. As we pulled away, I started crying. Underscore 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 underscore. Sunday morning, I was at Luis's place. I woke first, lying there, staring at the ceiling, trying to make sense of everything. Had Fritz really known his time was up? Maybe this was a dead end. Maybe Fleming had already revealed everything there was to find. I was worked up over nothing.
My phone rang. Luis said.
Is that mine? No. I fished mine out of my jeans pocket. Caller ID, Mom. Her usual Sunday call, but hours early. I wrapped the blanket around myself before answering.
Kitty.
We're heading to Cheryl's for lunch, so I wanted to call beforehand. Is this a bad time? Not great. It's okay, Mom. How's Washington? Your dad's been taping the hearings, C-SPAN's airing all of it. I haven't spotted you in the audience, but he swears he saw you. He wants you to have copies. I smiled. That's sweet. Thanks. I'm supposed to testify tomorrow, so tell him to have the VCR ready. Oh, good luck. You'll be great. I just have to answer their questions. I'll manage. Luis had propped himself up and was smirking at me. Had time to see the sights? When I visited in college, we toured the Capitol. Caught a session of Congress. Well, the House, not the Senate. Her voice was so normal. It felt comforting. I made all the right noises, tried not to sound worn out or upset. She could always tell, though, especially when I didn't say anything. She ended the call before I was ready to say goodbye. We should go. Cheryl's nervous about hosting. They just moved in and don't have curtains yet. And Jeffy's teething. Say hi to everyone for me. I will. Take care, Kitty. You too, Mom.
Bye.
That sounded so suburban. So American. Luis said with a smug grin. And there but for the something of lycanthropy when I. So, you heard all that? I'm guessing Cheryl's your sister? Which makes Jeffy your nephew. And a 3-year-old niece named Nikki. He was still grinning like it was my fault my sister named her kids like they were cast members on a 50s sitcom. You mocking my perfectly normal family? Not at all. Really? He paused, then added with mock solemnity. Jeffy? I lobbed a pillow at him. After spending the weekend with Luis, dragging myself to the Senate office building Monday morning felt impossible. I called Ben. Ben. What happens if I just don't show up today? When you're scheduled to testify?
Yeah.
They might send federal marshals after you.
Well.
That settled that. I had a swing by Alet's to change before the hearing. I'd hoped to catch her before dawn, but the sun was already up when I pulled into the driveway. Tom, the other driver/MIB, was in the kitchen and told me she'd just turned in. I briefly wondered if that meant she literally slept in a coffin.
For once, I didn't ask.
Tom handed me a coffee. We spent the night checking on the vamps you saved from Smith. Saved is generous, I muttered into my mug. He shrugged. Some of them want to stay with Alette. They've never had a real place before, either on their own or with abusive masters. That's why they followed Smith. It probably seemed better. Yeah, some frying pans do make the fire look appealing. Is she going to take them in? Probably. She likes taking care of people, he said with a wry smile. It was technically Tom's day off, but he offered to drive me to the Senate building anyway. I finished my coffee and went to change. At the Senate, Ben had a gift. He'd done some legal sleight of hand and gotten me a copy of Fritz's autopsy. Fleming was right, it was a heart attack. Toxicology results were still pending, but for now, it was ruled a natural death. No foul play, no conspiracy. Just an old man facing the end, wanting to tell his truth. Maybe he just gave up. On Ben's advice, I dressed the part. Dark blue suit, cream blouse, conservative. He warned me not to give them an excuse to label me as other. I was there as an expert witness, nothing more, nothing less. I'd never made my face public, no headshots, no promo stills. But the hearing panel was public record, so now people could finally get a look at me. Maybe snap a photo for their audience. I didn't know what they expected, but I probably didn't match it. I was in my mid-20s, slim, with blonde hair and a tight bun, wide-eyed, a little nervous. Definitely not the sultry, dangerous predator people imagined when they thought werewolf. I didn't use sex or menace, more like please don't yell at me. But that was the thing. For every scary werewolf that matched the myth, there were a dozen more who would rather grovel than growl. People expected monsters. But next to the real monsters, I barely qualified. Ben and I had prepped a short statement. I brought it with me in a folder, neatly typed. Still, walking up to the committee felt like walking the plank. Ben sat right behind me in the front row, ready to jump in if needed. I'd spent the last couple of months learning that even without a pack, I didn't have to be alone. I'd built one, Ozzy and Matt at the radio station, Ben, even my mom. I could lean on them. Ben flashed his lawyerwolf grin, the one that probably made other attorneys want to hide. A predator in a suit. Somehow, that made me feel braver. I took my seat at the table across from the committee. They loomed behind their desks, watching like hawks. I rested my hands on the table, willing them not to shake. Miss Catherine Norville, Senator Duke said, eyes on his notes rather than me, dragging out the moment. Welcome. I believe you have a statement to enter into the record. A mic sat in front of me. That helped. Talking into a mic was second nature, just another broadcast. I could do this. Yes, sir. Thank you, Senator Duke, and thank you to the committee for having me here. This is a rare moment, an opportunity to challenge long-standing assumptions and bring new understanding.
I'm honored to be part of that.
I am what Dr. Fleming terms Homo sapiens lupus, a werewolf. I'm allergic to silver and undergo a temporary physical transformation once a month during the full moon. Personally, it means adapting my lifestyle the same way anyone with a chronic but non-fatal illness would. And like others in that situation, I still live my life, pursue a career, and rely on my family for support. It's a good life. These phenomena deserve open discussion, not as myths or horrors, but as reality. If we face them with knowledge, there's less reason to fear. Then, just like on the show, I waited for the questions to roll in. The first didn't come from Duke, thankfully, but from Senator Mary Dreschler. Ms. Norville, I hope you'll forgive my skepticism. It's one thing to hear so-called experts discuss this in theory, but to have someone sit here and claim to be a werewolf, that's harder to swallow. What proof do you have? I could have shifted right there, I suppose. But I didn't trust my wolf in a room full of people. Too many would-be victims. Too dangerous. She wore a floral pendant on a chain over her cashmere sweater. There's a blood test Dr. Fleming could run. But for now, Senator, is that necklace silver? She frowned. Yes. May I see it? I glanced at the nearby security. May I approach? No one objected. Dreschler slipped off the chain and handed it to me. I wrapped it around my left hand. The itching started immediately. Then burning, hot, searing. I couldn't hold it much longer. My face contorted in pain, and I hissed through clenched teeth. "Here," I said, returning it quickly. The motion was jerky, more panicked than poised. My palm burned. I stretched out my fingers. A bright red rash lined my fingers and marked the center of my palm, everywhere the silver had touched. I held it up for the committee to see. "A silver allergy," Dreschler said. "It might happen to anyone. My sister can't wear earrings that don't have surgical steel posts. Trust me, this didn't happen before I was infected. I had to give up some killer jewelry because of this." She showed a thin smile, almost in spite of herself. I went back to my seat. She didn't put the necklace back on. Next to her, Senator Deke Henderson spoke. "What else? What other changes does this condition bring on?" Dr. Fleming mentioned a lot of it in his testimony. It affects the senses. Smell becomes more sensitive. Night vision is better. I'd have to say in my own experience, it affects mood as well, things like temper and depression. I've heard some jokes about how women make better werewolves since they're used to turning into monsters once a month. That got a few nervous chuckles. Although I can't say how much of any depression is caused by the condition or stems from the frustration of dealing with it. Henderson, the rancher who'd probably spoken out on the debate about reintroducing wild wolves to ranch country, said, "You just called yourself a monster, Ms. Norville. These conditions, as you call them, do they pose a threat to society?" I had thought long and hard about how I would answer this question. I'd written out a dozen versions of my answer, practiced it, slept on it, or didn't sleep on it. People on both sides of the issue might not be happy with what I wanted to say.
No, sir.
I don't believe they do. I could mention a dozen issues that better merit your attention if you're worried about dangers to society, highway safety, and cancer research, for instance. If they, werewolves, vampires, all of it, were a danger, you'd have had to confront them long before now. For centuries, these groups have lived under a veil of secrecy. They haven't revealed themselves to the public, and they have taken great care to monitor themselves to ensure that they don't become a danger to society at large, and thereby threaten that secrecy. Like any other citizen, it's in their best interest to live by society's laws. Individuals may pose a threat to other individuals, but no more so than any other person. Domestic violence, for example, poses a much greater danger to more people, I think. The veil of secrecy was gone now. The centuries of cultural conditioning that we lived by, as governed by the packs and the vampire families, by gathering places like the Crescent and patriarchs like Ahmed, all of it swept away. A lot of people weren't going to like it. I didn't know what would happen next, what would come of all this. I felt like I was in the middle of the show, with no other choice but to plunge forward. I clung to the familiarity of that fatalism. Senator Duke pointedly adjusted his microphone to draw attention to himself. My heartbeat quickened. He had not been kind to witnesses this week. I suspected he had saved the bulk of his ire for me. He said, "Ms. Norville, as a werewolf, have you ever killed anyone?" He'd done his research, I was sure.
He had to know the answer to that.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth. "Yes, sir, I have." The murmur of the audience sounded like the distant crash of waves. I heard pens scratching on paper. How nice that some people still used pen and paper. "Care to explain?" Duke drawled. "The Denver police have a report of the incident. The situation was self-defense. He, the man I killed, was also a werewolf, and he had murdered several women. When he attacked me, I defended myself the best way I could." It may not have been the whole truth. Did you enjoy it? Killing him. I hope I never have to do anything like that again. What about your other half? That demon inside of you? How did it feel? He was determined to turn this into a good old witch hunt, wasn't he? There is no demon, sir.
Just me.
That's what you'd like us to think, with your fancy suit and lipstick. Senator, I'm not wearing lipstick. And the good book says, when he speaketh fair, believe him not, for there is abomination in his heart. Does this mean we're moving away from the scientific discourse part of the testimony? Senator, that was Henderson. Duke shut up, finally. I sighed. Henderson continued. May we please return to the subject at hand? You're in danger of harassing the witness. Well past I'd think, Ben muttered behind me. Duke glared at Henderson, and I caught a glimpse of a long-standing rivalry, acrimonious and far beyond compromise. Senator Duke, do you have any further questions? Duke meaninglessly shuffled the papers before him.
Ida.
Ms. Norville, you host a weekly radio show called The Midnight Hour. Is this correct? Yay, an easy one. Yes. What is the purpose of this show? Entertainment, primarily. Also, education. On good days. Not conversion? I could hear Ben fidgeting, straightening, crossing and uncrossing his arms. He whispered, "Objection. This wasn't a courtroom." He couldn't stand up and yell it. "I'm not sure I understand you. Conversion to what? You don't use your show to recruit?" My jaw opened, and it took me a second to close it and formulate a coherent sentence. On the contrary, sir. I want to shatter any romantic illusions about these conditions that people might have picked up from late-night movies. I mean, just listen to the show. Ms. Norville, how many werewolves do you think are living in the United States today? I have no idea. None at all.
No.
There isn't exactly a space for it on the census form. Maybe we'll change that. If you had to make a guess, what would you say? I took at least a couple calls every week from people claiming to be werewolves or some other variety of lycanthrope. Sometimes more if the topic was werewolf-specific. I didn't believe all the claims, assuming I was only getting a small percentage of the total. Really, sir, I hesitate to even make a guess, I said. I wasn't going to stick my neck out on a question like that. What about vampires? Check the statistics for any rare disease. They're probably about the same. He made a show of lifting one of his papers and squinting at it dramatically, as if he'd just stumbled across some big question he almost forgot to ask. He was clearly setting up for something major, definitely worse than, "Are you recruiting?" On your show, you've met a lot of others like you, haven't you? You've mentioned that most tend to stick together, form packs. So, if there was another werewolf in this room right now, you'd be able to point them out? I suppose. And if, for national security reasons, I needed you to help identify other werewolves, you could do that? Yeah, I didn't like where this was going. How many werewolves do you personally know? I gave him a glare. I couldn't say. Could you give us names? For security purposes. Right now. He gave a casual shrug. Maybe in the future. I leaned toward the mic. I think the next line is, I have here a list of known werewolves currently working in the US government. Am I right? He scowled. I was rather hoping you'd help me compile that list. Oh, absolutely not. No way. The Senate as an institution, you've already gone down this path before. I won't be part of it. Ms. Norville, are you refusing to answer the question? I don't believe it's a fair question. It's a violation of privacy. I could hold you in contempt of Congress. The whole situation suddenly felt like something out of an old black and white newsreel. This wasn't supposed to happen anymore. Ben leaned over and said quietly, the phrase you want is, Fifth Amendment.
Duke pointed at him. Who are you?
Are you trying to influence the witness? Ben stood up. Benjamin O'Farrell, Your Honor. I'm the witness's attorney. Under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution, my client declines to answer that question on the grounds that it may be self-incriminating. That shut him up, at least for a second. I sat up straighter. This is outrageous. That's not a reasonable question. I have the authority to hold you in contempt, even throw you in jail, if necessary. The moral and spiritual fabric of this country is at risk, and now, here in the Capitol, we've got the devil's own offspring asking for equal rights. The Constitution doesn't apply to you. The room exploded in noise. Or, at least it felt like it did. I just sat there, staring daggers at Duke. I think I stammered something about showing him my birth certificate to prove I was a natural-born citizen, that the Constitution did apply to me. Ben stood up and started talking about filing a civil rights lawsuit in federal court. Dreschler was whispering urgently to a staffer behind her. Henderson was shouting back at Duke. And Duke, still ranting like a mad preacher about good and evil and the end times. If I hadn't been the one in the hot seat, I might have found the whole thing kind of thrilling. Meanwhile, that deep, buried part of me, the wolf, started rising, straining at the mental cage I kept her locked in. She wanted out. She wanted to run. And she knew she'd get her chance in a few hours, but she didn't want to wait. I stayed calm, breathing steadily. It was the only way to keep her in check. Then Dreshler reached over and unplugged Duke's microphone from the back. He kept yelling, but now his voice was just noise in the background. After a few seconds, he realized what had happened. He looked at her like she'd just stabbed him in the back. "The committee withdraws the question," Dreshler said coolly into her own mic, "and with all due respect, Chairman, if you erupt like that again, this committee will vote to censure you." Ben sat down again, slow and composed. Someone at the back of the room gave a few measured claps that echoed in the silence. I turned to see who it was. Roger Stockton, camera under one arm. Dreshler let out a weary sigh. "One last question, Ms. Norville. This committee was convened to assess whether the Center for the Study of Paranatural Biology deserves more attention from Congress, and whether Dr. Fleming's disclosures require federal action or present a danger to the public. You've been here all week. You've heard what we've heard, but you bring a unique perspective. If you were in our place, what would you conclude? Was she really asking me to do their job? Was I suddenly responsible for shaping federal policy? I wanted the floor to swallow me. I was just a talk show host, not a policy expert. And a U.S. Senator was asking for my advice? Alette had predicted this, and once again, she was right. If I brushed this off and didn't give them something useful, I'd lose any credibility I'd built. And I'd worked too hard to walk away now. If I were going to turn activist, this would be the moment. Organize the supernatural community into some recognized minority that could advocate for legal protection. But honestly, most people in that world prefer staying hidden. They just want to live their lives in peace. And until now, they've mostly avoided discrimination because the public doesn't believe they exist. What Dr. Fleming has done is bring this all into the light of science, which is good, if it's done with the right intentions. But I'm uneasy about the center's goals. They're not transparent. And now that the spotlight's on us, I'm afraid oppression will follow. I don't think it's time for sweeping changes. But I do ask that the committee keep an open mind. And I hope that whatever comes out of this, people remember, these are medical conditions. And the Americans who have them are still Americans. Thank you, Ms. Norville. That concludes today's hearing. The committee has a lot to consider. We'll reconvene soon with final remarks. Henderson and Dreshler got out of there like the building was on fire. Duke stayed just long enough to shoot me one last angry glare, as if I was the one who'd embarrassed him. Whatever. Ben put a reassuring hand on my shoulder. You did fine. Let's go. Ms. Norville.
Kitty.
A few questions. How long have you had this condition? Did you survive a werewolf attack? Should people carry silver bullets? No comment at this time. Thank you, Ben said firmly. He tried to get me out as quickly as possible. We probably looked like every news clip ever of someone leaving a courtroom. I kept my chin up, trying to maintain dignity, but avoided eye contact. Ben stayed close, shielding me from the press. He wasn't a werewolf, but at that moment he was my pack. And I was grateful. Kitty. I looked up. It was Jeffrey Miles pushing his way toward me through the crowd. He must have been sitting in the back. He didn't look happy. No trace of his usual chill vibe. He looked tense. What's wrong? I asked. It's Roger. He left in a rush just before the session ended. Looked nervous. Sure enough, Roger Stockton wasn't in the crowd. I'd expected him to be front and center with that ever-present camera. I tried to shrug it off. Maybe he had somewhere else to be. I think he's up to something, Jeffrey said. Be careful, Kitty. I nodded, unsure. Why would Roger be up to anything? I thought we were friends now. Then the crowd surged, and I lost sight of Jeffrey. Ben kept hold of my arm as we made it outside. Bradley was waiting at the curb with Alette's car. You should let him drive you back to the hotel, I said. Ben glanced back at the press and nodded. Finally, the car doors shut and left the noise behind. You're off to go furry now, I take it? Ben asked. I didn't have the energy for a witty comeback. Yeah. Be careful. I think that Miles guy's right. Stockton knows what night it is. He'll probably try to follow you. We're not letting that happen, sir, Bradley said, casting a glance at us through the rear-view mirror. Ben frowned. Forgive me if I don't place complete trust in a servant of darkness. I hushed him quickly. Thankfully, the hotel was close by, and we arrived before the conversation could spiral any further. Ben stepped out but leaned in before shutting the door. Be careful. Call me as soon as you're back. I gave a puzzled nod, caught off guard by how serious he was. He clearly wasn't pleased, but there was nothing I could do about it. Thanks, Ben. He shut the door. We headed back to Alette's place. I needed to change into something less conspicuous. Underscore 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 underscore. Just after dusk, Bradley and Leo were ready to drive me to the Crescent, where I'd meet Luis. I wasn't sure why Leo insisted on coming. He said he needed fresh air. Alette claimed he was there to ensure we weren't followed, and that Luis would look after me, like they'd suddenly become my overbearing parents screening my dates. I was an adult, for heaven's sake. I did my best to ignore him. I was buzzing with anticipation. Even before we left the driveway, my foot was tapping anxiously on the floorboard. Soon I'd be at the Crescent, away from Leo, away from the politics, back with Luis and the others. I'd thrown on jeans and a t-shirt, let my hair down, and felt a strange, electric energy in the air. Nights like this, when the full moon was near but not yet risen, the wolf inside me stirred like an eager child on Christmas Eve. She could feel it coming. Her moment was almost here. But I had to stay human a little longer.
Had to keep her in check.
That was the hard part. Slowly, steadily, she was slipping free, and by midnight, I wouldn't be able to hold her back. Beautiful evening, Leo said idly from the front. I must say, I'm a bit envious. Running wild with the beasts, it gives me chills. It was a perfect night for running, clear, cool, with a light breeze. Sounds would travel well, and by morning, I'd be glad to huddle close to the others for warmth. I stretched my shoulders, anticipating what was coming. You know, Leo continued in that irritatingly friendly tone, I bet you make an adorable little wolf. I'd really like to see it. I didn't even bother to tell him off. Bradley caught my eye in the mirror. You sure you're okay? I smiled at him. I've done this before, you know. Yeah, but new place, new people. Just thought I'd check. Thanks. I was sick of people asking if I'd be all right. I'd made it this far, hadn't I? We'd be a few minutes late. Hopefully Luis would wait. Though really, I knew he would. I was just nervous. Then Leo said, Bradley, would you mind pulling over for a moment? I saw something I'd like to check. Here. Bradley looked confused but pulled over at the corner. What is it? I was wondering the same thing. The Crescent was only a few blocks away. I could walk there from here. Don't worry. It won't take long. Leo smiled at me, then lunged at Bradley. It happened so fast, the driver didn't even react. Leo grabbed his head, twisted sharply, and there was a sickening crunch. Leo didn't look like much as a man, didn't seem strong enough to snap a neck, but he was a vampire.
Fast.
Inhumanly strong. Bradley probably never even knew what hit him. I didn't even have time to scream. Leo didn't hesitate. He vaulted over the seat like it was nothing, landing on top of me. He pinned me down, yanked my arms back, pulled something from his pocket, and in seconds, I was in handcuffs, my wrists behind me. The metal burned like it was straight from an oven.
Silver.
Who the hell carried silver alloy cuffs? Leo flipped me onto my back, straddling me, holding down my legs and clamping a hand around my throat. Be a good little kitten, and this'll be over quickly. Try shifting, and I'll kill you. Got it. My heart froze. Was he planning to rape me? I struggled, the cuffs scalding my skin, and whimpered. Oh, poor thing. He leaned in, his breath hot against my cheek. I turned my head away, eyes shut. Whatever this was, I had to survive it. His teeth brushed my jaw, then one fong jabbed in. It felt like a sharp pinch. I screamed, arching in pain, desperate to get away, forget the cuffs, forget the vampire, just escape. But he had me pinned, arms trapped beneath me, body pressing me down. No way out. He licked the wound, then sat back, laughing. Feisty little thing. Relax. I'm not here for that kind of fun.
Howl. Claw. Bite. Shift.
Run.
No.
I couldn't lose control. Couldn't let the wolf panic and break free. Stay human. Stay in control. I had no doubt if I changed, he'd kill me. It took every ounce of strength to keep her caged. I didn't even have enough left to curse him out. Leo pulled a pair of handkerchiefs from his coat. I was gasping for air, trembling, paralyzed with fear. Bradley's lifeless eyes stared at me from the front seat. He was gone.
Just like that.
We should have seen it coming. I should have seen it coming. Leo jammed one cloth in my mouth, tying it behind my head. Another covered my eyes.
Breathe.
Stay grounded. Hold it together. TJ always said that. But TJ wasn't coming to save me this time. Chapter 11. A car door opened, then slammed shut. Another followed. My senses strained to compensate for my blinded eyes, ears sharp, nose working overtime. Leo had left the back seat and returned to the front. I heard the thud as he shifted Bradley's body. The engine still idled. Bradley hadn't turned it off, just thrown it into park. Leo put it in gear, and we were off. I didn't bother counting turns. It wouldn't help anyway. I couldn't tell how far we were going. It felt like we drove for ages. We must have left DC behind. We could have been heading anywhere. All I could do was breathe and keep still so the silver cuffs didn't burn more than they already did. Eventually, the car rolled to a stop. Doors opened, first in front, then behind me. Sit up, Leo ordered. My body wouldn't cooperate. I was frozen. He yanked me upright by the shoulder. Out. I tried, but I was too slow for him. He pulled me out with ease, somehow keeping me on my feet when I was ready to drop. One of his hands held my arm. The other clamped down on the back of my neck, steering me like cargo. Walk, he said. I stumbled, legs barely working. Still, I managed to move forward. We were outside. The air was fresher now, not city air. I might have been able to guess where we were by scent, but Leo didn't give me the time. A door opened, then closed. We'd gone inside. The place reeked of disinfectant and sterile tile. The smell made my skin crawl. I knew this scent. I'd been here before. The NIH Clinical Center. An elevator took us down. I tried to keep my mind blank, thinking too much would bring on panic. And if I lost control now, the wolf inside would rise. The moon was close. Too close. I leaned away from Leo, and his grip tightened. I forced myself to breathe calmly, despite the dryness in my mouth and the scream pressing at the back of my throat. The elevator doors slid open. Basement level. He pushed me forward. I knew the number of steps, the layout, even the door he led me through. I could have walked this path on my own, blindfolded. Then I smelled them, people. I breathed deeply, searching for identities, numbers. Who had come to see the monster? My God, was this really necessary? A voice asked. I knew that voice. Better than the man it belonged to. Dr. Paul Fleming. How else was I supposed to get her here? Leo replied, clearly irritated. You wanted her delivered. You didn't say how. The cuffs rattled. He was unlocking them. My whole body tensed. He'd said he'd kill me, and part of me didn't care. I just wanted to hurt him back. The burning metal fell away. Before I could react, he shoved me forward. I stumbled but managed to stay upright, tearing off the blindfold and gag in the same motion. I stood in a familiar room, a werewolf containment cell in Fleming's lab. The walls sparkled faintly with silver. My skin itched. The door was sealed tight. I moved to the plexiglass wall and steadied myself. I wanted to stay in human form, to face them, to speak for myself. Fleming's lab was crowded. At first, I couldn't even process what I was seeing. Fleming stood near the glass, arms folded, looking miserable. Beside him stood Senator Duke and one of his staffers, a man I remembered from his hearings. Beyond them loomed 3 men in black military garb, machine guns, crew cuts, blank stares. Leo stood in front of the glass, grinning like a man watching a comedy show. To the left, cameras. A full media crew, camera, sound guy, equipment. And Roger Stockton. No longer holding a handheld camera, someone had upgraded him. A local network logo was stamped across a gear bag on the floor. Roger's eyes were huge. He shook like prey, as if he knew the only thing saving him from me was the door. I almost laughed. Then nausea hit, and I swallowed down the copper taste in my mouth. "What the hell is going on?" I asked. My voice cracked. No one answered. They were here to see a monster. Monsters aren't supposed to speak. Finally, Roger spoke. Live broadcast. I sold the story to the network. My big break. I could have taken this mainstream sooner if you'd just agreed to an interview. He gave a flicker of a smile, then dropped it. Unreal, I muttered. I hadn't even realized I was speaking aloud. Fucking unbelievable. I thought you were different. I thought you were after the truth. But you're just like the rest, chasing fame and money. Pretending to be my friend, then stabbing me in the back the second you saw a paycheck. I turned toward Leo. And you, what's her angle? Does Alette know about this? Of course not. You wouldn't have killed Bradley otherwise. You're working against her. Leo's smirk didn't fade. Duke sneered. We don't owe you an explanation. It's only for the night, Fleming said, barely above a whisper. You'll be released in the morning. That made me laugh, a harsh, bitter bark. I cut it off before it turned into a howl. Are you serious? You think that makes this okay? You call yourself a scientist, Fleming? This is science to you. Leo chuckled. I think he calls it public relations. He's a bureaucrat. He turned to the others. Well, gentlemen, it's been fun. But I've got business elsewhere. Then, to Fleming. Doctor, our agreement? Fleming grew even paler. He nodded at the soldiers. Two of them moved toward the door. Leo gave me a mock salute. Take care, Miss Norville. Without waiting, he turned and left. The soldiers followed him. Soldiers. Fleming had brought him back up. I needed to call Alette. Would someone let me call her? Senator Duke stormed over to Dr. Fleming, jabbing a finger toward the door Leo had just exited through. Dr. Fleming, I have to object to your collaboration with that creature. When I agreed to assist you, you never mentioned we'd be working with him. I think it's worth considering who's really helping whom here, Senator, Fleming replied coolly. I'm delivering the proof you asked for. You made it clear you didn't want to get involved in collecting it yourself. Don't forget that you wouldn't even have a shot at saving your research without my support. I'm beginning to question that, Fleming muttered, his gaze never leaving me. I felt like a specimen under a microscope. I couldn't stay still. I needed to move, to escape. I looked toward the door, my only exit, past everyone who wanted me caged. There had to be a way out. If I kept moving, kept walking, I'd find it. I had to stay away from the silver-lined walls. They radiated heat, ready to burn. Kitty. The voice jolted me from my frantic thoughts. Fleming had unfolded his arms and was watching me, concerned. You're pacing, he said, just like a wolf in a cage, back and forth across the cell. I hadn't even noticed. I didn't need to see the moon to feel it. A cramp tore through my gut. I hunched over, arms around my stomach, clenching my jaw, barely able to suppress a moan. What's happening to her? The cameraman asked, alarmed.
Fleming frowned.
She's a werewolf.
So this was it.
A PR stunt. That was their endgame. Fleming and Duke weren't here for science or safety. They wanted proof. Clear, clinical proof. They wanted video that couldn't be denied. The hearings weren't enough. Now they needed spectacle. But I wasn't giving up so easily. I still had time. If I could just hold on a little longer, I could outplay them. I took a breath, trying to center myself, coaxing my body to stay in its human form. Soon I told the wolf.
Just give me a little more time.
She quieted. We survived by compromise. She knew I had to lead this part of the fight. Roger, come here. I need to talk to you. I stood near the plexiglass by the food tray slot, turning away from the others. Why? He asked nervously. You look like you're ready to kill me. Because I am. But I won't. Just come here. Something in my tone must have convinced him, because he obeyed, hesitantly, like he thought I might break through the barrier. I couldn't. I leaned on it, felt its strength. The hinges were reinforced and painted with silver. Maybe I could break out, but it'd take hours, and I'd be a wreck afterward.
Time for the human side to take charge.
I've got a proposal for you, Roger. How do you like to produce the first ever live episode of the Midnight Hour? He blinked. Here.
Exactly.
Look, I know Duke and Fleming aren't letting me walk out of here. But if I'm going to be on camera, I want to do it my way. I'll host the show, I'll say what I need to say, and you get your precious footage. You'll have real-time, studio-quality video of a werewolf transformation, no blurry night vision in the woods. And I just want credit. Duke and Fleming still get their proof. Everyone wins.
What, you want a phone line?
Take callers? No time for that. Just give me a mic, so I can speak directly to the audience. A few props, some music. I can carry the show solo. All I need are a few basic items and my name in the credits. Come on, Roger. You owe me. That last part came out with a growl. I bared my teeth and glared. I must have looked terrifying. He stepped back. If all I wanted was footage, I could get that without your help, he said. And he was right. I had no real leverage. Then tell me what you want. He glanced over at Fleming and Duke, both expressionless and stone-faced. He hesitated, then nodded, face hardening. I still want the interview. I'll interview you first, then you can have the rest of the broadcast to yourself. Of course. That figured. If he asked the wrong question, I might lose it and snap. I didn't know how long I could hold myself together, but I wanted that microphone.
Badly. Fine. Deal.
He nodded, serious now.
Good.
We'll do it. Relief flooded through me. Maybe I hadn't won, but I'd gained back a little control. Enough. Call my station and talk to Ozzy, my exec producer. He'll handle the legal stuff. I gave him Ozzy's number and rattled off my equipment list. CD player. Some Creedence Clearwater Revival. Anything else he could find. A copy of The Call of the Wild. A rump roast, he asked, baffled. It'll make her happier. Trust me. Let him figure that one out. He conferred with his crew and turned back to me. I'll be back in 15. Don't start without me. Wouldn't dream of it. Fleming still looked uneasy. What do you think this will achieve? I shrugged, feeling strangely euphoric.
No idea.
Don't care. It just feels good to do something. I wasn't meant to be here. None of this was ever supposed to happen. Just a few years ago, my life had a clear trajectory. Raised by career-minded parents, I was headed for a respectable degree, a stable 9-to-5. Maybe in broadcasting, though sales was more likely. The typical roadmap: a suburban home, a spouse, a couple of kids, and a golden retriever chasing tennis balls across the backyard. Just like everyone else. Then came the attack. Then came the wolf. And normal? Normal was gone for good. Even dogs could sense it. My presence sent them into a panic. There'd never be a golden retriever in my yard. Not anymore. Still, that didn't explain how I kept ending up in these messes. Was it too soon to consider early retirement? Maybe settle into a calm little accounting job somewhere? On full moon nights, holding on to my human form got harder. First uncomfortable, then unbearable. The wolf wanted out, and if I didn't let her go, she would tear her way free. Sometimes it was just easier to give in. But not tonight. Tonight, I had to hold the line, stay present, stay human. I had practice for this. Sitting still, steady breathing. Just hang on a little longer. I had a few mental tricks, reciting Bach while thinking about broccoli, for one. It helped, but even that was wearing thin. My body ached, my mind raced, and the line separating human from beast thinned with every breath. If it vanished, so would I. I clung to the line, forcing it to thicken in my mind, to hold me in place. TJ, I wish you were here. I remembered his arms around me, grounding me, whispering in my ear, hold on. That's it, stay with me. Hold on. The line held. I was still me. I exhaled and felt my body settle into itself again. Stockton came back sooner than I expected, 2 big shopping bags in hand. He must have sprinted through the store. I pictured him emptying shelves into a cart, barely stopping at the register. I talked to your producer, Ozzy, right? He didn't believe me. Said I needed to get you on the line. Of course, Ozzy hadn't bought it. I'd avoided TV like it was radioactive.
Smart man.
Call him, I said. Off to the side, Duke sneered. You don't seriously think this will help? People will still see what you are. That's the idea, I murmured. Fleming turned to Stockton.
I'm reconsidering.
Maybe this isn't the best course of action. Oh no, Stockton shot back. You called me. You made this happen. Now let me get my story. This is out of your hands. Step back, Doctor, Duke added. Let the man work. She can't talk her way out of what's coming. Let her incriminate herself. Stockton used the landline, no signal in the basement, and fed the receiver through the food slot in the glass wall. Ozzy's voice burst through. Kitty, what's going on? You'll find out soon, I said. Did he fill you in? Yeah, but it's not Friday. We haven't prepped anything. Just make it official. Handle the legal side. License the broadcast, secure the rights, whatever needs doing. Are you okay?
No.
But I will be. I think. Listen, can you call Ben O'Farrell? Use his cell.
Sure.
Hold on, he wants the phone back. I handed it back and instantly missed Ozzy. I wished he were here. They spoke briefly, and then Stockton hung up. Roger, can I borrow that phone just one more time? I've got a couple calls I need to make. Alette, Ben again, maybe even Cormac. And my mom. I should probably call my mom. Stockton looked at Fleming, who shook his head. That was that. Stockton brought the bags to the cell door. If I open this, am I going to regret it? How far did he think I'd get? Depends. Is Mr. Military over there armed with silver bullets? We all looked at the soldier, who gave a single curt nod. Silver? Stockton asked. Yup, I said. I'll behave. Letting him shoot me might have been the easier option, honestly. Stockton got Fleming to unlock the door, just enough to push the bags through. Then the door slammed shut and locked again. So much for going out in a blaze of glory. I started unpacking. It was like some weird version of Christmas. A portable CD player with speakers and batteries, a pile of discs, a couple of books, Call of the Wild, Walden, and the meat, which I shoved in the corner. Not the time to deal with that, even though I could already smell it. You ready? Stockton asked, sliding a clip-on mic through the tray slot. Not even close. But I took it, clipped it on. How's that? The tech guy gave me a thumbs up. I flipped through the CDs. One had a picture of young, pre-weirdness Michael Jackson. I stared at Stockton. Thriller? Seriously? He grinned. Come on. Thriller. He did a zombie claw move and snarled. The man had zero tact. Still, I popped it in and skipped to Billie Jean, blasting the volume. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught the camera crew tapping their feet. Stockton bobbed his head, probably without even realizing it. Hey, when the music told you to move, you moved. Duke looked like he was about to blow a fuse. His face had gone an alarming shade of red. But all he could do was stand there, seething. His aide, who looked old enough to have worn out this album in grade school, shifted uncomfortably, clearly itching to tap his foot but not daring to. Fleming, on the other hand, remained completely expressionless. Just give me the cue when we're live, I said to Stockton. He checked with his tech guy, then gave me a quick nod. We'll make the 10 o'clock broadcast, he confirmed. I could already picture it. The usual anchor cutting into the program with a breaking story from Roger Stockton, Kitty Norville, unmasked. Not quite the dream debut. At least, I hoped not. I probably had an hour left before the wolf took over. I had to use every second of it. I stopped Michael and queued up some John Fogerty. CCR's Bad Moon Rising was my show's theme song. It wouldn't feel right without it. Wait for it just a bit more. Okay, Kitty, you're live in 3, 2, 1, he pointed to me. I hit play. Let the intro play a few bars before stepping into the spotlight. Stay calm. This is no different than being behind the mic. Don't think about the cameras or how exposed you are. This is about taking back control, turning the tables. And to do that, I had to own this moment. I smiled. Good evening, and welcome to the first televised edition of the Midnight Hour, the show that doesn't flinch at the dark or the things that go bump in the night. I'm Kitty Norville. The cell was lit evenly, inside and out. The camera angle was clear, no glare. They'd made sure nothing was obscured. Everyone watching could see me. All of me. If you've never tuned in before, let me catch you up. Every Friday night, I host a radio show where I take calls and interview guests, authors, politicians, musicians, whoever's brave enough to talk. And what do we talk about? Monsters. Werewolves, vampires, witches, ghosts, demons, you name it. The stories that used to keep you up at night as a kid? They're real. And if you don't believe me now, just stick around. You might change your mind by the end of the hour. I'm a werewolf, and tonight, I'm putting it all out there. The music played softly in the background, grounding me while a corner of my brain screamed. Now, if you do know the show, you've probably already noticed the odd time slot. And if you're really paying attention, you've realized tonight's a full moon. So you're probably wondering why I'm locked in a cell. Good question. Let's meet the people who made that possible. Can we swing the camera that way for a second? Perfect, thanks. The cameraman panned to the far side of the room. Fleming shrank back, shaking his head, but he had nowhere to hide. The lens pinned him in place. Duke, more comfortable in front of a camera, didn't flinch, but his glare could have burned holes. Over there is Dr. Paul Fleming, director of the Center for the Study of Paranatural Biology, the fine institution currently holding me captive. Across from him is Senator Joseph Duke, the driving force behind the Senate hearings on paranormal beings. Camera back here, please. Thanks. I kept smiling. That polished pageant smile. Don't let them see you shake. I want to be crystal clear. I'm here against my will. Fleming and Duke believe a few sound bites from a Senate hearing won't cut it. They want the country to see the truth.
Why?
Because Fleming wants to keep his lab funded. And Duke? He's looking for a political win. Maybe a good old-fashioned witch hunt. Or should I say wolf hunt? They think they can get away with this because they've convinced themselves I'm not human. That's not. Fleming started to speak, but I shut him down with a glare. If you thought I was human, we wouldn't be doing this. There'd be no cage. No silver. So, we made a little deal. I get to say my piece before things get hairy. One quick note before we move forward. Mom, Dad, Cheryl? If you're watching, please turn off the TV now.
Trust me.
This isn't something you want to see. Cheryl, I know you've probably already called them. You always do. Just don't say I didn't warn you. I love you. And Ben? If you're out there, one word. Lawsuit. No, make that 2 words. Multiple lawsuits. I clapped my hands together. Right, let's get this started. Roger, you're up. The reporter ran a hand through his hair, adjusted his mic, and took position by the cell door. We locked eyes through the plexiglass, pretending the barrier wasn't there. Also joining us tonight is Roger Stockton, journalist for Uncharted World, the paranormal exposé program. Hey there, Roger. You insisted on an interview, now a good time? He smirked. Unless you're busy. I'm a literal captive audience. Go for it. To his credit, the guy conducted a solid interview. If only the setting had been a bit more hospitable. He kept the tone conversational, letting answers lead into new questions instead of barreling through a list. He let me speak without interruption. Started with how the show came about, the behind-the-scenes details. He might have hoped for more dirt, but I didn't give away anything I hadn't already aired publicly. Then came the wrap-up. One final question, Kitty. Tonight, both we here and the viewers at home will witness something extraordinary, the transformation of a werewolf. Completely against my will, let's be clear.
Right.
Of course. Can you tell us what we might expect to see? Of all the films I've seen, Robert Carr's werewolf movies, New Tricks, Bloody Moon, come the closest to showing what it's really like. That's because, at the end of the transformation, what you see actually resembles a real wolf, Canis lupus. The only real difference is size. Werewolves tend to be larger because mass has to go somewhere. Most adults weigh more than wild wolves. As for the in-between part, it's hard to put into words. Bones reshaping, skin sprouting fur, teeth changing shape, it all happens. Does it hurt? Usually, but most of the time it's over fast. You do everything you can to make sure of that. How does the body survive it? I mean, without being completely destroyed. People have been trying to answer that. But physically, scientifically, there's no good explanation. When it comes down to it, this is still supernatural. It just goes beyond what we understand. Propaganda. Duke's voice exploded as he stormed into the camera shot. His face was crimson with rage, his words slurring into a tirade. This is a leftist media scam meant to undermine the sacred truth of Scripture. The good book says suffer not a witch to live. And now we're listening to the devil's mouthpiece. Stockton stared, wide-eyed. I'm not an agent of Satan, I said wearily. Not that it would change anything. Time will tell. You're no more human than the creature inside you. Senator, for the last time, I have a birth certificate that proves I'm an American citizen. And right now you're trampling all over my civil rights. Don't make me add defamation to the lawsuit I'm already filing. Make all the threats you want. The people will thank me for what I did here tonight. Senator, look at what this broadcast is showing. I'm in a, not the best word for primetime TV. A freaking cage. You're standing there raving like a lunatic, accusing a half-decent-looking blonde of being Satan's emissary, and this is how you think you're coming across as the good guy. History will vindicate me. When your kind overruns good Christian homes and neighborhoods, people will realize I was right. Hordes? Really? Keep talking, monkey boy. You're digging your own grave with every word. Kitty, maybe dial it down a little, Stockton said. That cooled things for a second. I was panting like I'd just run a marathon. Duke and I locked eyes through the glass. Big man, as long as I was behind a barrier. Put him in here with me, and I gasped as a wave of pain swept over me and ducked instinctively. Too late. My time was up. The pain lanced through me, lighting up every nerve. I could feel every pore, every hair follicle coming to life. Back away from the window. Both of you, I said, voice raw and cracking. They actually listened, backing off. I just needed one more minute of composure. I stood straighter and looked directly at the camera. Of all the writers I've read, Jack London understood it best. Whether or not he was a werewolf, he knew the line between man and animal, between civilization and the wild. It's razor thin. He saw how easily it blurs. That's what being a werewolf is. Living in that space. Balancing both sides. And another thing, you don't have to look like a monster to be one. This is Kitty Norville, voice of a night. If you remember nothing else from this broadcast, remember my voice. Because after this, I won't have it anymore. TJ had held me during my first transformation. I imagined his arms now, his whisper. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. The change hit fast and hard, like a dam breaking. Punishment for holding it back too long. I doubled over, trying to strip off my shirt. I couldn't help it. I screamed, and everything went dark. Underscore 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 underscore. The next day, I watched the footage. The network had dressed it up with banners, live, special report, cheap graphics that made the whole thing feel like a sideshow. On screen, I tore out of my shirt, no bra on full moon nights, and struggled out of my jeans. Half naked, for erupting down my spine, I fell sideways, writhing. My limbs warped, my face twisted. I'd been through it dozens of times, seen it happen to others, but watching myself was surreal. It looked smooth, like one shape flowing into another from the center outward. But what I felt was tearing, the human body splitting open to let the wolf escape. In seconds, a large adult wolf lay in the cell. She kicked her hind legs, trying to shake off the jeans still tangled around them. Sand-colored fur, darker over her ears and spine, fading to cream on her belly. She was lean, sharp-eyed, gleaming amber gaze. She was beautiful. She was me. Then she ran. Caged, afraid, she bolted along the glass, spun at the silver-lined wall, and ran back. One bound took her the length of the room. She pivoted endlessly, like a captive predator in a zoo. Unlike dogs bred to bark when afraid, wolves are silent. My wolf didn't make a sound. The lab was dead quiet, except for the soft click of claws on tile. The mic lay on the floor beside my shirt, picking up every step. Duke dropped to his knees in front of the glass, laughing like a madman. You see? You see what we're up against? This can't be ignored. He pointed at the wolf. She shrank back, startled, ears forward, waiting to see if he meant danger. Expecting a snarling monster to hurl itself at him, Duke looked confused. Don't play innocent, he barked. You won't get sympathy. Show them the truth. I'll make you show them. He lunged at Stockton, yanking the man off balance, shoving his arm through the tray slot. Go on. Bite him. Prove who you are. Attack. Wolf's tail dropped. She backed away. She knew better. With a soft whine, she curled into the farthest corner of the cell, muzzle resting on her paws, as small as she could make herself. Duke stared, stunned. Stockton pulled away, shaking. The room went quiet. Everyone just looked at the creature in the corner. She didn't lash out. She didn't touch the meat. She was scared, and all she wanted was to be left alone. That's where the broadcast cut off. Apparently, watching a terrified wolf wasn't good for ratings. Chapter 12. I woke up shivering. The linoleum was cold. I hugged myself, but I was naked, lying curled on the floor, unable to get warm. My jeans were all the way in the middle of the floor. My shirt was torn. I couldn't tell if it was salvageable. The door to the cell stood open. Sighing, I gathered myself for the effort of dressing. I had to get out of here. I'd crawled halfway across the floor when I saw Fleming outside the cell, leaning against a lab table, arms crossed, watching me. Nothing to do but carry on. Quickly I pulled on my jeans and retrieved my shirt. It had a rip up the side along the seam, but it would have to do. I sat on the cot to lace up my sneakers. So, did you get what you wanted? Besides getting to watch a naked woman sleep for half the night. I tried to sound angry, but my voice cracked, weary to the point of failing. He scowled and looked away. I don't know. The network aired the live footage for an hour. They sold the footage and the news channels have been replaying the pertinent clips all night. The pertinent clips. That meant the 30 seconds of me shapeshifting and nothing else. None of my words, nothing of what I'd said to explain those 30 seconds. What a farce. Is that what you wanted? Do you even know what you wanted? He took a shuddering breath and turned his lips in a pained smile. It might have been the first time I'd ever seen him smile. I wanted to change the world. I wanted to single-handedly open a whole new discipline of study. I wanted to find the cure for everything. Superimmunity. Somewhere in your biology is the secret to that. If I could just convince the people with money that it's not fiction, that I'm not crazy. And you think kidnapping me, locking me up, and putting me on TV is the way to prove that? I wanted to rip him to shreds. I could. Sprout a couple of claws, run a couple of strides, and be on his throat in a heartbeat. Inside, Wolf was growling. The one thing you haven't learned is that you can't control this. No one can control this. People, werewolves, vampires, the church, the Senate, everybody have been trying for centuries, and it doesn't work. The master vampires build their families, take over cities, bully the lycanthropes, and play their little power games. Packs form and disintegrate, witches lay curses, charlatans make promises. The church holds its inquisitions, the Senate holds its hearings. And in the long run, none of it works. This isn't nature, this isn't science, not like you think, because there's this thing, this ineffable part of it all, that takes it out of the realm of knowing. That's why it's called the supernatural, Fleming. It's magic. He glared, quivering almost, like he wanted to argue but couldn't find the words. I glared back, challenging. Go ahead, start a fight. His gaze dropped. Primitive man thought the sun rising and setting was magic, but we know now that it isn't. It's science that they didn't understand. So is this. We will understand it. If you say so. Can I give you a ride somewhere? One of those moments, those noises that was laughter bubbling into despair, lodged in my throat. The nerve of him. The complete fucking nerve. You've done enough. I walked past him, concentrating so that I didn't launch into a run. keeping my head down, clutching the torn edges of my shirt and hugging myself so I wouldn't be naked. A part of the wolf was still with me. No matter how much I tried to pretend otherwise, I could never be entirely human, not with her inside me. For all my lofty speeches and denial, she was always there. And sometimes her instincts actually helped. TJ used to say that it can be a strength. I'd laughed at him then, resenting that side of me, the part one couldn't control.
But now?
Now, I leaned into it. The wolf didn't break down. She didn't cry or tremble over what had happened or worry about what was coming. She would move, head down, focus driven. And that's what I had to do. Keep moving. That was the only way through. I made it outside. Someone had thoughtfully left the door unlocked. I didn't question it. I just kept walking. The night was still dark. I hadn't slept long. The sky was thick with clouds, heavy with the promise of rain. The cold settled into my skin, and I shivered, but I forced myself forward. Movement was warmth. Movement was survival. At the end of the drive, where the building met the main road, a sedan sat parked at the curb. Its headlights blinked on, cutting through the shadows. My first reaction was irrational. Bradley. For a moment, my heart jumped. He was coming to get me. But no, he was gone.
Dead.
The thought nearly broke me all over again.
He shouldn't be dead.
2 doors opened. 2 men stepped out. For heartbeat, I thought it was Bradley and Tom, like when I'd first arrived in DC. But it wasn't. Panic surged. I took a step back, preparing to bolt. Then a familiar scent hit me, gun oil and leather. I exhaled. The men walked to the car's front, leaning against the hood, waiting. One was in a rumpled trench coat over slacks and an open-collar dress shirt. The other wore a leather jacket over a tee, jeans, biker boots, and a mustache that added to the scowl. Ben and Cormac. And it was Ben's rental. Tears sprang to my eyes. I wiped at them, but my hand was trembling. Ben stepped forward.
He didn't speak.
Just slid off his coat and held it out to me like this was some kind of date. He waited for me to let him help. The light didn't reach his face. He was mostly shadow. Wolf wanted to flee. I wanted to collapse into his arms. The 2 instincts pulled at me, left me frozen. He placed the coat over my shoulders and adjusted it gently. It still held the heat of his body, and for a second, that warmth made me shiver even harder. I gripped the coat's edges, pulling it tight around me. His hand rested lightly on my shoulder, and that, too, made me tremble. I hated being touched, but I needed it. Tears slipped down my cheeks, silent and bitter. I couldn't speak, couldn't tell him why I wanted him to leave, and why I couldn't let him. "Let's get out of here," he said quietly, giving a gentle push toward the car. I stumbled forward. He opened the back door and guided me in, like I was fragile, breakable. Cormac took the wheel. He glanced at me in the mirror. "Anyone you want me to rough up?" I let out a jagged laugh that felt more like a sob. I was on the edge of hyperventilating. "Can I get back to you on that?" Ben climbed in beside me. "Personally, I think punitive damages has a nice ring to it." "That's 'cause you get a cut," Cormac muttered. Ben just shrugged, unbothered. I focused on my breathing. Slowly, my pulse settled. "Sort of. How bad is it?" Ben looked at me. "What do you mean? Has the mob come yet? Are there torches? Pitchforks? New laws banning people like me?" "Too soon to say," he replied. "The pundits are still digesting it. They'll probably need to loop that footage for another 12 hours before outrage fatigue sets in." Pundits. Every network. Cable, national, you name it. I think even the sci-fi channels got a howling marathon going.
Perfect.
That'd help my case. Was anyone even remotely outraged about the fact that I was kidnapped? "Oh, and your mom called. Said to call her back." My voice went shrill. "Seriously? What did she say?" "She didn't say anything. Just called." "Did she see it?" "I have no idea. You'll have to ask." I leaned my forehead against the cool window, eyes heavy. Maybe if I slept, I'd wake up and this would all be a bad dream. "Ben, what the hell am I supposed to do now?" "My advice? We go back to the hotel and you sleep. I mean, really. My future.
My job.
The government hearings. Nothing you can do about that right now, he said. We'll talk about pressing charges in the morning. That was Ben's call now. I couldn't do anything. I'd lost control, and I hated how that felt. My attempt to twist their cruel exposé into a show of my own had been nothing more than a desperate last-ditch move. Did it work? Did anyone feel sorry for me? And I didn't mean sympathy for the greater cause of persecuted werewolves or supernatural rights. I meant for me. I wanted the public to turn their outrage on them instead of me.
How selfish was that?
The night was far from over, and any sense of control I had was long gone. Ben, can I use your phone? He handed it over without a word. Cormac smirked. Look at that. She's really calling her mom at 4 a.m. Except I wasn't. I was dialing Alette. I'd nearly forgotten Leo deserved to be part of this mess. 2. No answer. I checked the screen. Good signal. Still, it rang and rang. I sighed, shut the phone, and gave it back to Ben. One of Alette's people helped Fleming and Duke. He's the one who put me in that cell.
How?
Cormac asked, not angry, just curious, like a pro analyzing a job. Silver cuffs. Cormac nodded like that made perfect sense. It made me want to snarl. Ben said, I told you to stay away from her. She wasn't behind it. It was Leo. He's working with Fleming and Duke. Which put Alette in serious danger. But she was ancient. She'd survived for centuries. She could handle herself, right? Leo had left Fleming's little science party in a hurry, and with backup. Odd. Unless he expected trouble. Alette wouldn't see it coming from him. I had to warn her. Ben shook his head. It's hard to believe Duke, Fleming, and some vampire underling are all teamed up. Duke doesn't know about Leo. Fleming's talking to him. Duke and Fleming both want the government's attention, but for different reasons. Each thinks they can outmaneuver the other when the time comes. They're all playing the same chess game but only see a third of the board, each a different third. What's the vampire after? Cormac asked. Connections. Influence. Leo doesn't want that, though. He wants raw power. He likes manipulating people. Maybe he was making his own move. He could be going after Alette's territory.
She's got the police.
If Leo gets the military. We were back in D.C. now. Cormac was heading for the hotel. Sleep, Ben had said. Like that was possible. My nerves were on fire. Stop the car. Let me out. Cormac kept driving, like I hadn't spoken. Cormac stopped the car. He glanced at Ben, waiting for a signal. Ben said, if Leo really has military backing, you can't take him on alone.
Ben.
The word came out in a snarl. I'd already shifted once tonight. It could happen again. I'd never done it twice so close together. It had hurt like hell. I pressed my hands to my face.
Keep control.
Keep human. Kitty, Ben said, turning to look at me. Brave guy. Facing down a werewolf. I didn't know if he trusted me to stay human. He only sounded slightly nervous. You can't change anything right now.
Sleep.
Wait for daylight. It's the best time to deal with vampires. Believe me. He was giving orders. Just like a pack leader. I wasn't about to let that slide. As Cormac slowed to pull into the hotel garage, I shifted toward the door. I grabbed the handle, shoved it open, and rolled out. The car hadn't even stopped. I hit the ground hard, stumbled, but didn't fall. I bolted. Tires squealed behind me, but I didn't look back. I didn't want to know if they followed. 3 blocks later, my head cleared a little. Maybe I'd overreacted. They were trying to help, no strings. Like friends should. Though technically, I was paying Ben. But what would I have done if they hadn't shown up? Waited for dawn and taken the metro? Hitched a ride with Fleming? Alette's place was a couple miles off. I could run that far. I didn't want to head straight there, though. I focused on breathing, sucked in the cold night air, and kept running. A wolf on the open plain couldn't have done better. Eventually, I reached the crescent. I sprinted down the stairs and paused at the door.
Closed.
I tested it unlocked. Ahmed kept his word. Even on full moon nights. The place was dim, but I could see fine. The bar was quiet. No one in sight. I sniffed the air. Someone was here. Something. I moved deeper inside. A flicker of movement caught my eye. Past the bar, near the floor cushions, a figure glided forward.
Sleek. Feline.
Huge. My heart slammed in my chest. I'd never seen a cat that size outside a zoo, and never without bars between us. His face was broad and chiseled, more fierce than any domestic cat's. His coat was a tawny gold, streaked with dark circular markings. He sat directly in front of me, blocking the way forward. And for a strange, jarring second, he really did resemble a house cat. Upright, composed, tail flicking with calm disinterest. Luis. I dropped to my knees. Even now, mostly fur instead of skin, he still smelled like him. It was him. He ran his tongue across my cheek, a jaguar's tongue, harsh and rasping. I laughed quietly, clinging to him. His fur was thick, warm, and familiar. I pressed my face into the scruff at his neck. He didn't move, just stayed there, steady and patient. He waited for you. Ahmed appeared at the back of the club, pulling the belt of a dressing gown around his bare chest and legs. His hair was tousled. He must have just woken up. He must have been waiting too. I wondered if the two of them had gone running under the moon, animals in control. Hunting pigeons on the mall, maybe. You didn't have to do that, I said to the jaguar. Either of you. Luis stood, brushed against me from shoulder to hip, then flopped to the floor and began grooming, licking his paws and washing his face like any overgrown cat. Ahmed shrugged. He was concerned. I told him you could handle yourself. Then it looked like maybe you couldn't. And by then, it was too late. I got kidnapped. So I gathered. He lowered himself to the floor beside me, bracing himself with a hand like an old man settling in. But he didn't creak. Ahmed, I need help. What kind? I can give you shelter, keep you hidden. I shook my head. Not for me. For Alette. Leah was the one who took me, and I think she's in danger. His face darkened, eyes narrowed, lips drawn. He looked like a dog right before the growl. But I held my ground. I wasn't backing off. You don't owe her anything, he said. She welcomed you into her home and failed to protect you. A technicality. He still lived by the old world codes of hospitality, offering safe haven to travelers, protecting them from thieves and wild things on lawless roads. But this wasn't about ancient rules. The danger I was asking him to help with came from wolves. Luis had fallen asleep, ribs rising and falling in a deep, steady rhythm. He curled up beside me, back pressed to my legs. If anything happens to Alette, Leo takes over. He'll run the vampires in this city. Is that what you want? And if Leo's acting on her orders? I don't believe that. You're too naive. She's been good to me. And I haven't. It's not that. I sighed. But someone needs to help her. Then hear me, not as a stranger but as a friend, someone older. Stay out of this. Don't get involved. It's not your fight. His voice was gentle but heavy, the way a favorite teacher might speak when urging you to think twice about heading down the wrong path. Almost condescending, but not quite. He truly believed I couldn't handle this. Not that I'd been doing a stellar job of handling anything lately, but my gut was telling me not to back down. I was absent-mindedly stroking Luis's fur when I noticed, barely, that he'd started shifting back. The change was slow, smooth, like watching ice melt. His limbs lengthened, his chest broadened, fur dissolving into skin. Bit by bit, cell by cell, he became human again. What are you doing here, Ahmed? This club, your little sanctuary, you claim it's not a pack, that you're no alpha. But they all treat you like one. You expect it. Maybe you lead through courtesy and respect instead of raw dominance. You call this a safe haven so you don't have to fight for your place. And it works. It's the best system I've seen. But you ignore everything beyond these walls. I can't do that. If I'd said that to any other alpha I'd met, we'd be fighting already. I had basically challenged him, subtly but still. He only opened his hands and gave me a slight nod. That's your choice, of course. Maybe my speech had been unfair. I'm sorry, Ahmed, I said, starting to rise. He didn't reply. I reached out to gently touch Luis's shoulder. I didn't shake him. I didn't want to wake him. I'd speak to him later. If I lived long enough. Chapter 13. If I'd had any money with me, I would have called a cab. I might have been able to borrow a couple bucks from Ahmed, but I was 2 blocks away from the Crescent before I thought of that. The shuttle to Georgetown didn't start for another hour. As it was, I jogged. I had to move fast, because dawn was near. I was so tired. I was numb and barely felt my legs move. I should have kept Ben's cell phone so I could call the cops. I should have had Ahmed call the cops. Should have, this was why I sucked at politics. No planning ahead. Leo would be there. I had no doubt Leo would be there, along with the 2 mortal soldiers. I didn't know what I was going to do about them. I wondered who would tell Alette about Bradley. And where was Tom? Emma? Were they safe? I arrived at the townhome. The inside was dark. Like all the other houses on the street, like any normal house should be at this hour. Then I paused. I could see that the lights inside were dark because the drapes over the front bay window, the window to the parlor, were open. They'd never been open before. Now, what were the odds the front door was unlocked, letting me walk right in? Slowly, I climbed the steps and tried the door handle. Not only was it unlocked, it hadn't been closed all the way. It stood open just a hair, as if whoever had passed through here had been in a hurry. I opened the door a crack. "Did you hear that?" A male voice called from inside. "Wouldn't have to lock the door if you'd posted guards." My heart in my throat, I scrambled off the steps, over the wrought iron railing, and crouched in the shadow by the wall of the house. I held my breath, even though I thought my head was going to burst. I wanted to run so badly, hear the wolf's claws scraping on the pavement as we put distance between me and danger. Hold the line.
Keep it together.
The door opened wide above me. Someone stepped out and looked around. Dressed all in black, his face seemed ghostly in the near light of dawn. He must have been one of the black ops guys that went with Leo. He watched for a moment, carefully scanning the street, then went back inside, closing the door firmly this time. Leo needed someone to guard the place during daylight hours, the way Bradley and Tom had done for Alette. The sky was lightning. I shivered and pulled my coat closer. Ben's coat. I'd forgotten I was wearing it. Now I was glad I had it. I had to get in there. I had to find out if Alette was okay. My heart was sinking with the growing evidence that she probably wasn't okay at all. The soldiers had to be in the foyer or front room to hear the faint squeak of the door hinges. I had to get them out of there, distract them somehow. They were obviously twitchy. Some kind of noise, then. I suddenly felt like I was in a bad spy movie. Some debris lay on the concrete pad of the window well where I'd been hiding. A few stones, chipped plaster, a rusted piece of metal. I picked up a handful of these items and climbed the railing back to street level. Backing onto the sidewalk, then to the deserted street, I looked up at the townhome's second-story windows. I hadn't played any sports in school. I hadn't been at all coordinated. I wasn't sure I could do this. Desperation convinced me, however. I had to do this. All the strength my supernatural wolf gave me, I poured into that throw. Pitch it hard, focus on the window, right above the bay window of the parlor. I grunted as I let the stone fly. It hit the brick wall and rattled back to the sidewalk. I growled at myself and tried again, quickly. It wouldn't do any good to have the soldiers come out on the front porch. I hefted the piece of metal this time, and threw. With a spine-numbing crack, the window shattered. The tinkling glass was like music. To be on the safe side, I turned to the window above the front door and tried again. My whole body was shaking with adrenaline, but I must have had the knack of it this time. I hit the window. This one didn't shatter, but it crunched, and a network of cracks laced out like a spiderweb. This whole plan depended on them going upstairs to see what had broken the windows. I had to hope they wouldn't come out the front door. Did all plans feel this stupid in the middle of the execution? I ran to the front door and opened it. Leaning in over the threshold, I took a deep breath of air and listened close. I smelled Alette's house, but with an edge. People I didn't recognize had been moving around in here. But I didn't hear anything, no breathing, no footsteps. Except overhead. It sounded like someone was running on the floor above me. I went inside and shut the door behind me. The place was dark, empty feeling. I didn't hear any breathing, but vampires didn't breathe. I moved through the foyer, attempting silence, but the rubber soles of my sneakers squeaked on the hardwood. The parlor window faced east.
The room was almost light now.
Gray and faded, but still light. In another half hour, the sun would pour in. The furniture had been shoved away to make a clear space on the floor, in front of the window. In the middle of this space, far enough back that I couldn't have seen her from the sidewalk, Alette sat on a chair. She faced the window, like she waited for the sun to rise, like she planned on watching it, like she planned to die. Alette. She didn't move. I stepped closer and saw her hands tied behind her back, to the legs of the chair. Rope or cord alone wouldn't have been enough to hold her. There were also chains with crosses on them. Her feet were secured to the chair legs in front. A gag bound her mouth. Crosses. Leo needed mortal humans to tie Alette up with crosses, which he couldn't touch. Alette. I ran to her. Inside the room. The rug squished wetly. What had happened here? I pulled down the gag, a strip of cotton fabric. It snagged on a thong, but I got it loose. Her gaze was wild, desperate, rapidly searching me. Kitty, are you well? What have they done to you? I worked on the rest of the bindings. I started to toss the crosses away, then decided I might need them. I shoved them in a coat pocket. Force my national television debut. Don't worry, I'm okay. I'm not hurt. Physically. And Bradley, where's Bradley?
Damn it.
I hadn't wanted to be the one to tell her. This was terrible to think, but I'd hoped Leo had gloated. So at least she'd know.
I'm sorry, Alette.
Leo moved so fast, and he wasn't expecting it. No, I imagine he wasn't. It was probably quick, painless, broken neck.
Kitty.
Her hands free now. She put them on my shoulders, gripping them. Free of the crosses, she was strong, very strong, and at the moment she forgot it. She squeezed, pinching, and all I could do was brace against it so she wouldn't topple me over. They're my children, do you understand? My children's children. I've looked after my family all these years. I've provided for them, watched them grow and prosper. That's all I wanted for them, to prosper. Do you understand? I started to. Bradley was her dozens of great-grandson. And Tom and Emma, who said her family had been with Alette for decades. Her contacts in the police department and the government, also descendants. That loyalty came from ties of blood. Would the distance in relationship have made any difference in Alette's mind? I thought of all those portraits in the dining room, the photographs in the hall, in the parlor. All of them were her children. She kept pictures of her family throughout the house, like any doting mother. Alette, we have to hurry. They'll be back downstairs any minute. Not to mention the sun was rising right in front of her. I held her hands and tried to pull her from the chair. Wait a moment, Kitty. Geez, did a pipe break? I'd been kneeling on the wet carpet.
My jeans were damp.
Holy water. I'm sitting in it. I can't walk. Her feet were bare. Not only that, they were burned, the flesh red and shining, rash-like. The red crawled up from her soles, touching every place that had gotten wet. Even if she'd been able to break free, she couldn't walk anywhere. I scented a whiff of damaged flesh. She looked at me matter-of-factly, though the acid-like touch of holy water must have tortured her. Well, that's just great. I looked around, trying to think. I hadn't come this far to be defeated by a damp rug. If they had this much of it, why didn't they just throw it on you? It might not have killed me, and whoever did this wanted Alette to watch the approach of her own death. Through the window, to torture her. Glancing back at the pale sky, her face was ashen. She set her expression in a stoic mask. I couldn't just close the drapes. They weren't open. They were gone, completely removed. I had to get her out of here. The footsteps continued upstairs, but the soldiers would be back down in moments. I'll carry you, I said, kneeling by the chair. I thought she'd argue, muttering about dignity with her British accent and stiff upper lip. She didn't. Silently, she put her arms around my shoulders and held on as I lifted, cradling her. She was far lighter than I expected. She felt dried up and hollow. I had no idea where to go with her. I couldn't take her outside, not with daylight, so close and no shelter handy.
Frantically, I looked around.
There's a storage space under the stairs. The door is there. It's a hidden panel. When she pointed to it, I saw the line that marked the door. Setting her down, I wrenched open the thin plywood door, wincing at how much noise I made. Quiet had to be quiet. Alette leaned on me, unable to stand by herself. Together, we fell into the storage space. I pulled the door closed just as footsteps sounded on the stairs over our heads. We lay curled together against a pile of junk, holding our breaths. At least I held my breath. We stared at the door ahead of us, as if we could see what was happening outside. Footsteps crossed the floor of the foyer and stopped at the entrance to the parlor. Another set of footsteps followed. "Shit," a male voice said. "Maybe she's already gone," a second voice said. "Burned up." "There's not any ash." "There should be ash." A burning smell. Something. "You ever see one of them go in sunlight?" After a pause, the other said, "No. Look, even if she found a way to escape, it's too close to dawn. She won't get far. Hell, she won't even leave the house. We'll look." "You don't suppose she turned into a bat or something, do you?" Footsteps paced back and forth, moved toward the back of the house, then came back to the stairs, but never approached the door to the storage room. The closet stretched beneath the staircase, narrowing as it went, and although it was long, it wasn't spacious. In the dim light slipping under the door, I could make out the clutter. Boxes stacked high, cleaning supplies like brooms and mops, old baby gear, strollers, a high chair, and a rack jammed with coats. Just your typical family's storage area. It struck me that Alette might have been clinging to the illusion of a normal home even after becoming a vampire. I couldn't help but wonder where Leo fit into that picture. "My hero," she said, giving me a weak attempt at a smile before slumping back with a faint groan. Had I not known better, I would have thought she'd passed out. I grabbed her shoulder, shaking her. Her skin was cold, rigid. Panic surged. I nearly called her name out loud. I couldn't lose her.
Not now.
She touched her forehead and winced, looking for all the world like a character out of a Victorian melodrama. All we were missing was a fainting couch. I whispered urgently, "What is it? What's wrong?" "It's the sun, isn't it? It's almost dawn." "I haven't fed," she murmured.
"Il faut sitting here."
Of all the mistakes to make, I was holding a vampire who hadn't eaten. Brilliant. "Forget that," she said, trying to sit up. "Leo's still here. I have to find him. I won't let him ruin everything I've built." "You're in no condition to face him," I said, thinking not only of her empty stomach but her wounded feet. "We can't sit here, hiding all day." She pulled herself up stiffly, moving like someone twice her age. "One way or another, I have to face him. I don't expect you to come. This is my fight." I should have seen through Leo. I can't believe it. Almost 2 centuries together, and now he stages a coup. She wouldn't make it. Not like this. I remembered what Leo had done to Bradley. Would it help? I asked before I could think better of it. "If you took my blood, would it help you recover?" "Kitty, if you're suggesting what I think, don't. Because I'm not letting you go out there like this. And I can't fight him on my own. Will it help?" She paused for a long, strained moment before answering.
"Yes."
"It would." "Then you have to." My heart was thundering in my chest. I could barely think over the sound of it. Plenty of humans did this sort of thing all the time. It wasn't a big deal. Except she was a predator. And suddenly I was prey. My instincts screamed, "Run, fight, do anything but sit still." "Your wolf doesn't like this, does she?" Alette said quietly. "No," I admitted, my voice shaking. We don't like being cornered. But it's okay. I can manage it." Her voice softened, calming me. "It's perfectly natural. You should be afraid of me."
"I'm not elite."
I was. I'd always known, in theory, what she was, but now I felt it. She could tear me apart, and I'd be helpless to stop her. But she wouldn't. She wasn't like that. I trusted her. Or, at least, I had. Just a taste, she said gently. A few seconds. That's all. Is that okay? I nodded. She brushed her fingers along my cheek. Her touch was ghost-like in the faint light. I won't betray your trust. Do you believe me? Yes. Are you right or left-handed? Right. She took my left hand and leaned in, her voice low and hypnotic, brushing past my defenses, calming my nerves. The panic dulled. I began to feel something else longing. Don't be afraid of me, she whispered. I don't want you afraid. She kissed my cheek, and I melted into her. Let her hold me, do what she wanted because somehow it felt good. Like heat coiled in my gut, radiating outward. My whole body tensed in anticipation. Her breath was soft against my neck. I might have moaned. Everything was heat. She embraced me, drawing that heat into herself. Rest, my dear, she murmured, gently guiding my head to her shoulder. I closed my eyes. She pushed my coat sleeve up past the elbow, supporting my arm when I couldn't. I felt like I was dissolving into her. She kissed the inside of my arm, and every nerve lit up. I bit my lip. Her tongue traced a line at my forearm. My hand clenched. She steadied it. Her lips closed over my wrist, and all I felt was tenderness. Then the bite. A sharp pinch. By that time, I wanted it. When she finally pulled away, it felt like waking up from a trance. I needed a freezing cold shower. It's done, she said. And it was. She sat upright, collected, like the moment before had never happened. We were back in the closet, in the dark, surrounded by coats and boxes. Are you okay?
Yeah.
I think so.
Wow.
It all made sense now. Part of the vampire playbook. Seduce the victim. Make them want to be bitten. Cut down on the mess. Just for the record, I'm straight. Totally straight. Like, Olympic level. She smiled. So am I. I caught a faint trace of blood on her breath.
Mine.
But she no longer seemed worn down or weak. She held herself tall now. Her eyes gleamed again. She was ready. Ready to fight. 2 sets of footsteps thundered across the foyer, just outside our hiding spot. At the sound, Alette glanced toward the noise with a deepening frown, then pushed the door open. No. I reached out to stop her, but missed. She slipped through the gap before I could grab her. I had no choice but to follow. Out in the foyer, she stood tall despite her injured feet, which didn't look quite as damaged now. The redness had faded, and her face looked flushed, full of life. 2 men in black stood in front of her, guns aimed at her chest. They held their weapons in a rigid 2-handed grip, arms locked, ready to shoot. You don't want to do that, Alette said, her voice a symphony of honey, music, desire, and command. You'd rather put those guns down. Calmly, she glanced between them. I couldn't see her eyes, didn't want to. Her stare was locked on the soldiers. Neither man moved. One trembled slightly, his weapon wavering. I know you're both reasonable men. You've earned a break. You're feeling peaceful. Quiet. That's right. Their arms slowly lowered, loose now at their sides, as if under a spell. Then they stood still. Not a blink, not a breath out of place. Like statues. One even had his mouth hanging open, almost drooling. Alette gently took their weapons, slipped them into the closet behind us, and closed the door. The men didn't react. They just stood there, trapped in her gaze. Vampire magic. Hypnosis. Whatever it was, it worked. I crept past them, half expecting one to reach for me. But they stayed frozen. Alette headed to the back of the foyer, into a hallway leading toward the kitchen. Leo will be downstairs by now. Her eyes sharpened. She was on the hunt. She walked confidently into a large, modern kitchen, steel countertops, hanging cookware, a central island. Fit for state banquets, maybe even used for one. She ignored it all, heading straight to a door near the refrigerator. She paused there, her hand on the knob, tilting her head to listen. That door led to the basement. The safe, dark place vampires rested during the day. Leo might be down there now, relaxed, thinking the danger had passed. Or he could be waiting, armed and ready. Alette, this isn't. She opened the door. She wasn't thinking clearly. Logic had no place in this. She was driven by fury, by vengeance. She didn't check to see if I'd follow.
I did.
Soft light glowed from the carpeted stairs as Alette descended, silent. The basement mirrored the upstairs in its lavish, old-fashioned style. Plush carpets, ornate wallpaper, antique lamps. A bedroom, not a crypt. A four-poster bed stood at the far end, surrounded by fine furniture.
No coffins.
Leo sat on the bed, leaning over a young woman. Brown hair tumbled across her shoulders, her hands folded on her stomach. She wore college sweatshirt and jeans. "Emma," I whispered. "He used her to get to me," Alette said coldly. "Said he'd protect her. That's how he won." Emma appeared to be sleeping. I hoped it was sleep. Leo looked up and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. I didn't see blood, but the gesture was enough. He sneered, stood up, fists clenched, and took a step forward. His eyes locked with Alette's. "You're supposed to be dead," he said, his voice thick with disbelief. "I've been dead a long time, darling." I stepped from behind Alette, crouched slightly, my posture defensive, ready. Leo's gaze shifted to me and narrowed. "Fleming let you out, didn't he? He's too soft for the game he's in. Would he tell me what that game was if I got my hands around his neck? Maybe I'd get the chance." "You had your freedom as long as Emma was safe," Alette said. "What did you do to her?" Leo gave a cruel laugh. "Oh, wouldn't you love to know?" He squared his shoulders like a boxer entering the ring. But Alette stood steady, composed as ever. "You betrayed me, destroyed my home, my people. Why?" "Why?" he snapped, then laughed again, sharp and bitter. "Because you're a disgrace. You rule an empire and use it to play house. You're an immortal, and all you ever do is pretend to be a normal woman."
Wow.
Real enlightened attitude. Alette didn't flinch. Something steely settled in her gaze. She was done playing. "Then why stay with me for 200 years? She asked coolly. "That's a long time to tolerate someone you find so useless." "Trust me, I'd know." Leo's jaw dropped, clearly offended. I slipped my hand into my pocket and curled my fingers around the small crosses I carried. "Just in case. He's only just now found allies with serious firepower," I said. "So tell us, what's Fleming getting out of all this? He wouldn't have handed his men over unless there was something in it for him. You couldn't have pulled this off alone." Leo's expression darkened. "I don't talk to animals." "Oh, come on. Answer the question, Leo," Alette said, her voice sharp and unyielding. That same voice had commanded armies for centuries. Even now, Leo couldn't resist obeying it. "He gets a recruiter," Leo muttered. "Someone to help build his pet army of shadows. The Pentagon's promised to fund his research once the NIH cuts him loose. It's not exactly what he wants, but he'll take the support. They've already assigned him a special forces team to keep things running." Alette exhaled a breath that somehow managed to be both ladylike and full of disdain. "You've traded one master for another. Do you even realize that?" Leo smirked. "Wrong again. Fleming only thinks he's in control. This goes far beyond him." "Fleming. Too soft," Leo had said. "The scientist who looked like a professor but played games with covert ops. Which version of Fleming was the real one? And if he was in over his head, as Leo implied, then whose game were we actually playing? How far beyond?" I asked, my voice dropping. "If not Fleming, then who's calling the shots? It's not you, you're built to take orders." Leo's smile twisted cruelly. "You'll never know. You're not walking out of here alive." And then he lunged. It might have just been a leap, one born of rage and desperation, but it was so fast, it looked like flight. Alette must have seen it coming. Maybe she sensed it, maybe her mind worked in some different rhythm. Whatever the case, she moved with equal speed, sidestepping him with an elegance that looked almost rehearsed. Like they were combatants in a high-stakes action scene, and I was the poor fool caught in the crosswalk. Her dodge left Leo charging straight at me. I tried to move. My legs worked in slow motion, faltering backward, as if watching myself from a distance. My mouth opened with a soft, fearful whimper. Submit. Be small. Be invisible. That wasn't going to work. I raised the fistful of crosses, bracing myself. But Leo never reached me. Alette's hand snapped around his throat. She shouldn't have been able to stop him. But then again, who was I to say what an ancient vampire could or couldn't do? Her grip didn't even look strained, but it brought him to a dead halt, like he'd crashed into an invisible wall. Her tendons flexed, but that was the only sign of effort. "I gave you everything," she said coldly. "Now I'll take it back." "No," he croaked, clawing at her wrist. He was taller, broader, should have easily overpowered her. But she held him like he was nothing. She couldn't suffocate him. Vampires didn't need to breathe. If she wanted to kill him, she'd have to rip his head off. Instead, she stared straight into his eyes, silently offering him a chance to beg. Whether for mercy or forgiveness, I couldn't tell. He thrashed like an animal caught in a trap. "No," he gasped again, his voice breaking. "You're not my mistress. Not anymore. You're not." Driven by fury, he struck. Twisting, he slammed both fists against her elbow. The joint buckled, breaking her hold. He shoved himself free and landed 2 punches, one to her stomach, one to her face. I heard something crack. Alette went down.
Hard.
She didn't move. A chill ran through me. Leo turned on me. I still held the crosses, but that didn't stop him. He slammed into me, knocking me to the ground and pinning me beneath him. I fought back, thrashing, trying to bring the chains across his face. They touched his skin, he flinched. Welts rose on his cheeks and neck like burns. But he didn't stop. He pressed harder. Alette was down. I was alone.
Change.
"You can fight him." Agony ripped through me. Wolf surged beneath my skin, claws and teeth pressing toward the surface. The full moon still hung above. The power was still mine. My body began to shift, my fingers thickening, bones cracking. But I didn't want this. I didn't want to change like this. Not out of fear. Not because he was forcing it. I bucked wildly beneath him, desperation taking hold. He laughed, an ugly sound. Then, with lightning speed, he grabbed my hand, the one with the crosses, and slammed it to the floor. With a brutal twist, he pinned both arms and jammed a knee into my stomach. He leaned in, fangs brushing my throat. I growled, helplessly. "I'll enjoy you for dessert, little kitten," he whispered. He was in the perfect position to end me. And I had nothing left. I tried to spit at him, but my mouth was too dry. "Leo." A new voice. One I recognized. Leo froze, startled. Then a sound, a sharp whistle, cut through the air. A split second later, he was yanked backward, as if jerked by a rope. I rolled away, coughing, scrambling on all fours. At the base of the stairs stood Paul Fleming, holding what looked like a modified spear gun. He lowered it slowly, gaze locked on Leo. Leo was on his knees, staring down at his chest in disbelief. A thick wooden spike jutted out of his heart. There was no blood, just the absurd sight of the dowel sticking from a shirt like a cheap theater prop. The fabric puckered around it. So, Fleming knew how to use a stake. Maybe the top of the food chain was still up for grabs. I struggled to breathe, fighting to pull myself together, to stay grounded in my humanity. Alette had recovered quickly. She sat upright, legs tucked beneath her, watching Leo die with a quiet frown of sorrow. Leo let out a sound, part laugh, part sob, then reached toward her before collapsing onto his side. His eyes stared blankly, wide open. His body paled, hardened, then crumbled, decaying within seconds rather than years. His clothes, the stake, even the mark he left on the carpet, all of it disintegrated. He vanished entirely. I expected Alette to rise with grace, to reclaim her dignity and control. But she stayed on the floor, her eyes shut tightly, one hand clutching the fabric over her heart like it physically hurt. How could I have been so blind? Her voice trembled, full of pain. How could I have been so foolish? It was the kind of line every woman betrayed by someone she loved had spoken. Immortality didn't shield you from heartbreak, apparently. She ran a hand through her hair and opened her eyes to stare at the heap of ash that had been Leo. Her face twisted, close to tears, but she shook the feeling off. He fought at Waterloo. When I met him, he was hollow, broken by what he'd endured. But he could still laugh. That's what drew me in. I gave him a place, a purpose. Eventually, I gave him everything. I trusted him. I thought she'd loved him. I hadn't thought vampires could love like that. And she believed he'd loved her, too. Fear crossed her face. Suddenly, she stood and rushed to the bed, where Emma lay. She touched her cheek, checked her pulse, held her hands. She stared at her for a long time, and my gut tightened. Alette, is she? What happened to her? I almost didn't want the answer. Knowing meant facing it. She isn't dead, Alette said softly, though she didn't sound relieved. But she's not exactly alive anymore either. She'll rise on the third night, as one of us. Leo had turned her. He'd made her a vampire. Was it a final act of spite? A way to take something of Alette's for himself? I remembered his mocking tone when Alette had asked what he'd done. Maybe it was a joke to him. What are you going to do? What's she going to do? Alette gave a small, mournful smile. I don't know. She leaned down and kissed Emma's forehead. Emma didn't move. Her skin was ghostly pale. Alette fetched a blanket from a trunk and covered her. Fleming leaned against the wall, his spear gun hanging limply at his side. I swallowed just to be sure I still could.
Why?
Why are you even here? Why did you kill him? He was dangerous. To whom?
You?
Your work? Aren't you worried about losing your recruiter? Would he have continued recruiting for me, or would he have handpicked soldiers for his own purposes? I know he was spying on me. He glanced at Alette, then looked away. I was being used. By all of them. Duke, Leo, the Department of Defense. Wait, the Dio?
Yeah.
Department of Defense. When one door shuts, another opens. That's how it works, right? The military saw promise in my research. The NIH won't fund me anymore, not after all this. No surprise there. Why did you ever team up with Duke? The guy's a lunatic. We both wanted government attention. He wanted control. I wanted funding without military strings. He gave me the platform. I gave him his proof that the supernatural was real. I thought my science would eventually win over his fanaticism. I thought Congress would use my findings for something good. Good. Of course, being whatever suited him. That's the problem with politics. Everyone has their own version of good. And science isn't immune to zealotry either. Fleming went on. Duke misread the public. He genuinely believed you weren't human, that laws could be passed to exterminate your kind, like they did with wolves. He wanted to be a modern Van Helsing, and he wanted me to back him. You both came off looking like assholes, I said. So, now NIH drops you, and the military steps in? You courted them, didn't you? Fritz planted the seed, and you ran with it. You don't care where the funding comes from. His tone sharpened. I got good at telling investors exactly what they wanted to hear. Most researchers do. I promised the DoD results, and by the time I realized I couldn't deliver what they wanted, it was too late. But I'm done now. After tonight, I'm walking away. I wanted to punch him. You think you can just walk away? Just like that. His look was wounded but hardened, too. His grip on the spear gun tightened, and I realized with a jolt, he was between me and the stairs. Kitty, that's enough. Alette stood up and smoothed her skirt, as if nothing had happened. Dr. Fleming, I suppose I should thank you for showing up when you did. Then again, considering how much of this mess you helped create, it was the least you could do. I didn't do it for you, he said bitterly. I'm tired of being used. You nearly realized that too late. Her voice turned cold. She may have been smaller than Leo, but the force of her presence was far more commanding. Fleming reached toward his spear pouch. I thought they were going to fight. Then came the pounding of footsteps overhead. A door slammed open, voices called out, and someone shouted, "Clear?" Another voice. The basement. I steeled myself. I would fight if I had to. Alette moved to my side. Fleming stayed by the stairs. They creaked. Someone was coming down. Cormac appeared, gun drawn. Ben followed, holding a stake and mallet. Fleming raised his weapon. For a second, I thought we were about to have another showdown. My knees wobbled. "Hey, guys," I said weakly. Cormac didn't lower his weapon until Fleming did. Finally, after a tense pause, Fleming dropped his arms. Cormac waited a beat, then holstered his gun. Two uniformed cops burst in next, crowding the room. Ben surveyed the room. Me, Alette, and a pile of ash. We go to all the trouble to find this place, call the cops, race over, and we miss the action? One left, Cormac muttered, eyeing Alette. I stepped in front of her. She's on our side. A cop pointed his gun at Cormac. Too many guns. I was over it. Nathan, please, let's not escalate this, Alette said calmly. The cop lowered his weapon. Cormac looked exasperated. It's all right, Kitty, Alette said, stepping aside with a wry smile, as if amused by my attempt to defend her. Alette, this is Ben, my lawyer. And Cormac, my...
What?
I didn't know how to label him. This is Cormac. Alette nodded. Ben and Cormac stayed ready, armed to the teeth. You guys do this a lot, huh?
I said.
Because you really look like you do this a lot. They exchanged a brief, knowing look. Ben sighed and dropped the mallet. I had a vampire hunting lawyer. Fantastic. Fleming said, I'm leaving. I won't cause any more trouble. No more recruiting. No more abductions. Agreed, Alette said. He nodded too fast for comfort and headed for the stairs. Cormac blocked him. They stared each other down. Just when I thought it might explode, Cormac stepped aside, and Fleming slipped past the cops. I still had questions for him. It's full daylight now, isn't it? I can feel it, Alette said, rubbing her forehead. She looked toward the bed, tired, fragile. Kitty, I don't know how to thank you. If you hadn't come back. I gave a weary smile. If there's anything else I can do. Ben cut in. Kitty, you pay me to give advice. I'm advising you to get the hell out of this house. I'll help you pack. He'd wanted me gone from the start. Now, I couldn't argue. But leaving felt like a betrayal of Alette's trust. I wanted to stay for her, but I also wanted to feel safe. And Alette's sanctuary had been breached. After everything that had happened over the last 12 hours, all I wanted was to crawl into a dark hole and never come out. You'll be safer away from here now, Alette said gently, responding to the pained expression on my face. I nodded and forced a small smile. When had safe stopped feeling like the easy option. The two officers secured the townhouse. Leo's henchmen had been deposited onto a sofa in the parlor, out cold and sprawled like passed-out frat boys. I had no desire to be there when they came to. Fleming had vanished. And frankly, I couldn't blame him. He didn't have any allies here. Ben and I drove to the hotel in my car, while Cormac followed in theirs. Ben carried my bags. I was still in ripped jeans and a torn t-shirt, desperate for a shower. I needed to wash everything off, especially the memories. For a few fleeting hours, I'd almost managed to forget the broadcast. But when we reached the hotel, Ben handed me a homemade DVD and a portable player. Of course. I showered first. I'd watch the video after. But I stayed in there a long time. I had too many awful smells clinging to me, clinical sterility, blood, violence, fear. The stink of betrayal and silver. My wrists still bore angry marks, the rash from silver, the punctures from fangs. Eventually I gave in and watched it. My untouched breakfast went cold on the tray as I sat transfixed. Near the end, Ben knocked. I let him in. The committee's wrapping up this afternoon. You should be there. The Senate hearings felt like a different world. What's the press saying about all this? I gestured toward the screen, where my wolf had curled up in a defeated little ball. How are they spinning it? I hadn't seen a single headline yet. Panic rising, I turned on the TV and flipped through the channels. Experts have confirmed that the footage is authentic. What you're about to see is, indeed, a real werewolf. We caution that these images may be disturbing to some viewers. The screen showed the clip, my back arching, clothes tearing, fur blooming across my skin. I quickly changed the channel. A morning show played, with two unnaturally cheerful hosts interviewing a man in a suit. Everyone's seen the footage by now. What's the takeaway? What happens next? The woman asked. Well, we have to consider it in the context of the recent hearings. This pushes the conversation out of the theoretical. For the first time, we're seeing it for what it is, and that means the Senate won't be able to ignore it. I expect legislation.
Click.
Next channel, a hyperbolic news show where Roger Stockton sat in smug authority. Could you tell? The host asked. If you didn't already know she was a werewolf, would there be signs? Stockton looked too pleased with himself. Honestly, with enough exposure, I think you could. They carry a certain aura. Oh, so the monobrow thing's just a myth?
God spare me.
Next channel. Who is Kitty Norville? A serious voice intoned. Once a cult radio host, she was thrust into the public eye and maybe into danger. No official statement yet, and some reports suggest she may still be missing. Ben broke my trance. I've been fielding calls nonstop. No comment for now. But you might want to consider holding a press conference. Take control of the narrative. At least then it wouldn't be a circus. I could claim some ground. And your mom's called again. Probably time to return that one. I switched back to the first news station. This time, they were showing live footage of the Dirksen Senate office building. Protesters, journalists, bystanders, all packed outside. The camera panned over signs I couldn't read. It refused to focus long enough. Were they shouting in support or hate? I can't do it, I whispered, shaking my head. I can't face all of that. Not again. Ben's voice was dry and worn. He hadn't slept either. Why not? Why not? Good question. I wanted to disappear.
Hide.
I knew this sensation. It hadn't hit me this hard in years. It's all out there. Everyone saw. There's nothing left of me. I feel violated. He exhaled sharply. How would you know what that's like? I almost hit him. I had to bite back the anger, suck it deep inside again. You don't want me to answer that, Ben. His face fell.
Look.
We're going to sue. We're going after Duke, Fleming, Stockton, hell, maybe even the whole damn Senate. Criminal charges, civil suits, everything. But you can't disappear now. You have to show up. Those people outside, they're not going anywhere. Tears began sliding down my face, quiet, unbidden. Everything I'd endured in the last 24 hours came crashing in at once, suffocating. Just like the silver cell. But I knew he was right. I had survived too much to give up now. I wiped my eyes, picked up the glass of orange juice, and drank. After all, it couldn't be any worse than going toe-to-toe with a vampire. Chapter 14. I didn't want to bother with traffic and parking, so Ben and I took a taxi to the Senate office building. The crowd had grown until it clogged the street. Police directed traffic. They'd closed the street and weren't going to let us through until Ben rolled down the window and spoke a few words to one of the cops. The guy nodded, then called to one of his colleagues. The two of them cleared a path through the mass of people. I hunched down, huddled inside my jacket, hiding. People outside were shouting. Most of it was incoherent, but I heard someone preaching, quoting the Bible in a clear, loud voice. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. A sign flashed, a placard someone waved above the crowd, a vertical acronym with the words spelled out horizontally. VLAD, Vampire League Against Discrimination. That was a new one. I closed my eyes. This was crazy. I should have just gone home. Mom wanted me to come home. I'd called her. I was right. She hadn't turned off the TV like I asked. But she seemed to have disassociated the images entirely. Like she decided that wasn't really me. All she knew, I was in trouble and she wanted me to come home, where I'd be safe. Where she assumed I'd be safe. Look, Ben said, pointing out the car window to the front door of the building. The cops are watching the crowd. You'll be fine.
Fine. Right. Just dandy.
The taxi stopped, and my stomach coiled. Ben paid the driver and said to me, "Stay there, I'll go around and get the door." I waited. The driver stayed turned, looking at me over the back of the seat. Staring at me. A lot of people were going to be staring at me in a minute. Better get used to it. Then he said, "Hey, can I have your autograph?" I gaped like a fish. Really?
Yeah, sure.
How else are the guys going to believe this? I bit my lip. Autopilot took over. You got paper and pen? He pulled them off one of those notepads that stuck to the inside of the windshield. I wrote against the back of the seat. I had to think for a minute how to spell my own name. That show last night? That was something else. Hey, thanks a ton, he said as I handed back the paper. And good luck out there. Thanks, I murmured. Ben, open my door. I looked up and the crowd made a sound. Like an avalanche, it poured over me, cheering and cursing. I caught sight of two signs, quickly scribbled poster board jobs their bearers shook wildly. One said, "Burn the heathens." The other said, "We love Kitty." God, this was going to be weird. A barricaded path led from the curb to the front door. That didn't stop people from trying to lean over, hands stretched out, reaching for me. I forced myself not to cringe. Walk tall, chin up, eyes ahead. Ben had his arm across my back, keeping me moving, using his body as a shield. This was like something out of a movie, or a cop show, or court TV. "I love your show, Kitty," someone screamed off to my right. I couldn't see who, but I flashed a smile in that direction. Cameras clicked by the door, the press corps waited. TV cameras, photo cameras, a dozen microphones, and handheld recorders reached out for me. Kitty Norville, what action are you going to take against Senator Duke and Dr. Fleming? Have you spoken to the senator since last night? What are your plans? What do you think the Senate committee's response to this will be?
Kitty.
My client has no comments at this time, Ben said. A couple of police officers stepped forward and cleared a path to the door. If I thought it'd be calmer inside, I was wrong. People in suits packed the hallway. They looked official, carrying papers and briefcases, rushing around with purposeful expressions. Everyone who passed me stopped and did a double take. Where'd all the people come from? I said. I think half of Congress is turning up for this. It's funny, the committee doesn't have any real power. They can just make recommendations, but it's like everyone's waiting for the word of God. I thought people were just waiting for a clue, for an idea of which way to jump. If the authority figures decided I was dangerous, a threat to society, then people could react to that. They'd know to be afraid. But if they decided I wasn't dangerous, maybe people could let it go. Thanks for being here, Ben. He smiled. You're welcome. The audience inside the hearing chamber was invitation only. They'd never have been able to fit everyone in otherwise. Mostly, reporters and TV cameras crammed the place. We were late. The senators were already in place behind their authoritative tables. Senator Duke was absent, but I recognized his aide, the one from last night, standing in a corner. He refused to look in my direction. I couldn't find Dr. Fleming among the audience, either. So, Duke, Fleming, and Stockton had all ditched. Did that make me the last one standing? Did that mean I won? What exactly did I win? Jeffrey Miles had made it into the audience. He smiled and gave me a thumbs up. I wanted to hug him, but he was on the other side of the room. Henderson leaned close to his microphone and cleared his throat. The general shuffling and murmuring in the room quieted as he drew attention to himself. I'd like to thank my esteemed colleagues in the Senate for taking an interest in this final day of oversight hearings regarding the Center for the Study of Paranatural Biology. I hope we can hold your interest. In the absence of Senator Duke, and with the consent of my fellow committee members, I'll be serving as the committee's acting chair. This is mostly a formality, since the only activity on the day's schedule is our closing statement and recommendations. Without further ado, I'll now read those into the record. Due to recent events and recent actions by a colleague, this committee decided to issue a statement regarding this hearing's subject matter as soon as possible to reduce any confusion and to head off any speculation about what stance we will take. First off, I would like to thank all the panelists who testified for their time and their opinions. Without the testimony, formulating any response to the existence of the Center for the Study of Paranatural Biology and its research activities would have been impossible. This committee has already taken action in making recommendations to the full Senate about how that body should proceed. We have recommended that the Senate Committee on Ethics begin an investigation into the activities of our colleague Senator Joseph Duke for suspicion of abusing his authority and conspiring to commit the crime of kidnapping. The full Senate may consider a censure against Senator Duke. We have recommended to the director of the National Institutes of Health that the Center for the Study of Paranatural Biology be dissolved due to its questionable methodologies and possible unethical practices. Its research projects should continue, but under different supervision as part of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, according to all the regulations and guidelines set forth by the NIH. This committee sees no reason why, if the conditions under discussion really are the result of diseases, they should not be studied under the aegis of an existing disease research organization. It remains to be seen what, if any, criminal charges will result from the way in which the Center for the Study of Paranatural Biology conducted itself, especially in consequence of events leading to last night's television broadcast, with which we are all no doubt familiar. I have received word that civil charges, at least, will soon be filed on behalf of Kitty Norville against the parties directly involved. At this point, decisions and recommendations fall outside this committee's jurisdiction. We gladly leave such considerations to the judicial system. In closing, it is the committee's opinion that the victims of the diseases studied by Dr. Paul Fleming and his laboratory have lived in American society for years, unnoticed, and without posing a threat. We see no reason why they should not continue to do so, and we urge all good people of reason not to fall into a state of hysteria. Thank you. That was it. All done. The whole affair was neatly packaged, filed away into government archives, ready to be forgotten as quickly as possible. Exactly what I'd wanted, right? Then why did it feel so hollow? People started filing out, senators gathering their notes, aides closing laptops, journalists pocketing recorders. The room buzzed with the sounds of departure. For the first time, Fleming hadn't shown. I couldn't exactly blame him. He had plenty to answer for. And even if I'd gotten a chance to confront him, what would I have said? Tough break. Maybe just growl a little for old time's sake. Or maybe I owed him a thank you for saving my life. I stepped off to the side and dialed his number. I didn't expect him to answer. Maybe just hit voicemail after a few rings. But after one ring, a mechanical voice cut in. The number you have dialed is no longer in service. My gaze swept the crowd until I spotted the staffer, who'd been wrangling witnesses all week. I pushed my way toward her against the flow of bodies. When she noticed me coming, her eyes widened, and for a moment, I thought she might bolt. We all had our instincts. "Hi, sorry, do you have a moment?" I asked, trying to keep my tone friendly and unthreatening. She nodded a little stiffly, keeping her briefcase clutched tight to her chest like a shield. "Dr. Fleming didn't show today. Do you know if he was supposed to be here? Or where else he might be? Jail would have been nice." Wishful thinking. She looked down, and tension crept back into her posture. Her eyes darted around like she was making sure no one else could hear. "He was expected," she said quietly. "But right before the hearing started, I was told he wouldn't be attending, that he had another obligation." "Told by who? What kind of obligation?" She pressed her lips together. "I've learned not to ask too many questions about certain people, Ms. Norville. Fleming's not someone you'll be seeing again anytime soon." Then she turned and hurried off. Cue the conspiracy music.
Wait.
Am I just supposed to believe he vanished into some covert government program? That he's been disappeared? I called after her. He still has legal documents to answer for. She didn't even glance back. Soon after, the senators held a press conference in the same chamber. Henderson and Dreschler fielded questions, most of them focused on Duke and what his political future looked like. Reading between the lines, I got the sense that not much would come of it. Maybe a formal reprimand, a slap on the wrist. The real fallout, it seemed, would fall on others, Stockton, Fleming. I was too drained to get properly outraged. Then it was my turn. After the senators cleared out, I agreed to take the podium for a few minutes. Ben had convinced me it was better to face them all at once than dodge microphones for the rest of the day. Say something now, and maybe I'd be left alone later. He was right. I had to deal with what I'd become, with what people thought I was. I tried to treat it like a radio segment. There was a mic in front of me. That part felt familiar. If I could ignore the cameras, the glaring lights, the wall of faces staring back at me, I could pretend I was just speaking to my listeners again. Just a voice. Ben handled selecting the reporters. He stood by in case I started to dig myself into a hole. First question. A man in a turtleneck stood up. Ed Freeman, New York Times. Some are saying you were involved in planning last night's broadcast. That it was a calculated move for publicity and sympathy. Any truth to that? I actually laughed. Who's saying that? The National Enquirer? Ben gave a warning grunt.
Right.
Serious mode. Mr. Freeman, I've never courted publicity. Despite the success of my show, I've always avoided public appearances. I never wanted to be recognized, and that hasn't changed. I didn't choose to be broadcast like that. I was forced. Another reporter jumped in. Judy Lerma, The Herald. How much are you seeking in damages with your lawsuit against Senator Duke and the others involved? That was something I hadn't thought about yet. I'm leaving that to my attorney. Ms. Norville, when and how did you become a werewolf? Of course. That question was going to follow me forever. About 4 years ago. I was a college junior. In the wrong place at the wrong time. I survived an attack. Does that happen often? I think you've got better odds of getting mugged in a Kansas gas station. Then, rumor has it you've been offered your own television show. Any comment? That caught me off guard. I looked at Ben, who didn't flinch, but clearly hadn't heard either. That's news to me, I said. Would you consider it? A move from radio to TV? A tough one. Part of me lit up, excited by the idea. But another part still wanted to vanish into the shadows and stay there. My wolf, ever cautious, was still curled up tight inside me, keeping our panic at bay. I smiled as best I could. I think I need a little time off to weigh my options. That was Ben's cue. He stepped up, lightly took my arm, and leaned into the mic. That's all for today. Thank you. Finally, we left, sneaking out a back door held open by a police officer. At last, I could breathe again. Epilogue. I stayed in D.C. long enough to talk to Emma. The third night, 2 days after the broadcast, I visited Alette's townhouse just after dusk. Tom answered the door. He looked grim and harried. He hadn't shaved, and his hair was tousled. The iron reserve of the man in black had slipped. How is everything? I asked as he let me inside.
A mess.
We're all torn up over Bradley. Emma hasn't said a word. But Alette's holding everyone together. She's an anchor. I don't know how she does it. Tom? Is she here? Striding briskly, Alette followed her voice in from the parlor. She wore a silk dress suit, and her hair was tied in a bun. I'd never have guessed the trauma her household had been through. Kitty, I'm so glad you came. Tom stepped out of the way, heading to the back of the house for some business of his own. How is she? I said immediately, without even saying hello. Alette smiled thinly. I think she'll be all right. Eventually. She led me to the parlor. The rug had been replaced. This one had more blues than reds in it. Emma sat on an armchair, gripping a thick gray blanket tightly around herself. She stared, blank-eyed, at the curtains, which had been put back over the window. Her skin was sickly pale, and her hair limp. She smelled dead but not rotten, cold, static, unchanging, unliving. She smelled like a vampire. Alette waited by the doorway while I pulled a chair closer to Emma. I put myself between her and the window, hoping she'd look at me.
Hi, I said.
Her gaze nickered. How are you feeling? Which was a stupid thing to ask. But what else could I say? I wanted to apologize. I'm cold, she said in a whisper. The words wavered, like she might start crying, but her expression remained blank.
Numb.
She pulled the blanket higher over her shoulders. Is there anything I can do? I remembered what it was like, waking up and realizing that the world smelled different, that your body had become strange, as if your heart had shifted inside your chest. She closed her eyes. Should I do it? Should I open the curtains when morning comes? And let the sun in? And kill herself? Alette doesn't want me to, but she said she wouldn't stop me. I don't want you to either, I said, a bit shrilly. You had this done to you, you didn't want it, and it's terrible. But it's not the end of the world.
You're still you.
You have to hold on to that. She looked at me, her eyes glittering, fierce and exhausted at the same time, like she was on the edge of losing her self-control. I feel different, Like there's an empty place in me. Like my heart's gone, but there's something else there, and it feels like being drunk a little. If I open myself to that. She laughed, a tight, desperate sound, and covered her mouth. I'm afraid of it. That's good, I said. If you're afraid of it, you won't let it swallow you up. I just keep thinking of all the things I can't do now, she said, shaking her head. I can't see the sun ever again.
I can't get a tan.
I can't finish my degree. There's always night school, I said. But what would be the point? You tell me. Her gaze was becoming more focused.
I felt like she actually saw me now.
Alette was right. She was going to be okay. She didn't really want to open the curtains.
I'm still me, she said.
I nodded. She held the blanket in a death grip, probably for more comfort than from the cold. I stood, getting ready to leave her alone. She was curled up, staring at the arm of the chair, looking like she needed to be left alone. Kitty, she said, glancing up suddenly. Can I call you? Your show, I mean. If I need to talk. I smiled. I'll give you the private number. Alette brought me to the kitchen for tea. She already had a pot made up. The kitchen seemed too bright after the shadows of the parlor. It seemed too real, too normal. She talked as she poured. Only 1 cup. She didn't drink tea. I wondered if she missed it. She didn't say it, but she's also upset about Bradley. We all are. I'm so glad Tom had that night off. I don't know what I'd have done if I'd lost them both. All 3 of them, in some ways. Emma will never be the same. She was so full of life, and to see her like this. But you still have her, and Leo doesn't, for which I'm very grateful. I couldn't imagine what he'd have done with her, what she'd have done with him lording himself over her. Actually, I could imagine it, that was the problem. Yes, Alette said wryly. Something's been nagging me, I said, after taking a sip of tea. Leo was a lackey. He couldn't move against you without help. He said something about this plot going beyond Fleming. That Fleming only thought he was in control. I've been wondering who is Leo really taking orders from? The Dio. Alette frowned, her lips tightening. Fleming was the military's contact, not Leo. Leo needed Fleming to get his military support. If Leo had ulterior motives, they served another purpose entirely. I wish I knew for certain. I wish I could give you a name. But the answers lie in shadow. There are stories that vampires tell each other, late at night, just before dawn, to frighten each other, to frighten ourselves. If vampires are truly immortal, there could be some very, very old beings in this world. They may be so old, their motives are alien to us. Some say that even the master vampires have their masters, and you would not want to meet them, even in bright daylight. I've kept quiet, kept myself and mine away from those who would seek such power. People scared themselves with vampire stories. So, what scared the vampires? A thing I hoped I never met. A thing that this brief mention of would haunt my mind. My hand held the teacup frozen, midway to my mouth. Are these beings like Elijah Smith? I said. Like I was afraid she would. She shook her head. Creatures like Smith, the Sidhi, come from another world entirely that rarely crosses paths with ours. They are isolated dangers. This has always lurked in the shadows of our world.
What?
What's always lurked? Evil. That sounded too damn simple. And yet, it opened a range of sinister possibilities in my imagination. I wasn't sure I'd ever met evil. Madness, illness, ambition, confusion, arrogance, rage, yes. But evil? Just when I thought I was starting to figure things out, I muttered. Alette straightened and brightened her tone. I am confident that with Leo's failure and Fleming's failure, we will not need to concern ourselves with such possibilities. Agreed. Agreed, I whispered. That left one more question. I continued awkwardly. I know this is a personal question, and if you don't want to say anything, that's okay. But how did this happen? You becoming a vampire, is it something you wanted? She smiled and lowered her gaze, giving a hint of amusement. I'll tell you the short version. I was desperate. I was poor, I had 2 children, and lived in a world where no one blinked at poverty. An opportunity presented itself, and I took it. I vowed that I would never leave my children, like their father did. Not even death would take me from them. After a pause, I said, I suppose it worked. I have never regretted it. Alette had very much proven herself adaptable to circumstance. The centuries would stretch on and she would still be here with her parlor, her pictures, and her children. I fidgeted with the cup and saucer. I should get going. I sort of have a date. With that jaguar fellow, I presume? Yeah. Wait just a moment. She left me to fidget with my tea. When she returned, she held a small jewelry box. She offered it to me. I'd like you to have this. I opened it and found the diamond teardrop pendant on its gold chain. Oh, Alette, you shouldn't. It's something to remember me by. Do come and visit sometime. She clasped my hand, kissed my cheek, and we said goodbye. Earlier that afternoon, I'd had one last room service lunch with Ben. Cormac had already left town, without even saying goodbye. I was simultaneously offended and relieved. As usual, Ben ate while he worked, shuffling through papers, turning away just long enough to open the door. He'd ordered a steak for me.
Rare.
I sat at the table and nodded at the current folder. What's this? The FCC wants to investigate you for indecency. What? Apparently, somewhere between fully clothed human and fur-covered wolf, you flashed breast on national broadcast television. They've gotten about a dozen complaints. You have got to be kidding me. Flashing the TV audience had been the last thing on my mind. Nope. I rewatched the video, and sure enough, it's there. You have to be pretty fast with the pause button to catch it. I love the idea of all the prudish reactionaries who must have taped the show, then sat there with their thumbs poised over the scan and pause buttons, searching for something to complain to the FCC about. And they're charging me with indecency? I'll tell you what. Forward the complaint to Stockton. No. Better. Forward it to Duke. Already done. I think it'll be pretty easy to argue the complaint and prove you had no responsibility for the broadcast. Damn straight. I got a message from Stockton. He'd left it on my cell phone during the hearings, like he'd called specifically at a time he knew I'd have my phone turned off so he could leave a message without having to talk to me. He'd sounded downright obsequious. Kitty, it's Roger. Look, I'm probably the last guy you want to hear from. You'll probably never speak to me again. But I really wish you'd call me back. I've been asked about a follow-up show. I see us laying down a commentary track on the coverage from last night, you know? It could be a big move for both of us, career-wise. I really think you have a future in television. I want to do right by you. Thanks. That maniac. If I ever decided to make a go at television, it would be without his help. You think you can sue him a lot? Oh, yeah, about our good Mr. Stockton. Cormac did some digging on our behalf. Have a look at this. Ben handed me a manila folder out of his stack. I opened it and started reading. There were a half-dozen pages of official-looking forms, spaces with names and dates filled in, and a few mug shots of the same person, a skinny kid with a doped-out gaze and wild hair. It was Roger Stockton. A younger, crazier Roger Stockton. These are arrest reports, I said, awestruck. Mr. Stockton put himself through college by dealing hallucinogenic drugs. Not the usual weed, but exotic stuff. Opium, peyote, frog licking, that sort of thing. It seems he was into experimentation, looking for a higher power, saying it was all part of some religious ceremony that he and his friends were conducting. You know how it goes. The charges never stuck. He never served time. But it still makes for fascinating reading, don't you think? If this information was leaked, Stockton might be able to talk his way out of it and salvage his career. But until he did, his life would become very interesting. Revenge or blackmail? I said. Blackmail? That's illegal. Persuasion, on the other hand, I'm betting Stockton would sure hate to see this stuff come out in a civil trial. He'll settle out of court, or his network will. Politics. Playing each other to get what we wanted. Was there any way to avoid it? Couldn't we all just get along? This is never going to be over, is it? I think your place in American pop culture is assured. You're going to end up as a question on a game show, you realize. I might have groaned. Ben chuckled. Sure, go ahead and laugh. It just means job security for you. He sat back in his chair, abandoning the paperwork for a moment. He wore a vague, amused grin. I know what Cormac sees in you. What, a target? Not at all. He's downright smitten. Huh. Constantly making veiled threats constituted smitten? To an 8-year-old, maybe. And how many times had he come to my rescue now? Ugh. It's true. I've known him since we were kids. Kids? Really?
How?
We're cousins. I probably shouldn't even be saying this. Cousins? Had to keep him talking. No, please.
Say this.
What does Cormac see in me? You're tough. Tough and whiny at the same time. It's kind of cute. I couldn't tell if he was making fun of me or not. Time to change the subject. So you've always known Cormac. Was he always like that? Like what? Hard-nosed. Humorless. No, I suppose not. But you have to go back a long way to see him any different. He lost both his parents pretty young. I figure he deserves to be as humorless as he wants. Even saying I'm sorry sounded lame at that point. You told me once that Cormac likes seeing how close to the edge he can get without falling off. What about you? Why do you hunt vampires? He shrugged. I don't hunt anything, really. I just look out for my friends. That's all. Which made him a good person to have at your back. All anyone could ask for, really. That and an honest lawyer, all wrapped into one. When are you going back to Denver? After I file suit in court. Though it may not come to that. I've gotten word from both Duke's office and the NTH that they're willing to settle. Duke won't want to settle, but if the Senate Ethics Committee gets involved, he may come around. There are still criminal charges pending, but this might not drag on so long. Thanks for doing all this. I don't even care about the money, you know. I just want a little old-fashioned revenge. That's the best part, he said, grinning his hawk's grin, the one that made me glad he was on my side. Luis had tickets to a symphony concert at the Kennedy Center that night. It seemed a great way to spend my last night in town. We met up at the Crescent. I wore a smoky gray skirt and jacket with a white camisole, understated, until I put on the diamond Alette had given me. Then, it looked awfully mature. Sophisticated, even. Like something Alette might wear. I didn't feel like myself. Ahmed met me at the door. He didn't say a word at first, just closed me in a big monstrous hug until I thought I might suffocate. I didn't have much hope of hugging back, so I leaned in and took a deep breath of smoke and wine and wild. It smelled a little like a pack. Come back to visit, yes? He said, gripping my shoulders. I nodded firmly. Looked like I was coming back to DC at some point. Jack waved at me from the bar. I sensed Luis come in through the door behind me. I didn't even have to turn around. He stalked like a cat, and his warmth reached out for me. He touched my shoulders and kissed the back of my neck. Fire, warmth, happiness, I felt all that in his touch. Finally, Wolf's fear uncurled. Some light came into her burrow. I felt like running from joy this time, not fear. Ready. I almost asked if we could blow off the symphony. But I nodded. I was glad I went. Glad I didn't miss seeing the Kennedy Center. The place was so beautiful, so momentous. Walking into the 4-story high Hall of States with the marble walls, red carpeting, state flags hanging from the ceiling. I wanted to cry. Felt like I should have been wearing a sweeping ball gown and not a suit. People stared at me. At us. The people who had tickets for the seat next to me in the concert hall moved. Everyone watched the news, I supposed. I wilted. I would have stuck my tail between my legs if I'd had it. I would have left if Luis had let me. Bless him, he didn't flinch once. He walked past them all, holding my arm tucked in his back straight and chin up, like a jaguar stalking through his jungle. Staring at his shoulder, I leaned in and asked him, "How can you stand it? The way they look at us." He said, "I know that I could rip out their guts, and I choose not to." We stood in the grand foyer at intermission. I looked down the hall, taking in the floor-to-ceiling mirrors, the windows framed with soft drapes, 1,000 glittering lights in the chandeliers, the immense bust of Kennedy gazing out over what he'd inspired. A couple walked by. The woman, young and elegant in a blue cocktail dress, brushed past me. Her hand caught mine, hanging loose at my side, and squeezed for just a moment. Then she walked away. She never looked at me. She smelled like wolf. I stared after her, until Luis tugged at my arm. After the concert, we went up to the roof terrace. Looking southeast, I could see the Washington, Jefferson, and Lincoln memorials lined up, lit and glowing like beacons in the night. Great men and their monuments. They weren't perfect. They made mistakes. But they changed the world. They were idealists. Luis stood behind me, arms around me, and kissed the top of my head. "Thank you for this," I said, my voice hushed. "For showing me this. You ever need to get away, take a vacation, call me. I'll show you Rio de Janeiro. It's a deal. Like, how about now? What will you do next? Take time off? I don't know. Maybe I should write a book." I pictured myself going back to the show, back to the radio station. I sat in front of the microphone, opened my mouth, and nothing came out. I had a place in mind, a small town where I'd spent a couple of weeks one summer in college. I could go rent a cabin, be philosophical, run wild in the woods, and try to remember how to be an idealist.